What's up? Sorry, guys, I was finishing dinner. How's everybody doing tonight? Got the Christmas special. Cool. Just checking on people. I've sent a couple invites out on Instagram. Maybe we'll get some people joining. Let's see. How you doing, Downhill Daddy? Big Block. How y'all doing tonight? Everybody else is watching, not in the chat there. All right. Well, after a couple of people join here, we can start talking about the calendar, which I got in. And what's up, man?
How you doing?
How's it going, Piston?
It's going, man. It's going. Sorry for coming in late.
That's good.
Internet drops off right before I want to play.
I was actually like, you're only here like I'm 1 minute after me. I just got finished eating, so.
Well, in that case, hey, I'm glad that I could make it here on time.
Yeah, right.
All right, I'm going to try and sort that bulb out up there. It's the weirdest thing, man. So internet's working great. Friggin' love it. I mean, it is so fast. My laptop's getting whiplash. It's fantastic. Nice. So I use, because it's a studio for filming, I've got the LED bulbs so you can see the red one back there.
Yep.
Back there. The rest are turned off. The program that I use, they're whiz bulbs. I'm having a heck of a time trying to connect that one bulb. And every time I try and reset it, it drops the internet
Ours
connection.
goes through Alexa, and it's the same way. Sometimes it'll work, and then sometimes it just won't.
I've got a router coming to set up my own network in the garage, which will sort all that out. But as you can imagine, trying to get anything Christmas time is just absolutely brutal. Anyway, enough about me and my light bulb problems. That's the
no. We're just here to talk a little bit. You know, talk about the calendar that's done. I just got mine in. Bubba, did you get your calendar yet? I guess I can check real quick and it'll tell me. I know you're supposed to get it today or tomorrow. Let me check the shipping on his.
I still haven't gotten mine, but again, trying to make it up to Canada, but I can't wait for it.
Hey, there's somebody that's already got theirs up in Canada. They got it yesterday. I can check yours real quick too.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Where did Bubba's go?
And call me out on it for not checking the mail today.
Let's see. Bubba's has not been delivered yet, but when is it? Scheduled delivery pending. It was supposed to be delivered today. It is in Fort Worth, Texas. But I don't know. It just says pending. So FedEx has it. Hopefully it'll be delivered tomorrow.
Nice.
He had 10 calendars. So all right, let's see. Piston Twisted. Yours show that they will be there tomorrow. It'll be there tomorrow.
Well, good thing I didn't go out in the rain to check the mail today.
Says before 5 p.m. and it is FedEx too. So, are we talking about calendars? Yep. Yes, sir, Nick. I guess I need to check on Nick's calendar real quick too, since he's in the chat. I know some people got one person got it yesterday, and I got one today, and I know somebody else got one today too.
I'm glad that it's going with FedEx and not nothing against USPS.
USPS, yeah.
It's once it gets to the border, man, I don't know what it is. It just sits.
Maybe that's why they're sending that. All right, Nick, yours is showing Saturday, which we'll see because that's Christmas. What's up, Half-Ass?
What's going on, gangsters?
Yo, Power Stroke. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, we can hear you Half-Ass. How's it going?
Working on junk. Typical day.
Oh, nice.
How y'all?
I seen a meme. It made me think of you the other day. It had a transmission land on the ground, and it said something about Mopar or Dodge or something lost his transmitter is missing the dot. Anyway, I was like, yeah, that's him.
Yeah. I don't know
Transmission
what.
issue.
I talked to the dude, I don't know, what, 2 days ago or something, or yesterday, I don't remember. And I'm going to bring it in to him like that as soon as the weather, is good and there's no salt on the roads. So hopefully it's nothing crazy. Who knows?
Heck
I
yeah.
don't know.
Let's see. Shaggy said he loves the thumbnail. I forgot what thumbnail was. It was my calendar picture. I think it is.
Yeah, I freaking bombed it on that calendar. I'm sorry.
It's
Time
all
got
good,
away
man.
from me.
There was a few people that were trying to get in, and it just, was in late, a day late. Excuse me, like a day late or 2 days late. And I just like, we'll do it again. I'm sure something. Maybe we'll do like a poster. So I don't know, something for, some kind of charity. But this one had to be finished up. That way, because 2022 is right around the corner.
I hear you, man.
Outlaw Edge sent me their stickers. Got theirs in it. And then we
I
do
don't
have
have any Twist and Twisted stuff yet.
the calendar. It did
Oh,
come
hell
in
yeah.
today.
So now I got a goal for 22 to be able to contribute to the next one for 23.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, we might do something different. I'm gonna show the calendar off for everybody's in the chat. Appreciate everybody being in the chat and being here.
I'm on my phone. I can't hardly see it. Man, that's a sweet.
Oh well, let me blow it up. All right,
Sounds
everybody.
awesome. I love those cars.
So that's Mongrels, and he did January, and this is his little banner we put underneath it. Then we got Snyder's Classic from Canada there. Hey,
Got his shirt off? I
for
can't hardly
February.
see.
Yep, got his shirt off
Mr. February.
with his
Yeah.
Canadian hat there.
Oh, he is not helping our stereotypes right now.
I thought it was hilarious.
It's good. That's good. Is that him sprawled out on the truck too?
It is.
Oh, nice.
And then we got Junker Clunkers.
Nice.
And he got March.
You check your chat there quickly?
Yeah, Bubba, I think you're the only wrench in the chat right this second.
No, I'm talking about the one there at just 9 minutes after.
Talking about the whatever Russian thing there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was saying Bubba's the only wrench in the chat, I think. Can I do it from StreamYard? I don't think so.
Hey, you're so big. You got Russian bots now, man. Congratulations. Making it in the world.
Let me see if I can get in there at the same time.
I got it blocked from the thing. We'll keep on going.
I
Here's Big Block's picture.
friggin' love that paint job that he's got on the side of it. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently he painted that. He was telling me he painted that when they redid it back in the mid 80s or late 80s. I don't remember, honestly. And then here's this. He got April in there. Here's his other pictures. He got his new truck he got from his dad when he passed away. The blue one there. And then that's him in front of his Mustang, and then that's the Mustang itself. Oh, and then also it says the dates for the multi-channel LSV build.
Nice.
Jesse Williams
Heck yeah.
is Bronco 2, this is the best Bronco 2 I've ever seen, I'm not a big fan of Bronco 2s, but that one's pretty clean. And then his little banner for May. 113 cycles.
Like it.
Motorcycle there.
No bias on that one whatsoever, but I like it.
Yeah, that's his shop he had built. And then his logo for June there.
Nice.
Sweet.
Let's see. Oh, Stuffwithcleatus.
That's hilarious.
Mistletoe Express there. All right.
I have no words.
And then my banner with an LSV design we came up with to put on the Volvo. Since it's an LS Volvo. We got a Bubba and his assistants.
Dang.
Yeah, you like them?
I can barely see them, but I mean, they're women, so
Are they?
I don't know. Are those blow up dolls?
No, not blow up dolls, but
Ew, I don't want to know anymore. Jesus Christ.
no, they're mannequins.
Oh, are they?
There's
sweet.
Nick in the chat. Hiddle Brittle, is that how you say? I'm not sure how you say his last name, but he's in the chat. He's neighborhood backers. There's another motorcycle there. And then I like this picture too. It's pretty cool with the old gas fuel tank.
Yeah, that is pretty slick.
And that's September. I like the other picture too with the sunset, but
with the mannequins.
He didn't have a picture. He just wanted his logo, the new logo he did with the saw blades. And then that's his thing for October there.
He's got a pretty clean logo, man.
Yeah, that has got to be like one of the sharpest logos I've seen in a long, like every bit that you look at that logo, there's another layer to it. It's just well thought out, well done. That is pretty slick.
Well, he did a good job on designing, coming up with it even. This is Wasted Talent with his car there for November.
He's looking pretty good in that picture.
Yeah, I don't think that's him. He sent me some other pictures that were not appropriate for calendar, but and then Monster Rust for December, and his two wieners there. And that's the calendar.
Nice.
Good job.
For people in the chat, and then people that go back and watch this later. There you go. If you haven't ordered it yet, y'all want to order your calendar. 2022 starts soon.
You got to tell them what it's going to as well, because it's pretty cool.
Yes, sir. So all the profit, of course, the calendar has to pay for itself, but all the profit from it, which depending on where you live, is anywhere between $5 and $9 profit, and it will go to Arkansas Food Bank. And right now, all the money will go to kids that are at home during the Christmas break and even during this summer coming up. It's like a special program for the kids to eat that are not in school, that don't get to eat at school because they can't afford lunch. So
that's a really, really good cause.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be nice. It'll be nice to give it to them and say, "Hey, this is from Automotive Guys on YouTube."
Yeah. And anything we can do to give back, right? Because there's a lot of support that we get from a whole lot of people, and it's anybody who hasn't been part of the car show circuit. There's so many organizations, so many people that help out just in that aspect alone. Sure. It's nice to be able to be part of something that you can give back to the community, right? That's pretty cool, especially this time of year.
Well, and especially this YouTube automotive community, not only just car community, but the YouTube automotive community is great. For the most part, nobody argues or anything. It's all people just chilling, relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nick, there's not a last day to order. You can order. I'll leave them up. You can order in January or July or whenever you want, but it is a 2022 calendar. So, what's up, Turlo?
What's up, Turlo?
Bill Cameron, how's it going? Rich,
Cold
what's going on, brother? Yeah, guys, we were just talking, just showing off the calendar. Did get it in today. So we went through every page by page, and showed it off and talked about that all the profits going to Arkansas Food Bank. And they made a special, they're going to make it where it goes for the kids during Christmas time. And even later on, if there's money left over, obviously, they're going to do it for the summer for when the kids are out of school that may not have, breakfast or lunch, so food insecurity stuff.
I saw that, that Mistletoe Express. I just got to break clean my eyes off real quick.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a great picture, wasn't it?
Oh,
See,
yeah.
it's Santa in July with the Mistletoe Express. I was like, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Break clean your eyes off. That's a new one.
Frick yeah.
You got a
You
bit of
guys
a
see?
different background
Oh, okay.
tonight,
Bill Cameron got
dudes.
his calendar already too. Awesome.
Check this out for all the Mopar folks out there.
What is that?
Distributor lockout kit.
Oh.
You drop this over the tabs in your distributor and it's all degreed out so you don't have to weld and grind the tabs to lock out your distributor.
Oh,
I just got
set
it.
her at
nice.
Yeah.
Super advanced and bam.
Yeah, so there's like 10, 12, 18 degrees. So, you Mopar guys would weld up the slots,
Yep.
so this thing just drops on and you set it at whatever you want. Put in the lighter
2
spring.
years ago.
I know, right? So it's by FBO Ignition. I just found it on Mancini. I don't know if you're familiar with Mancini Racing. They're
Appreciate
like
you putting the link to
just
Arkansas
down the
Food
road.
Bank, Bubba. That's awesome. Sorry about that half-ass.
Nah, I'm not talking about anything important. Mopar guys. Ow! I just
Hey,
Mopar stuff.
Brailsford, man.
Don't worry about Mopar
I
stuff.
just want to throw a quick apology to Brailsford. I wanted to check out his show last night, but it ended up being a hit and run. Just basically hit the like button and back off to work. But from the few minutes that I saw, it was pretty good.
I was
Well,
playing
it
video
always is
games with my
with
son,
Brailsford.
so I just had it playing in the background. I wasn't actually commenting last night. I usually do, but
what happened?
Yeah.
I was just playing video games with my son. No, he just had a good show. It just a show.
Oh.
Nothing in
I missed
particular. I didn't hear anything, so. No, I mean, nothing. It was a good show. I just didn't hear anything crazy or nothing. So.
Oh, nothing crazy is kind of good,
Dang, that
The way
Volvo
they-
done changed colors, and man, it
Right.
kind of looks like a Ford.
Kind of does, doesn't it? So I'm going to be here
Yeah.
for about another 5 minutes. Then I got to dart out for an hour. Got to pop into work
Sure.
really quick, and then I'll be back for the tail end of the show.
Okay,
But that's it. That's the
All right.
last shift. So I'm pumped.
there you go. You off for Christmas break after that?
Well, I'm kind of off already. The thing is like my guys and gals have worked their butts off all year long. So when it comes to duty shifts and being on call, I took them because they could definitely use the break. So it's just these odd and sod phone calls to go and sort stuff out as things are going, but it's all good.
Cool.
If I got to work only 1 hour, vice, a full shift, I'm not complaining.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, who else is going to take your place? No
What's
one
that?
can replace you. No one can replace you when
I'll
you're
just
gone.
leave
Just
the
so you
camera
know,
running, and that's it. You don't have to worry about it.
you just hire some girls to go dance around in the background. Good.
I can't hire somebody to sweep a broom in the garage. Where am I going to get girls from, man?
So, dudes,
I
what
hear
happened to the
that.
Volvo? It changed colors and became a Ford.
It evolved.
Hey, CP,
Volvo
what's
goes.
up, brother?
Evolved into a V8 extended cab
Appreciate
four-wheel
that,
drive.
man.
That just happened overnight to you dudes?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I see the V8. That was planned already anyway. But
No, this is the winter truck, and the winter truck needed to come in and get winterized. So
I see.
it blew a brake line about, 4 months ago, and I just went, I got other cars. And then, winter's getting closer, and those cars don't drive good when it snows, and it's like, you know what? That's got to get fixed. And like I always do, little projects become huge projects, and then I just OCD myself into oblivion. So,
You know what they say? Brakes are for quitters.
yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Bryce.
it went from I'm going to replace a brake line to I'm going to replace like half the brake lines on the truck because they look a little crusty. To I don't like those U-bolts. I don't like those shocks. I don't like those shoes. Let's replace the drums while we're there. Let's just drop the transmission, service that, replace the remain seal, replace the converter. Let's go through the
And then you're at a
lockouts,
frame.
replace front brakes.
Start with the
replace
frame
the
and work
truck.
your way up.
Yeah, just for the beat around Rusty's winter rig. It's fine.
Shaggy, take it easy, brother.
Looks pretty nice for a winter rig.
Oh,
Right?
This thing's junk. What are you talking about? Look, check this.
I don't know. Let's compare y'all's
No.
trucks. See who's worse. Oh,
Yeah.
ugh.
What do you think?
Ah, that
We can
Dodge
keep-
metal. That Dodge metal.
We can keep on going, but you won't want to.
No, I think I'm good.
Oh, check this out.
Right right?
Somebody sent me, like, they reached out and they were like, oh yeah, yada yada, you know, this is some company and we make headlights for all these different cars, and we see that you've got a Ram, right? So you want these headlights, make a video, you know, the typical thing. So
Sure.
I didn't know you had to take the whole damn bumper off of this thing. I had to torch it off because it's so rusty. But then I get it all in and I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty good. You know, it's decent build quality. And I'm like, wait a minute. It only has one doggone socket for the main thing. So there's no high beams in the entire thing.
So do you
It's
have to
just low
switch
beam.
to
Different bulb.
a bulb?
Two-stage
Is it
bulb?
like a different connector? You got the
Well, I mean, the original one has high beam inside, the low beam, and then the marker light.
right. It was
So
two
I don't-
separate. It was two separate bulbs, right?
Yeah. So
So
there's
now
two.
you have to.
They may sell a
well-
conversion. I've seen some of those whatever LEDs that they take both plugs and plug into one, and then you just snap them in. But I
Really?
would have thought they would have told you about that before they sent you the lens.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm glad you told me that because I didn't know that there was a kit like that.
Yeah, they sell lots of them. I got one for my 05 because I was tired of the old yellowed out lenses.
Yeah.
And since I was putting lenses in, I was like, let's go figure out if I can buy some really crazy headlights. And I did that, and it was like, yeah, I don't need headlights this bright. I actually aimed them down because I got tired of people brighting me all the time. Like, hey, shut your brights off. And I'm like, you want to see my brights?
Yeah.
So
So
half-assed. I'm gonna guess that yours is like a 99 to 01.
So no. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Because
Oh,
the
oh.
94 to 98 has the single headlight.
Does it really?
Oh.
All right. This is a 2000 off-road edition. So I didn't know if that was like an ORE specific headlight or whatever.
Gotcha.
But are you saying that? So you take the two pigtails and there's like another mini pigtail that joins them together and they go into a different bulb?
I don't know on a Dodge. I've done that on a Chevy, but I can't tell you that on a Dodge.
Oh,
Big Buck
dude,
says deep woods wipes
Nah.
to clean that yellow off.
I used like 3 different compounds of Ardex on this last year and polished it and clear coated it and everything, and it lasted like 3 months. I've tried all the tricks.
So
I don't
here's
know
the.
if it's just this junk plastic or what.
Well, no, what the yellow is all your lenses have UV protection on them. So what that yellowing is the UV protection breaking down. So if you wet sand all that crap off, it'll go away. But then the white will come in because they'll start getting damaged because they don't have any UV protection on them. So you can buy spray-on UV protection to reseal them, and they'll last a while, but it doesn't ever work out. Like, you're just going to do it again like every 3 years. So it's just...
Yeah.
I've
old.
actually taken all the sandpapers and like wet sanded them and done all the detailing and got them perfect again. But it's just like for $100, I'm just gonna buy new lenses and throw these away.
Yeah, buy them every
know.
few years.
All right, guys,
So
I'm going to
these
head
are-
out for a bit. Like I said, I will be back probably within about an hour or so.
Okay.
Right
See you
on.
then.
I'll
We'll see
probably
you
be
then,
at
bud.
Icicle before then, so I'll see you next time I see you.
Yeah, man. See you later.
Take it easy. I don't know. I'll have to catch up with you and figure out all this crap, or I'll look up whatever. I don't know. I emailed
Yeah.
the company. They're out of
I'm
China.
sure it's
of
on
course.
YouTube somewhere, right?
Well, and I'm guessing if it's a single to dual conversion, if you just go find the one with the single, it's probably just snip the harness, wire your 2 into that, bingo bango, you're done. If you want to go to that much work just to get the new lens, you know.
I mean, the other
Well,
ones were really bad.
If there's not a YouTube video on it, you could definitely make one.
There you go.
So I am making one. It's just so broken up because it's a mess. Because the company,
I'm
of
working
course,
on that blue. Yeah, that blue Ford I got out there is the same way. I've got like 6 videos already, but it would just be leaving them open. So I've got to finish it up a little bit, or at least get some kind of stopping point.
this is just curveballs. Let me show you this thing.
Let's go.
Uh-oh. So, can you see? Or did I
No,
shut
no,
my camera? Oh,
No
okay,
camera
there we go.
You're back.
Check it out. Can you see those gauges?
Yep.
Oxyacetylene gauges, is that what it is?
Well, this is
Yep.
actually oxypropane. That oxygen bottle is on.
Oh, okay.
There's no more oxygen in it. So
No
I'm
more, no more cut
screwed until-
left.
No more cut.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work just on the propane itself, not for cutting.
It's gonna get really warm. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe it. I came out here and I knew I was low. I didn't know I was totally out. I almost didn't get the other bolt off. That sucked.
So, do you like using essentially instead of oxygen acetylene? Do you prefer propane oxygen?
No, it was just cheaper at the time.
Yeah, because I've done both, and I'm like, I've never been the propane guy, but I didn't know if you're.
Nah. It was, I think, well, when I got that kit, propane or I forgot how much acetylene was, but it was insane. And I couldn't even hardly get it at a lot of shops. They were out because they had commercial accounts. They wouldn't sell it to just, people off the street. That was a while ago. I got that bottle and I've been using it. I think propane's like 400 degrees colder than acetylene or something like that.
Yep. Downhill Daddy wants to know what's the pressure on your oxygen that you're running.
It's like 0. Oh, while I run it?
Yeah, what do you run with?
I think it's at like 20. I just vary it depending.
Yeah, he's saying 20, 25. That sounds about right to me. I don't know if it changes for propane, but that sounds perfect.
Yeah, acetylene is seriously the way to go.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean,
it's just so expensive. I'm going to check, though. When I go get that oxygen filled, I'm going to see if I can get acetylene, if it's not, $85 for the little mini bottle anymore.
No, Bryce, this is the same thing, but you can't see the wall behind me. I got the green screen kind of covering up. So I think I'm just going to take the green screen down and use that for the news background because that green screen's kind of glitchy.
So.
What are you using to key it out? You're not using the camera software, are you?
Well, I've done a few things. I was using StreamYard, which is not good. And then I use on the computer, I was using a different camera and then putting it to my computer, which was better, but it still wasn't great. So I'm just like, I'll just use the background I have. So.
Well, if you want me to show you how to do it in OBS, I can show you how to key it out and feather it so it's nice. But you got to have your lighting on point for that, or else.
Yeah, and I have 1, 2, 3 LEDs there, and I have 1, 2, 3 LEDs over here. But
I'll help you set it up if you want. I don't know if you use OBS or not. I think StreamYard is a variant, isn't it?
Changing to orange now.
Well, it kind of matches your brown. You got going.
Oh, I got you here. I got you. I don't even. We got to change it to red and green or something for Christmas, right? Let's see.
There you go. You change it to green or red, and I'll change it to the opposite.
Okay. Let's go with. Let's see. What's a Christmassy green?
Oh, that ain't red.
Oh, yeah, it's about Christmas green, right?
I don't have a good red.
What are you
as
doing?
red as I can get.
What are you changing? I can't tell.
You tell now?
Oh, he's got lights behind the. Yeah.
That's cool.
The only time you have to worry about settling is if you have a really big porch. Yeah.
Those are they're these cheap little Home Depot, like regular bulbs that are LEDs, and they just got a color remote.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's like $15 for 2 of them. I could buy the whole Wi-Fi one, but I didn't want to deal with my phone and syncing it and all that. No.
Dude's just trying to match rust color. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was
I don't have that big of a torch, so I don't have to worry about the acetylene.
Oh, I don't got any.
The rosebuds will burn through it fast, though.
Oh, Bubba says he used OBS when he was doing flight simulator in his flight simulator days.
Dang.
Yeah, OBS works pretty good for free.
Yeah, I just haven't ever used it. I try not to get into that much of it. I don't know. YouTube takes a lot of your time already anyway. So
yeah, I've tried to cut back a lot.
Yeah. See, I went for a while and was trying to make a bunch more, and I'm making a bunch now, but I'm trying to make it where it's quality. I've got to ask myself, would I watch this? And if I don't, I don't even put it out. So.
Well, I meant I was spending a lot of time like trying to hit everybody's lives and all that.
I just burned yourself out, huh?
No, I didn't. It was just unsustainable. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because there was, especially for a while there was a live every night, and when somebody got off, somebody else got on.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I just, and I felt bad because it almost made me feel like, these people would stop in and support me, and now I'm like bailing on them. Made me feel like a jerk, but like I just couldn't get anything done.
Yeah.
I understand. I don't know if you noticed, but you probably haven't because you haven't been doing it many. But I've been doing a lot less of them, and even when I do it, it's a lot shorter. So
Yeah.
Well,
and
that's
it's not
kinda
not against anybody. I try to be in at least to chat and jump on the screen every once in a while for people, but I just
Right.
can't do it. I've got stuff I got to do. So
it's like anything. You work all day, and then you come home every night. I've had this truck in here since Sunday and just been tearing apart on it and stuff, trying to get it done. And then I sit here and I listen to lives while I'm underneath this truck, and I'm like, I could jump on that live for 10 minutes, but then that's 10 minutes I'm not laying under this truck, and it's got to get done.
Yeah. And all
I
these chicks
appreciate
are
you
beating
jumping
down
on
my
the line
door.
here.
They're like, we want your time. Get off the internet. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. What can you do about it?
I don't know. I'm going to call it, like, I don't like to be that guy, but I'm just going to call it seasonal depression. I don't know if you get this way too. When it gets really cold outside, I just get kind of angry, and then I just get frustrated with everything. And then I'm just like, I don't want to freaking do this right now. And I just go inside and stare at the TV. And I'm like, I'm not getting anything done doing that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad the weather's getting better here because I say it's cold. It's a lot colder up there, I know. But it's been cold for here past couple of days. So every time I go out to decide to work on the truck or something, I'm like, I could do that tomorrow. I got this I can do.
Yeah, it's even worse for you because you don't have a garage.
I don't have a garage. But tomorrow is going to be 63 degrees. The next day is going to be 70 degrees, and it's 72 or 73 on Christmas. So the weather's it's getting nicer. Today it was still pretty cold.
Dang.
I say cold.
It was
like
actually
19.
pretty decent today. I mean, it was pretty calm, like no wind, and it was like 40 degrees, and I was pretty happy with that.
Oh,
so jelly.
Yeah, Bryce says move to Arizona. We only have one season. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean, I would
totally down.
wrong, but I like trees and grass
and weather. I don't hate weather. I like seasons.
Oh, I don't like cold weather.
I do. I don't like it when I get all indifferent about it at times.
I'd live in the middle of a damn parking lot if it was warm. Screw this winter stuff.
Yeah, see, if it gets below 40 in Arkansas, we're like, it's cold, it's cold.
So I follow this guy on Instagram. I couldn't even tell you what his name was. He restores like 70s K5 Blazers and 3-door Suburbans and stuff. Cool, and this guy's got like a 3-wall metal shed in the middle of New Mexico or something. And he paints trucks in it and rebuilds stuff. He's out there at all hours of the night. And I'm just like, that guy knows what's going on with this. And he's got all these super rust-free, nice K5s and stuff. I'm like, he just goes out there and grabs them and just brings them in, fully restores them.
You seen that guy, Chris Birdsong?
Yes.
He's got like a friggin' fabric lean-to next to his shop, and where he's doing all of those like frames on those Chargers. Because I think he's in something like that, California or something.
Yeah, I can never get away. Yeah, like I watch some of these shows where they got like a 3-post lift outside, out back to pressure wash stuff, and I'm like,
I know.
I'd never put one of those outside, let alone ever. Even if I had one, because obviously I don't.
Yeah. That's why a lot of this stuff is so messy in here, because I have no outside storage. So like all the wood, basically anything that can be destroyed by any elements, I have to pack into this little shop. There's just no more room.
Yeah.
Sucks.
It's like people don't understand the hardships of winter when you got to winterize everything and you just spend, a month and a half out of the year just screwing with stuff to get it ready for winter. So
luckily, we don't
all back the other way later.
Luckily, we don't have to do that down here. And I complain about being cold, but the difference is we always humidity. So instead of just being cold, which I know it's cold up there, but say if it's like 30 degrees here, right? It's just below freezing. But the problem is it's all in the air. So you're just breathing in just cold, like stagnant air. It's different. Just like the heat, it's just different. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Up there, I've been in Iowa. I've been to Detroit. I've been to, it's a different kind of cold, but it's still cold. You don't feel it in your lungs like you do here.
See,
but it's just you feel it everywhere else. It's cold.
Yeah, as long as it's not windy, it's okay here. Like it's
right.
calm. The second the wind picks
Detroit,
up,
where it's coming right off the Great Lake there.
Yeah.
You
you get like a 20 degrees, you'll be fine. Work outside all day just in a coat, and some stuff. But then the second the wind picks up and then it goes from 20 to -10 wind chill, it's like, nope, I'm done.
Does
Bill
Edge of
Cameron,
Eternity
thanks,
know
brother.
that I'm like in Detroit? Because I don't think it rocks here at all.
Bill Cameron, I appreciate that. If y'all see this thing on the bottom, all the donations are going to this build that's in April for the Volvo build. So we still got a lot of stuff. I guess I still got a lot of stuff I got to buy.
I'm excited to see that.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see you guys do it.
Yeah, I got a
Got down to
bunch
60
of
yesterday.
pictures.
Ooh.
Got a bunch of pictures to send you, Cletus.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Cool.
I assume you already. I mean, it's going to be suspension related.
Oh well.
I got a list of things I would replace, but it's up to you. I mean, it's not like
And I've been thinking about that. I'm like, he's gonna give me a list. If you could, or just, I guess you could either put out like a scale for me if you could, or just say this needs to be replaced before I drive it back, because I'll do a lot of it here when I can order the parts in and play.
Yeah, you can do a lot of it there. I was just like, it's how much you want to utilize bodies. Like if there's a bunch of people there and they're not doing nothing, like, hey, I need struts, I need brakes. It just saves you the man hours, I guess.
Yeah, when it comes, well,
that's up to you.
And I also have to have, I have to have enough money. So
yeah,
I gotta,
exactly.
You
can't just blow the bank on it,
Yeah.
And I'm not be like, hey, Cletus, it needs this stuff. Like the worst part is,
after I meet the must-haves, tires, we know it has to have tires, stuff like that. Then I can break down and say, okay, well, we can add this and that.
Yep. I mean, it's gonna need rear shocks.
Oh, Rich, appreciate that, brother.
You can not put them on there, but the one is leaking, so it's not good or long for the world.
Yeah,
but that stuff you could still drive it.
It might make it to Arkansas though.
Yeah, it's not gonna stop it from going to Arkansas.
And then because I don't know how easy it is. Can you just order them off of Rock Auto, or do you have to have special Volvo shocks?
I don't know. I think they're just shocks. I mean, I don't think there's anything special about them.
You're probably right. I know some things you have to order from Volvo, and it takes forever. So.
But
Rich, I really, really appreciate that, brother.
It was kind of sketchy.
I appreciate it.
Because I kind of went through and I cleaned the rotors a little bit to kind of see how pitted they were. And it's like, they'll probably clean up with the pads running on them. It definitely needs some rear pads. They're almost gone. But
see, I have my kids do a lot of the I don't want to say easy, because some people it's not easy for, but
that's
disc
basic
brakes
maintenance.
Super easy. So my daughter, she's 17, and she has her own car. So every time I go to do brakes, she's out there doing it. My son, he's 15 now, and he actually does oil changes and brakes for people and charges them. So because
brakes
down
are
here,
crazy money.
Apparently, it's pretty expensive everywhere, but down here, it's $100 an axle for brakes.
Wow!
So if you want all your brakes done, it's $200.
Is that that's plus parts later, right? That's $100.
No, that's cost.
It's everything,
dude.
And he does them for $50 an axle, because he buys the parts on Rock Auto, and then so it works out.
Brought her car here.
$30 per.
It was a 2014 Kia to do rotors, pads, and calipers on the back of her 2014 Kia. The shop wanted $1,400.
Yep, I believe that.
For that. So $100 an axle where you live, please?
Well, if it starts adding in that's just for pads.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Rotors and stuff like that, they'll add in a little more.
But still, though, labor
he wouldn't
alone,
charge, like if he was doing the brakes, he wouldn't charge. If he would probably just charge parts and maybe $5 to add in, like a rotor, because you're already right there anyway, right? I mean, caliper he would add some more because it takes a little more. He's got to believe the brakes. Yeah, I mean, he does it real cheap, and in Arkansas, it's a lot cheaper than it is other places too. So,
well, I'll tell you, this blew a back brake line.
That's very rich.
4 months ago, and it sat on a hill, so there was no brake fluid in it whatsoever when I got back to it. So it fired right up at 4 months, didn't even turn over 3 times. Just boom! I was like, all right, time to fix it. Kind of drove it out of the way to put the Volvo where it was parked, and Volvo doesn't have motor and tranny, obviously. I aired up all the tires. I pushed it out by hand by myself and just kind of swung it into the second driveway, and it's all downhill. So I just kind of rode the brakes all the way down the hill so it didn't kind of get out of hand. And then I jumped in a truck with absolutely no brakes. And I'm like, how is the car that has no motor and tranny and been sitting in the weeds for years have better brakes than the shit I drive every day?
Yeah.
Because I had to roll this thing in and just kept putting her in and out of gear because they had nothing.
Hey, Bill, man, you talking about making me feel old. My oldest is 17 now. She'll be 18 this next year. Yeah. I'll be 38, but she'll be 17. Whew.
Yeah,
Really?
I want to ask
Yeah, it is the
everybody
same age.
a kind of loaded question, but I need kind of input from the whole community. All right. Rusty Ram, hunk of shit truck, right?
Yeah.
How much you think this thing's worth? Freaking like $13?
$1,300.
I'd say $200. I mean,
I'm just, it's,
Does it
that's
run and
so-
drive?
It runs. So, all right. Here's the
okay,
thing.
Bill.
It needs ball joints. It needs front end work, period. Right? So, okay, I go up to the parts store. I'm buying junk for that thing. And so I'm like, Harry, how much are ball joints for this Ram? They're like not quite $100 per ball joint, you know, but I was like, whatever. That's like $600 in parts. So I can't put that in this truck. It's not even worth that, right? It's
Why don't
worth
you order
like
from Rock Auto?
So I
so
just had
that's my
this-
question. So on Rock Auto, I could get ball joints for like $3.15 all the way up to like the moon.
Well, you got
stuff.
shipping,
But-
of course, to add on that, but it won't be too much more.
right. But so they've got it broken out in like whatever economy,
Mhm.
daily driver, and whatever. And they've
Yeah.
got some parts on there that they claim like SKI or something that said it's like a Turkish company. They're like, those are like $13. And it says it's OEM equipment for Fiat Chrysler, Ford, Nissan. I don't know if that stuff is true. It seems unbelievably cheap and like fake almost.
Well, if it's on Rock Auto, you're good. Now, if you go to eBay, you got to buyer beware. You got to know. Go look at people's,
Well,
people
all
that
Rock
bought it
Auto.
before and all, yeah. But Rock Auto, you're
Well-
good. I haven't bought it. I mean, if you buy a bad part there, you send it back. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a ball joint break off on this thing while I'm cruising, that would suck. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because they were
I'm just
$5.
saying if you get it and it's obviously wrong or not right. But yeah, if it breaks, it's a whole different story.
Well, the spread is so huge, like $5 up to Moog at 90. That
Yeah,
just seems insane.
depends on what brand you like.
I don't like Moog.
I don't either.
Uh,
Hey,
National
appreciate
bearing
that,
and there's
Bubba.
junk.
The second size, Bubba, is for people that are not in the U.S. and Canada. Bubba says there's two size calendars. The calendar like this is U.S. and Canada, and the prices for U.S. Canada shipped as well. I think there's $5 shipping or something. But the smaller calendar is for the rest of the world because they will not ship this large one anywhere else except for U.S. Canada.
I just saw Shop Cats. Mess.
Was that one metal?
SKI sounds like junk.
Truck
So,
motors over
I have a
Rams,
question
yeah.
for your question up there. Do you utilize that truck? Like, is it important to you? Do you need that truck?
I
Yeah,
I parked it because of the front end. So
Okay.
the story on this truck is I got it for free. Those
Yep.
Toyos on it are brand new, and they're expensive, right? So the whole front end thing came about because I basically I plated it, and I was going to just use it to run up to the store and get gravel and tow trailers around. But
Okay.
since the front end is so sketchy right now, I just plated my Cherokee instead. So it is, and I wanted to use it for the winter because the winters are so bad here. It is important, but not for super long, incredible stuff. Just
Yep.
I mean, you're not going off roading and stuff. I mean, you do in the winter. You probably have to hit snowbanks and stuff. But
So
I mean, I'd take it off road.
I'm just going to compare it to this truck because this truck is the exact same thing. I got it for like $500.
okay,
Put a
Carlo,
bunch
you're
of
going a
money
little
into
crazy
it.
there.
It's not a great truck, but it does everything I need it to do. Now, I went a little too far into it, fixed absolutely everything. So I'll drive this truck 5 hours down the road. I don't care. But I just had this discussion with a guy that same problem, an 86 Chevy pickup, front end's out of it, and he's like, do I fix this? Do I buy a different truck? Like, what's the best option? And I said, well, if you don't care about your time and you're just putting parts in it to get it from A to B, and you're not relying on the vehicle, what does it hurt you if you're $20 for a ball joint, you fix it, and away you go? Now, if you do think that it's not worth your time and it's easier to get another truck, if you need the truck, then go buy a different truck that's more reliable. But
it was more like if I saw the part in the price structure was, $4 for a
Yeah.
ball joint, and then the Moog stuff or whatever other the top end brands, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever they are, I don't remember them, but those are 100 roughly, 87, 90. Because I don't have a ton of experience with ball joints, so I
think
figured
it's
20
worth
bucks
it.
would be fine.
Even if you're going cheaper, let's say that Moog goes 60,000 miles, which
Screw
isn't,
Moog.
yeah, and 60,000 miles is being generous for them.
Sure.
But if you get a $10 one that goes 10,000 miles, it'll take you a long time to put 10,000 miles on that truck.
I was more concerned with them breaking, not wearing out.
I wouldn't, I've never had a ball joint snap off that was new.
I have.
I've just had them wear out faster.
Yeah. Well, I'll give them a shot then.
I've heard Moog, which used to be real good, and then Midnight Road says it's two different companies named Moog. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I put a full Moog front suspension kit on my 96 4Runner, and I could barely turn the steering wheel. It was so tight.
You live in Detroit. Why don't you go to Detroit Axle?
No, I will not buy from Detroit Axle.
You don't do Detroit Axle?
Nope, they screwed me like 3 times, and I said I'm done with them.
Oh well.
I mean, the place around here, like the springs for that truck I bought locally, they were $800, dude. That's like insane. I could have bought a whole lift kit for it. If you know,
bought another truck.
I'm just saying,
taking them off.
Well, $1,200, you can buy a full lift or drop kit for it, depending on which way you want to go.
That's kind of where I was going with that. Is it's just local stuff here is unbelievably priced. I don't understand why. I don't know. I try to support local where I can, but like I'm not made of money.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
and you can't be throwing that kind of money at something like that, where it's just like I just need it to go. I don't.
Well, you don't want something that's going to break as soon as you put the weight back down on the truck.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I've never had a ball.
You don't need something to last for 40 years either. So
yeah, I'll be lucky if this ram lasts.
Not the cheapest stuff, but somewhere almost
in the
middle or so.
Yep.
All right. Well, I just wanted confirmation from you guys that I wasn't crazy and doing something dumb.
I live in a different environment from you, so don't take what for me, that's what I would do. Now, this guy here produces wrenches. He lives in the same kind of environment you do. So
perfect example, and I can send you the pictures of this. I started looking at the rear brakes. I cleaned this glob of gravelly crap off that was sitting in the top of the U-bolt perch in the center of the differential. And I looked down at the nuts and I'm like, those nuts are about rusted off. And I'm like, I really don't want to lose a U-bolt going down the road. So for $60, I bought new U-bolts, and I'm going to cut the U-bolts off and put new ones on. Now, a lot of people would just ignore that and just be like, U-bolts, whatever. And the only reason I'm doing it, and I tell this to my buddy the other day, I'm like, I'm only doing it because I had to put new shocks on, and I don't want to ruin the shocks if I was to lose a U-bolt and bin the crap out of the new shocks.
All right. Did I tell you guys the story? Over the summer, this lady was driving this clapped out Ford. Or it might have been a Chevy. I think it was a Chevy actually. And this thing was just flapping in the breeze. Just everything was rotten on it. She turned a corner and the whole bed slid off the frame right in the street.
If you could have caught that on video, that'd been a great short.
I know. It was so perfect too, because she was doing like 18 miles an hour because I was doing close to that. And when she turned, it was just slow motion as the whole thing disintegrated in the middle of the road. I was like, oh, dude, would have been like a viral sensation with that crap video. What's up, Brailsford? It just fell apart.
So, Bill, we got half-ass in Detroit and dudes over there. Yeah, that guy, dudes, he's in Iowa. And then Brailsford's are you in South Carolina or North Carolina?
I'm in North Carolina, right outside of Camp Lejeune.
North Carolina.
Hey, who's gonna try to do Power Tour next year?
I am trying to do it in the Volvo. So
where's it
depending on where it is, I'm
about
99% sure that I'm doing it. Now, depending on where it is, if it's somewhere like too far away, like freaking Maine or something, not happening.
Big block,
do the whole thing.
Big block, you're observant.
I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, he's growing some non-military.
Yeah. He said must be on leave. Yeah. And Bill
High
says,
and tight, brother.
half-ass. I'm in Brighton.
In Brighton?
Brighton. Yeah, I guess that's how you say it.
Oh, no shit. Yeah. He's pretty close.
You can tell I've been away from the military for a while.
Yeah, I'm growing mine out a little too. So this is the longest I ever let it grow because it gets so annoying to me. I just cut it all off.
My problem is I usually get tired of it after I lay under a bunch of these for a while, and then it just gets matted with a bunch of stuff. And I'm just like,
the rear end oil.
Yep. There's only so much cleaning you can do.
So how does axle grease condition your beard? Pretty good.
Makes it pretty shiny.
You should try that PB Blaster silicone. Just hose it in there.
How fast when you gonna grow one?
I can't really. I mean, I'm not. I guess I'm kind of outing myself as not the coolest guy around here, but like, I can't grow a beard that's worth a shit, man. And it itches like hell, dude. I don't know how people grow
your heritage or whatever, but a lot of Native Americans can't grow. People with Native American descent can't grow beards. So
I'm half
not
English,
everybody.
I'm half German. I'm like 50% English, 50% German, like nothing else.
Wow. Like half and half.
Yeah. You know, like we could trace our ancestry like all the way back.
It's European. Just check European, right?
I will say
a lot of Danish Viking ancestry. My grandmother is legitimately, my grandfather met her in Denmark. 100% Scandinavian.
Scandinavian, yeah.
Nice.
100%.
So I'm like,
that's
Welsh.
Yeah.
Irish.
Irish, yeah. Okay.
Cherokee Indian. I don't know, some other mutt races in there. It's fine. You know, just a big melting pot of people made me. So
yeah,
I'm really interesting to hear where people are from.
English, but also Scottish and Irish and North African. And I got a whole list of crap.
I'm pretty much as white as white gets. I'm Polish, Danish, and English.
That's my wife. She's Irish and German. That's it.
Where you at, Heart Rock? Aren't you in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I thought he was, or Texas or something like that, wasn't he?
I think Heart Rock's in Oklahoma. I might be wrong.
I was watching his video today.
Yeah, Big Block, you can definitely tell you're Irish, brother, or Scottish both. Now, they say, a lot of Scottish people have red hair, but they say if you have red in your beard or your hair anywhere, then that comes from the Vikings. So,
yep.
Cool.
Chrome strands. Is that what that is? Chrome?
Oh, Cletus.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you. You might know. I don't know. Maybe all of you guys know. I don't know. So, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm like completely obsessed with Toyota FJ40s. I don't know. Okay. I think I told you guys. All right. So, I got a buddy I've known for years in Australia, and he keeps sending me these freaking 40s and these Land Cruisers that are unbelievable. And they're not American money expensive, but they're still kind of a lot. So we got this kind of harebrained idea one day, like import a cruiser or something over to here because it's still older, but he's got
this. You like the FJ40s is what you're talking about?
Personally, that's what I want. But
old Toyotas, not the newer ones, not the cruisers.
The old ones are called Land Cruisers. So they were Land Cruisers way in.
I thought it was two different things, FJ40 and a Land Cruiser. No. I thought they were different back then.
It's like the Blazer and it's a K20 or a K, you know what I mean? It's like they're the same thing. I know
Narc Selected Customs did an LS swap on a Land Cruiser.
Yeah, it's kind of popular.
It wasn't the FJ40, it was just a regular Land Cruiser.
Well, all right, so Land Cruiser encompasses all of the models in between. So you guys ever watch Fab Rats?
No, I never watched them.
Okay.
Not yet, anyway.
So the FJ40 is the Wrangler looking truck, okay? And then they had the 45, which was a pickup. And then there was like the 65 or the 60 or something like that. And they were like SUVs, like a Jeep Cherokee, but huge, bigger. And then the 80s, the FJ80s, which Toyota made, those were in the 90s and 2000 era, they were the Lexus LX 450 or whatever they were. And, like the luxury four-wheel drive Toyota SUV. That was the Land Cruiser in that time, but it was called its model name was an FJ80, even though it was just called Land Cruiser. The badge said Land Cruiser.
I got you.
So what's your question?
So what are the crazy laws regarding importing that? Because that's the part I don't know, and I can't
None.
find
What year are you looking at doing?
like 79.
Okay,
I think
so
it's
as long as
25 years,
25 years or older, it has to be inspected by the DOT, and that's it.
So you can just import a right-hand drive over and
Yep. As
So
long as
it's
all
not
the lights
fees?
work.
Had to be
and
The
all the-
military does it all the time. You'll get guys who'll go over to Japan. They'll bring home Skylines. You'll get people go to Europe. They'll bring home Range Rover Defenders, the old school ones that are
Yeah.
worth a crap ton over here.
the 90s and 110s.
Now, if
So
it's newer
there's
than
no-
25 years, you have to have the EPA inspect it. You have to have all this other
You gotta
crap, and
pay
it can't be
your
can't be
extra
modified.
import
It
duties.
can't-
Oh, I thought there would be like a huge import fee or something
is.
involved with that.
There's
No,
going to be
with,
a cost, but it's not. You know.
That's why
I
a
think
lot of
it'd be
guys
like
in the military do it 'cause it's free. They'll bring home one car.
huh. Well, I was thinking because we were talking about it. He's sending me these ones that I've never even seen. We never had them here in the U.S. and they were like $3,500 Australian or $5,000. And I was like, he's like, oh, we should do this, and then you can fix them and flip them or keep them, whatever you want to do, and we'll split it. And I was like, dude, there's got to be something more to it, or else everyone would be doing it.
Nope.
Well,
I think the big thing is having someone that can put it on a, some kind of shipping.
exactly. Somebody that's selling it to you, and the next thing is having the money to transport it here.
Yeah, because there's going to be some
Yeah.
costs there. You're probably going to end up spending a couple $1,000s easy to
Sure.
do that.
Yeah, I figure like Jaws, BNC.
Hawaii, yeah.
He said it was like 3,500 or something to ship a car over there. So I would imagine it would be roughly the same to bring it from Australia.
Probably.
It depends on if
guessing,
you're
ballpark.
near a port and the other
Right.
person you're doing is near a port. Hawaii is a different deal. That one,
Of course.
yeah, they don't have different. I'm not going to explain the differences because I know I'll get it wrong, but I know there's probably more cost of taking something to Hawaii.
Oh,
I'm
really?
sure.
Maybe it's cheaper then.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wish I was in the
I'd
military. I
imagine
could bring
you're
home
probably
a freaking
about
car.
ballpark though. It's around 3,000 plus, I would think.
Yeah.
Just because you got to put it on
Great.
a ship, then you got to transport it from the port to your house. You probably got to pay docking fees. You got to,
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean,
Unloading fees, loading fees.
some of those cruisers, like they're selling median value like 60 grand, 40
Yeah.
grand.
So if you could buy it for 10, move it for 4, you're still only in it for 14, and if it's worth 60, your money all day. That's
Yeah.
Just
I'd be, man, I don't think I could get rid of it though. I'm such a
yeah.
freaking, I'd be terrible about it. I would end up with this whole yard full of shit that I don't want to get rid of.
Yep.
Well, the LS swap that Narks was talking about, those 2F engines that were in those early cruisers from 60s up to 83,
Yeah.
they had a top speed. Well, in 83, the 2F 6-cylinder, it's a 4.2, like a Jeep or inline 6. Top speed was 62. That was it.
Damn.
I drove one from Alaska to Detroit. It does not go over 62 at all.
that'd be a long trip.
It was 12 days and $1,100 in gas in like 1994.
$1,100. I'm sure you could have it shipped for cheaper than that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I was already in Alaska and I was like, I bought it.
Road trip, right?
Yeah, there was no cell phones or it was a wild trip, dude. But I slept in it the whole time and it just was the best thing. And then that consequently is the same truck I rolled and just destroyed my whole life with. So
Oh yeah,
I
I
still like the
remember that
Land Cruiser.
story.
yeah.
The used car and truck market is crazy right now, Rich. It's crazy. Like PT Cruisers selling for more than $1,000.
Yep.
It's
There's
crazy.
a local to me. There's a I talked about it in somebody's live. Maybe it was my own live. I don't remember. There's a Geo Metro that's for sale. A 93 with like I think it's got like 40,000 miles. Maybe it's 60,000. But the dude's asking like 14 grand for it.
What?
It's all right.
The 3
Yeah.
cylinders?
They sell for more than that on Bring a Trailer. The miles are right. So
I had a convertible one.
the 3-cylinder or the
little
4-cylinder. The 3-cylinder sells for more money. But I'd rather have
Really?
a Geo Metro than I would a PT Cruiser all day.
Oh, well,
Why?
of course. I'm saying the
Well,
fact
they're awesome.
awesome. Okay. Maybe for a commuter, sure.
Yeah. My dad drove
I
them
used
all
to
the
have a
time.
Nissan
They're
Versa.
indestructible.
I love my Versa daily.
I don't know. Mine, I got mine when they first came out, and it like broke down like every week. I couldn't drive it in the winter because they had, I don't know what it was, but there was some issue with some control unit in it, and it would freeze up and the car wouldn't start.
Have
So
y'all
the
seen the
dealer
price
had
of
to
the
tow me
Yugos
every week.
going up? Speaking of stuff coming apart, like
Yugos are sweet though. Yeah, I don't
I don't
know.
know, sweet.
Novelty.
Because they're like
I got a few things I
nostalgic.
got to knock out, man. I just wanted to hop in for a little bit.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you hopping on.
Thanks
Yep,
for
I'll
coming
talk
Merry
to
in.
you guys
man.
later.
Christmas if we don't see you, man, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys.
Yep.
Take
Merry
it easy,
Christmas.
buddy.
I watched his light show. Did you watch that?
The which one?
I missed it.
His Brailsford's light show video.
I guess not.
Go check that out. He's got a very elaborate light show. in
Yeah,
his
he was
house.
talking. He's been talking about it. I hadn't know the video was out yet.
He's got holograms.
told me
He's
yet.
got
It just suggested your video. I don't know how old it is, but it just suggested it to me. And
What
I know it's
video is
older than a day, but it just suggested it to me right before I got on here.
what video is it?
One I haven't watched or commented on yet.
No, the headlight people responded.
We'll send you the right ones. Is that what they're gonna say?
No, they were just confirming that
What
what
truck you have?
bulb arrangements I have. No, they were like, well, you got the marker light, right? Or they're out of China. So
Oh,
they
act like
try
you
to
don't know
call
what
it
you're talking about here.
no, they're
you got the
wording.
Dodge, right?
So they were saying the corner light,
Oh.
and I was like, well, that's yeah. So they just were checking it out, make
There
sure.
you go. That's
what
the
I
new
got.
one. I don't think there's gonna be a video this week.
That's fine. You know, I do one every
I'm
week,
over
man.
it. I've been doing one every week for a year. I haven't missed a single week. So it's just kind of like that's why that ASMR one came out, because I was like, I can't miss a week. And then I created that turd and I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm not gonna.
I went ahead and put my Cletus main lawnmower thing I was doing. I put
Yeah,
that
I
as
saw
a
that.
short. So
Yep, I saw that.
a big belly hanging out and shit, you know.
You're getting crazy with that Cleater thing.
Cletus main. Have you seen that one half-ass?
Yeah,
I kind of
commented on
copied
it.
off your guy a little bit. Not exactly, but you know,
Dude,
inspired. by it.
you could rob it completely. I'd be proud.
I wouldn't do it. I couldn't do it, man.
Why not? I think you could.
Because I can't do it. It's not. I'm not as funny as you doing that stuff. So
I don't believe that. I'm not really that funny. I'm just
it's pretty
an
good,
idiot.
man. And your videos, I mean, the camera quality and stuff, the editing, man, that was on point.
Oh, well, that's this thing. So this is my camera for YouTube. It's just this S20 whatever, FE.
21, yeah.
Yeah, it was like, I got it because I switched to T-Mobile to be on my ex's account because Verizon was like $80 a month. I paid $20 for my phone, but now I just couldn't do Verizon anymore. And that phone sucks, so I just use it for the camera.
So I've had an S10 since they first came out, you know, and I'm not a guy that chases the new phone by any means. I do all my videoing with my S10 mostly. And then like I went to go get a new screen protector because I broke mine. And I go into the Best Buy and they're like, yeah, that's too old.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Gotta get
What
on
do you
that.
mean? I'm like, S10's too old. And they're like, yeah,
Not the SCNE. It's not that old. It's
exactly.
good phone.
Phones are crazy.
Yeah, it's a good
this
phone.
is an S10 right here.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I
they're
wanted
like,
the E
"Nah,
because
that's
it doesn't have
outdated."
the rounded edge.
Yeah, that's
I don't-
Oh
good.
boy, got another.
I don't get phone people, man. I just don't care about phones at all. Like, as long as they work.
Yeah, exactly. I just use mine, and like I tell everybody, I usually go like 5 years on every phone. So like
Yeah.
I started out with the S1, I had an S5, and now I have an S10. For 15 years, I've had 3 phones. So it's like everybody's like, "Whoa, I get a new phone every 2 years." I'm like, "Well, good for you."
I'll tell you, the S20 FE has a terrible screen. So don't, if you have an
Like
option
the
to buy
response
it.
time or something.
No, so the FE is supposed to mean fan edition. And according to Samsung, what they did is they asked their users what are the things that they want most in a phone and what don't they care about. And then all the users came together and said what they wanted. And they made this phone for them, right? For enthusiasts.
Okay.
The S10 has like a 1440 screen or something
Okay.
like that. Or, you know what I mean? Like,
Super high
It's
def.
really nice. You can read it and you can't see the pixels. This has got a 1080p screen. When you look at it up close, you can see the pixels. It's freaking distracting and horrible. So
Where's
don't
my quality?
dude, it is garbage quality screen. It's like a 10-year-old quality display.
And your screen is like half the value of your phone. So
right? That was what I was saying. And
Well,
you can't
Samsung's usually
watch
pretty
it.
good if you're not happy. So I had Apple product. I had everything Apple, like Apple computer, laptop, desktops, iPads, Apple phones.
Apple.
We had everything Apple. And then I had when I stopped using Apple, I had an iPhone 6 Plus when it first came out. I just paid for it. It wasn't even 3.5 months old, and it started having a digitizer issue. And they admitted, hey, it's a problem. You know, they're like bringing it into Apple Store, which took forever. But I brought it in for them to look at, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, it's not going to work anymore." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, we can give you a refurbished one for $350." I'm like, "No, you can't. Why can't you fix this one? It's not even, it's barely 3.5 months old. It's not even 4 months old." They're like, "Well, you didn't get Apple Care, so the warranty on it is only 3 months."
Yeah. Apple is so anti-consumer.
So I went to Samsung.
It's terrible.
And I have everything Samsung now. And the thing with Samsung is if you call them and say, "Hey, look, you could look at my Samsung accounts. I have all these accounts. I have all these devices. I have a problem with this one." Like my son has a Samsung Note 8, which is kind of old now. Yep. But I called him and said, "Hey, I bought this phone. It's an older model, but I bought it. And it has this issue already. I forgot what it was, but it's something small." So they brought it in, and it had a crack in the screen too. They had me send it to them. They sent it back repaired, and the screen was repaired and everything, and it cost me a dime.
So I will mention this because a lot of people don't realize it, and it just puts some perspective on it. So this is my S10, good phone. This is my Apple whatever crap 7-year-old work phone. So I don't care about it. But the fact of the matter is, Samsung sells parts to Apple. Samsung manufactures a lot of the chips. They're the manufacturer of the parts that goes into an Apple phone.
Sure.
When people think Samsung is competing with Apple, that's an illusion. Samsung is a multi-conglomerate corporation. I mean, they own boats. It's a huge phones are just a little bit of what they do, and they sell parts to Apple. So when Apple's sitting over here
they do
going,
washers, dryers, TVs, everything.
Yep. So when you think Apple's competing and it's a better product, Samsung doesn't even care about their phones, and they're willing to take care of you. All Apple has is their damn phones, and they're not willing to help you out.
Well, and that's my big thing is the Apple and Samsung, they both make a great product. I like the software and stuff on Apple is great.
I hate Apple.
But their customer service is terrible.
The Apple. The only good thing about
this phone, they're super anti-consumer, and they won't support any of their devices. So if you do any research on Apple, because I've fixed them for so long, they are the worst company in the world.
I will say this Apple phone is almost indestructible. I've tried to break it over and over and over again. It won't break. That's the only good thing I can say about it, because you can just...
It must be an older one then.
You don't care.
Because the newer ones, they'll break. Looking at them, they'll crack.
Well, this S10 I bought refurbished on Amazon. I thought that T-Mobile was screwed up. So, what was it? Yeah, T-Mobile. So I don't remember exactly what happened. Anyway, I got this phone. It wasn't working. I got a new SIM card, all this stuff. It turns out that this phone, on some of my videos, you might hear the weird audio. It sounds like it's mono or it switches sides. That's the microphone in my main phone. So it's broken, and I have to send it back. So the refurb was broken, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to go without a phone for,
See you, Wood Metal. See you, Bill Cameron. Y'all take it easy. Merry Christmas.
Take it easy, guys. Thanks for dropping in. I got your stickers, Wood Metal. I got to put them on something make a little video. So
I need to get on that.
Go ahead, making stickers.
Yeah, I want to get them all cut out, put them on magnet, and put them up on my fender on the wall. And I have them all in this envelope thing I've put together, and I just need to do it, but I don't ever find the time.
Time's hard to come by.
Yeah, it makes me mad because I want to display them and put them up and be like, "Hey, everybody, I got your stuff," blah, blah, but then it's always just that's just another thing to do.
So what you could do, I don't know if you're interested, is just go out and buy like a magnet that'll fit on there, like even just a rectangle one or something, and put the stickers on that thing, and just stick it on there and stick on the magnet.
Well, see, that's kind of what I want to do. Is you can buy this magnetic paper.
Yeah.
It's like, just put them on there and then cut around them and.
Yeah, well, I guess mine's not as nice, but it'd be quick. You just put them on there and stick it on there, and then later, I guess you could cut them out. And
yeah, I guess if you put it on the same thing, it's not like you got to waste the time to cut them. You can just stick them all on there and go.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I got, I'd never get it done if I didn't. So.
Well, that's just it. I got all these great plans, and then I never follow through because I always find something else to do.
Just half-ass shit like I do, and you get more kind of done.
Hey,
Not half-ass, half-ass.
that's what some people are still confused, thinking that I didn't intentionally name my channel that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I wonder if he knows that it actually sounds like. I'm like, you got it, buddy.
Wonder if he had no idea.
You just I could change it to half speed.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, you see the type of work I do. None of it's professional. I'm not
come on,
freaking this old Tony or anything. I just don't want to do it again, mostly.
Right. That's always sucky when you got to redo it.
Yeah. So that's basically the whole driving motivation of me trying is I just don't want to do it again. I got too much stuff to do. I don't have enough time. So the videos have been really slow coming out because I've had personal stuff. I had to take care of my family and things. I haven't had time out here. So it is.
You just need another short to hit like you did that one.
I got almost nothing from that short. That short was just like a fluke, and it was neat to look at, but like I didn't get any subs or anything from it really.
Oh, you didn't get any subs from it?
I mean, I might have gotten like a few, but no one has commented or I don't.
Well, if you look in the analytics, it'll tell you how many subs you got from it. And mine's got like 100. Mine got like 121 from it, from my big short that went big or whatever. Mine wasn't even as big as yours. So it was on like 145,000 or something.
I was actually just playing around trying to figure out how to do it, and I was just thinking about it.
It was real dumb. Mine was like, hey, I found this electrical problem in the avalanche. And that's all I said. It was, anyway.
I know. I don't understand. Like, I've tried on some of the shorts, and like when I was digging in the culvert, that didn't do anything. I was like, that's way cooler than me. I thought it was kind of neat. The culvert's too short too, so I wasted all that money and time. I have to go buy another culvert now and put it in.
Well, trying to save you a little money, you're gonna spend some more, ain't you?
Damn culverts were like $600+ for that.
That was like 100 or something.
150.
But can't you take two of them and pop them together?
I can't find another one this size. I have to like actually go buy a longer culvert. So I guess I could dig it back up and somehow join them, but but you know what? I see my phone is at 6%. I have to go, and I'm freezing to death, dude.
Freezing to death.
Ice cold. Yeah, it's cold.
Got some tacos?
Crap out here.
Some tacos. So
yeah,
before you go half-fast, do you have a Taco Bell where you are? I assume.
It looks good.
Or Taco John's. Sorry, Taco John's.
No, we have. Oh shoot, I forgot the name of it. We do not have Taco John's that I'm aware of. There is Taco Bell, but they like poison you every time you walk in the door, so I don't go there anymore.
So I go to Taco John's and everybody laughs at me, but I get the 6-pack and a pound, so 6 soft shells with a pound of potato lays, and that's what I get. So everybody's like, "You just eat that?" I'm like, "Yeah."
And a pound of what?
Potato lays.
What are those?
They're like little hash brownies with salt on them.
Oh hell yeah!
Huh.
Nah, we don't. Where I live, there's just not a broad selection of stuff. The foods.
That's the weird thing about Iowa. Is like literally have everything. We have all the major chains. If you go down to like Omaha, they have everything. More restaurants per capita than anywhere else. And it's just like, you want a bunch? I don't know
what it is here. It's like some little restaurant will open up and it'll be like a Thai restaurant, Indian, you name it, whatever, and they'll go out of business within a year or two, and because no one eats there, and then they'll open up a Burger King and the thing will be like a block long line to get in it. Or McDonald's.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't get it, man.
We have a ton of hole in the wall places. Like in where I live, like back in the day, because it was a beef community, they had like huge stockyards and everything. Everybody had like a big challenge on taverns. Like everybody's big thing was tavern sandwiches. So like we have a bunch of old fast food places that are like mom and pop places, and they're like, who has the best tavern? It's like, who the hell eats taverns? Like nobody wants your taverns. It's okay.
I don't know, man. I would be happy with some variety around here. There's a shawarma place that's managed to stay open, but they are literally the bomb, brother. They are so good. It's called Shawarma Yes. Sounds goofy, but it's good. I don't know if you've ever had shawarma.
Oh, yeah. My wife makes it.
Oh, really?
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I bet it's good.
Lucky you.
Half-ass, you need a transmission fluid sponsor?
Oh, my God. You know that truck has went through $400 in trans fluid?
Ooh.
From those leaks?
Did it leak right out of the selector on the 727 or what?
I don't know. So the story on that before my phone dies is, in case you haven't seen the videos, I pulled I have a B350 van that I took the 360 that I built and put in here, and then it had a 727. My truck had a 904 that blew out when I put power to it with this 360, so I needed the 727. There's a hot rod shop kind of way down in the city, like 20 miles away, and they do Mopar stuff, and they build some pretty crazy stuff. They've been around forever. I had them rebuild the 727. I gave them carte blanche. It's like, he's like, what do you want me to do? I was like, you do whatever you got to. I want to be able to go on power tour and not worry about it. You can do whatever you want. Feed blasted case, this thing, that thing, don't care, whatever, put different, do the clutch swap, anything you want, do it. So he gave it back to me, and the thing was pouring out of the truck. Like 20-minute drive, the trans was empty, right? So
yeah, at first it was pouring out of the tail shaft, wasn't it?
So it was what he found, it was pouring out somewhere, and I could never really find it because it just covered the whole truck. So on the back of the 727s, where the tail shaft comes out, there's the low reverse shift rocker pin. It goes through the case, and there's O-rings on it. Or an O-ring or whatever. So that O-ring got cut somehow when he installed it, and when it would build pressure, it would just freaking annihilate the whole truck with transport.
We'll give him that honest mistake on one time, sure.
Right? So I trailered the truck down there, 20-something miles, dropped it off. He's like, it's all done. And then on the way home, it died. The videos that I have up now where it just failed, right? So it's sat here, and it's been dripping fluid like nonstop. So, and I can't tell where it is. Everybody keeps telling me, oh, it's the dipstick. It's not the dipstick, because the dipstick has got like great stuff, the silicone great stuff on it. It's dry as a bone, but it's weeping from like an unknown area. It's like, it looks like everywhere.
So I've owned 3 of those Dodge pickups with 727s, and every single one of them had the same problem. The press-in seal, it goes around the shift selector, starts to leak, and it'll leak just straight up and blanket the whole bottom side of the transmission everywhere. So you can check on that. It's kind of hard to see.
The transmission guy would know that, though.
Yeah. And the worst part is they make a tool to essentially press it out from the top side. You don't got to pull the valve body out. So
yeah, but I mean, I can look at it, and the side is dry. Like, it's coming from the back somewhere. So I don't know if that O-ring got cut again.
Or there's a crack in the case.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? So I had it in the van, and the van's just a shitty-ass van, right? But I bombed around in the yard, and it never leaked. And I had it for months, like a year or something, and it never leaked a drop. So then I pulled the trans out, sat on like a furniture dolly that's open in the Harbor Freight deals, Never once a drop ever dripped out of that thing. So when I took it to him, he keeps asking me on the phone, like, hey, did we bead blast that? I was like, dude, I told you to do whatever you want. He's like, that case might be cracked. I was like, I don't know, but it wasn't leaking before I gave it to you.
Right. Now in the back.
I mean, he didn't drop it either.
Where the tail shaft, where the yoke and all that meets up, does it look like it's leaking there? And does it have the right, because you got your original drive shaft, right? So does it have the right seal for your drive shaft? Oh, yeah.
I had a drive shaft made, and so the 904 and the 727 tail shaft seals are a little different. And when I put this new drive shaft in, it collapsed that seal a lot more than it should have. But I did that myself. I bought the trick flow pan. I bought a new seal. I bought all the different stuff because I was trying to fix it myself. And I bought it. I put in a different, tail like yoke seal in it, and it was fine. It doesn't leak from there at all. But again, what the issue was then is that pin O-ring was cut, ejecting under pressure all that fluid. So
Right.
now it's just weeping. So under load, it doesn't blow the fluid out like it did before. It's just weeping nonstop. So there'd be a pool of fluid under the truck, like is this big around, from just sitting with nothing else, never started.
But now it's not doing that. It's just a slow.
No, that's dripping.
Oh, it still
It's not
does
blowing fluid out. It's
Right,
just
but it drips.
weeping constantly.
When it's not under pressure.
Yeah, and
Right.
it shouldn't leak not under pressure unless it's cracked or there's something that fluid can just sit in there and leak out. I mean, if it's not a seal, it shouldn't leak under non-pressure.
I know, it's crazy. Brand new
You would think
pan,
the transmission
brand new.
guy would know.
I'll tell you, dude, my dad turned 80 yesterday. So the entire reason that this truck doesn't have my 4-speed in it is because I wanted him to be able to enjoy it a little bit while he could. I'm regretting the decision every single second it sits here.
Man,
it is.
Huh? What's that, Rock?
I said 4-speed it is.
Well, if I do that, he won't really be able to.
Well, and then you lost all the money you put into the transmission so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if the guy comes back, my biggest fear is that he's going to come back and give me some BS about like, oh, we found a crack and yeah, that's not covered. I'm like, I told you to do everything, right? And it didn't leak when it was here. So if he kind of starts, kind of push it off like, well, I'm just going to have to just.
You think
use
he would
the
just eat
800.
it and give you a different one that?
Yeah,
he can buy one and rebuild it and be done with it.
Did he put it in or did you put it in?
I put it in.
So if you're more than willing to bring it back to him, I would say he should fix whatever's wrong with it for free. I mean, that's as easy as throwing it up on the bench and doing it. I mean,
especially since the first time that it started leaking was definitely his fault because he found that.
I'm not pulling it out though. That's the thing. I did it at Jay's, my buddy Jay's, up on his lift, and it was a nightmare to do it then, just because it sucks and it's just hard. Transmissions blow. So since I put it in, I had him rebuild it. If he's going to pull it out again after he failed to fix it, he should do it. I'm not going to lay on my back and pull it out.
I 100% agree with that. It's just I know my grandfather was a train mechanic for 40 years. He would meet people a long way if they were willing to just bring him a transmission.
Sure.
And not saying you should. I'm not saying you should have to do that. I'm just, just an
no.
option.
Or tell him, hey, buy me a different transmission, and I'll swap you.
Exactly.
Well, I know.
Too.
See, the only jack, I don't have like nice tools here. It looks like I have a lot of stuff, but it's just mostly shitty tools, right? So what I use is an ATV jack.
Yep.
I bought it at a yard sale for $10, so it's not like the greatest thing.
Tank, so.
Yeah, so that's all I've got. But the trans doesn't like sitting on that thing. It's hard because it'll want to roll, and I don't know.
Have a regular floor jack at all?
I do. I can't trust it. Did I tell you that the truck collapsed on me and ran me over?
Yep, you did that in a video. I think you was talking.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I commented that you might want to replace some old ass ramps. Some things are too small.
The ramps are gone. They're already in the scrapyard. So I got to get some. I got to get some stuff, but I don't have room for. Oh, I ordered a plasma cutter. $200 Amazon special.
Oh, it's gonna be good.
I'll send you a link that if you guys want a plasma cutter, this dude reviewed it and it cuts 1/2-inch plate. It's like dual voltage and all this stuff, and it's $200. And he says it works fine. Plasma.
Do you have to have an air compressor?
Well, yeah, you got to have it. All of them.
Nope. Mine has a built-in air compressor.
It has enough volume to cut.
Yep.
Well,
really?
Or whatever they call it.
Yeah, you just plug her into 110 and just start cutting.
Oh, it's a. All right. I didn't even know. I've never seen one of those.
How much
only cuts
did yours
like quarter. Only cuts like quarter.
Yeah.
Mine was a return. It was a Hobart, and it was a return, and it was originally like $750. It sat on their shelf, and it's because the guy didn't understand how to do the arc start. So he just kept mashing it into steel and messed up the tip. So then he returned it, and I'm like, it just needs a tip. It's not really a big deal. I looked at it all.
Just a tip.
What pressure? Just for a minute. What pressure does yours run at?
That's just it. It doesn't even tell you. It just has its own built-in compressor, and you just turn it on and cut away. And it's about this big. It's tiny.
Yeah, look on my Instagram. Well, this thing is supposed to cut 1/2-inch plate. I'm never probably going to cut 1/2-inch plate. I don't have a use for that, but I do need a better MIG welder. So that's next up on the.
Mine only cuts like 1/4-inch plate. So I mean, it's only good for like body metal and small stuff.
Yeah, that's all I need
it for. Yeah. So I got it on sale as a return, and I, kept talking to the manager of the store, and it wasn't selling because nobody sat there for 6 months. And I finally went in there one day. I'm like, I'll give you $200 for it. And he gave me it for $200, and it's super portable. That's why I love it, because you just take it, plug it in, and cut stuff.
A lot of people in this area are really, because it's not a big money area, it's Harbor Freight stuff. A lot of people are in Harbor Freight tools. Me too. They're all right. Like their hand tools, I really like them.
Depends on what it is. It's very limited.
I've never broke one of their wrenches.
I can't say that because I've broken a few.
Let me see one that broke like a day ago somewhere laying around here.
Dude, I'm at like 2%. I'm about to die.
All right, man.
Not literally.
We'll see you later, brother. Appreciate you coming on.
It was nice hanging out with everybody.
Hey, if you get tired of that old Dodge, just I'll take it as is and trade you for something else. I got something.
No, but you and I might work on getting a second gen, a better second gen for me.
Oh, I can get you all day.
I don't know if there is such a thing as a better second gen, but okay.
Better than this one, I mean.
Did you see the second gen that I sold?
Yeah, but
what'd you get out of that?
It was pretty ratty. I made some money. Okay. $3,300.
That's pretty good.
And altogether, I had 800 and was it 56 or 20? 856, I think. I'd have to look where I wrote it down, but
glorious. All new wiring harness, plenum gasket.
5.9 or the 5.2?
5.9, baby, and it's chipped up.
Chipped up.
Yeah, I don't know. I found I don't know where it is. Oh, so this thing, when I got it, the guy that had the Cherokee and this truck had like an unexpected death. I have no history on these. So all the stuff in the videos about like me not knowing why it's the way it is, that's it. So the engine fire that cooked this, all that. So I found under the seat I forgot what, it's a programmer for you, OBD2 programmer. Yeah. And it does all these things. And what's weird about it is it's for a 2000 to 01 Ram, right? Mm-hmm. And a 96 Cherokee in one unit. It's both the exact trucks I got.
Special ordered it, maybe?
I don't know. There's just a sticker on the side. I would have never thought there was a programmer that was just for two specific vehicles.
Yeah. He must have ordered it that way, I'd guess, anyway.
I don't know. That program was like $600 according to the website.
When's the Cherokee getting back on your channel?
It's ready to go. I need to get a lift kit for it. I just don't want to spend the $500. Right now, the suspension is so sagged out that it's just on bump stops the whole time. So you're just freaking destroying the truck. Ooh. But the Cherokees, I could start it up right now and bomb around in it. But I really,
I said I like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I really just need to get some suspension under it, and I'll be good. Well, guys, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. And
yeah, man. Appreciate you coming on, brother.
Thanks for letting me chill with you. Yeah, Merry Christmas, y'all. Hopefully, I'll see you before then.
Yeah, maybe. If not, I think I'm going to do a live next week to kind of cap the year. And then if I don't see you then, I'll talk to you next year.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'll be on Instagram. I'm on there all the time. So. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Nice hanging out.
Yeah, man.
Take it easy, man.
Good night, brothers.
Sure.
So I have a question for you. Mr. Piston.
What's up, dude?
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
What is that fancy light behind you, sir?
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting out of the way.
That's some filming lights?
Yeah, I was setting up how to cut paper gaskets. That's happening
Okay.
there. So I got one there. And
Yeah.
then,
And those, like, you can actually set the light spectrum and everything on those guys?
yeah, so you can set the power
Okay.
from 10% increments going up.
Okay.
And then you can also set it from 3,200 Fahrenheit up to 5,600 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So
So
you
what
have, not Fahrenheit, sorry, Kelvin.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What are those things around?
So don't buy them individually. It's from a company called Newer,
Okay.
which I'm really happy with. So I picked up those lamps with the stands, and you can see the tripod that the camera's on.
Yep.
It's a pretty solid tripod. So I picked up that as a pack off of Amazon.ca, and that came to $112. It was actually almost a year ago. It was a Boxing Day sale.
Yeah, dang.
And
I've
they've
been
got a
looking for
lot.
those lights, and they are not that cheap.
They have a lot better things available now. So the one thing I wish I would have done was splurged and gone with the extra few dollars to get the 360 degrees of color.
Gotcha.
So-
Send me. I just sent you a message, so
That was you.
yeah, send me a brand back on what that is, and I'm gonna look it up.
And tell me
Whenever you
what
get
that
them
brand was too.
Newer. It's NEEWER.
Oh, there you go. Winning.
Yeah, they're great. I mean, they're pivot heads. They're
Because I've been
everything that
looking. I've been looking for those lights, and I was like $300.
Wow.
And I'm like, no.
No. So Newer, I'll tell you, I've used them since day one. Their products, and I've taken them across Canada with me. I've been able to set them up. The batteries, they last. I think I get 4.5 hours out of the batteries at 80%. I just tested them out. Now they're USB charged batteries, and they take forever to charge. So I like using the wall plug-in with them as well. But they have stood the test of time. They've gone in aircraft. They've gone on road trips. They've gone pretty much everywhere with me that I've taken a camera. There's no issue with temperature outside. I haven't found a temperature yet that's too cold or too hot that affects their performance. It'll affect the batteries as batteries would be affected by temperature. But
Batteries, yeah.
they're LEDs, right? So that's it. And honestly, we're probably looking at hundreds of hours on those lights right now, and no issues. So the other thing I'll recommend getting with them, though, is if you can get diffuser foil.
Yeah.
Neat little trick for you. Parchment paper works just the same.
Yep, I have used that. I've actually used. I got some grocery store bags that I've slipped over lights that actually do the same thing. So
Give me a quick second here.
No, I did run and get socks this time. I went and got my house shoes and a coat. It's like what, 40 something now?
Like
It's
so
41
chilly.
here now.
It's
Ooh.
so chilly in here.
All right.
I can't lie. It's like 80 degrees in this garage. But the
So-
problem is that's 80 degrees at the ceiling.
Oh.
It's like 20 degrees at the floor. So it's got like this weird imbalance going on.
Best shop lamp I've ever had.
Okay.
Best camera lamp I've ever had. So it's made by it's called the MC Mini.
Mhm.
This is with the diffuser pack on it. If you take it out, it's actually very tiny. I've dropped it on the floor a few times. They've stood up very well. They are Wi-Fi as well. But you can control them manually. So this offers you 3 options. You can have what color you want, what intensity you want, and what saturation you want. So they're great. You can link them all together, however many you get. So you can have all the lights working at once. You can set them up on different sides of the room and have contrasting colors. You can control it all from your phone. But when I say they're great shop lamps, the 2 little magnets on the back, they are rare earth magnets, and those suckers will stick to almost anything. They're great. They're absolutely great. If you can see just, I get the left and right on top of the camera there. That's what I'm actually using for a central light.
Okay.
And they work great. They absolutely do. They go on sale quite often as well. If you order directly from the manufacturer, Before shipping, I paid about 120 Canadian for 2 lamps.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's $91 or something US.
About that, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not bad. That's totally doable.
They're
Hey.
very popular, and the downside is that availability is limited. So when they make batches and they sell them, once they're sold out, you got to wait like 2-3 months for another batch.
How long are you going to be on, Cleatus?
I don't know.
Okay. I might be
Long
back.
enough
I
you went
don't
to go
really
get a
have
jacket
a
and some
deadline,
shoes.
but I don't know.
All right.
Everybody gets tired, or I get too cold or
If you're
tired.
not on, y'all have a good night. If you are on, I'll definitely be back. So,
Okay,
all right.
take it easy, brother.
Yep.
Thanks, dudes. See you in a bit.
So yeah,
Doyle Thompson, yeah, he got Crown Vic on 160th mile cruise. Okay, good. Before it breaks again. The Panther platforms are pretty cool, man. Can we share names in chat? I guess so. Lights?
We're just talking
the
about
name
lights.
of the light.
Oh,
I
lights.
guess.
All right, so I don't want to move it because it is set up. So these ones that I'm using specifically, they're made by Newer. I'll write the model number in the chat.
While he's talking about that, 113. I know you got your calendar in. Did you see Nick's? What month was Nick's? Was it June? No,
I think I'm
you were
June.
June.
Nick
You were
in
June.
September.
September. Did you see his bike?
Oh yeah,
Pretty cool
I
picture.
love that. I love that bottom shot with the old gas pump on it.
Yeah, I like
That's
that
cool.
too.
Yeah.
I wish his name was spelled right on there. It'd be even better, but
Yeah, I was thinking about taping over it and putting his name in.
that would be funny.
No, it's cool. The calendar's awesome, man. It is. It's really good quality too. You know.
Yeah, like the front's a little fuzzy for some reason. I don't know. It's not
Yeah.
bad, but then there's a
Yeah,
couple
but
pictures. So I was showing my wife the picture or yours or whatever,
Yeah.
Melissa or whatever. She says, "You should have let me come down there and take the picture." I said, "Well, you could have."
Actually, we were there. Hey, Piston, have you seen the picture that I did
See you, Brandon.
Which one?
for the calendar?
I did.
Did
I
you
did.
see what I was doing?
If you're talking about surfboarding in front of your shop, hell yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Raleigh free, man.
See, the wife says she would align the bikes up different so you can see them
love it.
better. too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Except
figured
I'm-
motorcycle people
I
would
will-
get it.
I will just say that I am very, very happy you did not do it with what he was wearing or the lack
Oh
thereof.
no, that wasn't an option for me.
So for those who
I don't
don't
Hey,
have
know,
you
no-
could have done it. It would have been good for the calendar, right? I
So
wouldn't
for
have
those
been the
who-
only one.
those who don't know about the picture we're talking about, there's an epic picture of a dude down in Bonneville riding an old Triumph, and to set the speed record for that time, he was surfboarding on the seat, but he stripped down to nothing more than riding boots and a Speedo. So everybody thank 113 for not going full out on replicating that picture.
And
Yeah.
you're all welcome for that.
Larry, Merry Christmas to you too, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody. Everybody that's in here and not
Yeah.
able to make it here and everything. Thanks. Let's see. Nick says thanks, 113.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's a great picture. I love that. Or also, you're welcome for not wearing the Speedo too, if that's what it was.
Yeah. Well, he might be saying thanks for both, but yeah.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
That's right.
Yeah, the calendars came out pretty good actually. It was I was a little worried about it, but when it came in, I was like, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Especially, I was only worried because I didn't get a chance to order it and check it out, and because I wanted to make sure to have it ready. People can have it start in the new year because it's a calendar.
Yeah.
You probably weren't even the first one to get one, were you?
I wasn't. There was somebody in Canada got it before me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's somebody yesterday that got one in Canada.
Very cool. That's
So
great.
today, you, me, Bill Cameron, and one other person got theirs today. So
Nice. I
Bubba
don't
was
think
supposed to get his first, but they're just somewhere in Dallas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And there's no update. It just FedEx just says there's no update.
Yeah.
I was
There's
wondering,
never-
like, I got a FedEx alert, and I was wondering, like, I didn't order parts this week. Where's this coming from?
Are you sure?
That's probably your calendar. It'll be there
Okay,
tomorrow.
well, I didn't order parts from Iowa this week. Let me be specific.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going through checking every order, every waybill, like what is happening? And then my wife's like, is he sending the calendar from his place or is it going direct? Ah, direct. Okay, cool. Cool. That answers a lot.
Oh, John
Yeah.
got his calendar
Hey,
today
John.
too.
Yeah. Nice.
John, did you get your cameras yet? They're not supposed to be there. What date did they give it? I have to look at the shipping receipt. They're not supposed to be there this soon, but they're supposed to be there probably right after Christmas. I would assume they may get there before, but it could come in. It could have come in today. I don't know. Let's see. Old 650 back in the day, one of the most beautiful bikes IMO ever built.
In my opinion,
Ah,
that's slang for young people.
well, I'm just getting too old now.
650 is also slang for not knowing how to run a 500.
Oh,
That's right. Shots fired. Shots
okay.
fired.
Yeah.
It's on the way, John. I'll get that tracking number. I don't think I've seen you on Instagram, so I won't be able to give it to you. But next time I see you, I'll have a tracking number ready for you.
Larry,
Maybe you don't
I
have
like
one.
you. I like you a lot, Larry. The fact that you like Triumphs. And I'm sorry if I threw too much shade about that 650 comment, but the 500s are just so much fun.
That's okay. Raleigh Free was on a Vincent, not a Triumph, if that helps.
Okay, you know what, man?
You know, the fastest motorcycle in the world.
Same
Fastest
team,
vehicle, I
Farva.
believe
Same
it's
team.
named.
Same team. All right? Jeez.
Where are they now?
I was about to tell you. So
in every museum.
that son of a bitch right there.
Yeah.
Did you hear the story about my near crotch fire?
No.
All right, so it's cold.
Yeah.
And I'm riding my bike because it's a whopping 3 degrees Celsius and a little bit of freezing going on. And I'm thinking, you know what? The roads are clear. I'm still going to take it out for a ride. Why not? Everything's fine. Going along, and I start smelling gas. And I'm like, not cool. Doing the wet check while still riding with the glove. It's dry. All of a sudden, my right leg, moving towards my crotch, starting to get pretty cold. And I look down, and there's just this stream of fuel coming up off the tank down onto my pants.
Off the tank. Ooh.
The cork gasket finally gave up the ghost, right? So as the wind was coming over top, the slipstream was pulling the gas out. So I'm like, okay, what am I going to do, right? So that got sorted out. Come home, fix the gasket. Everything's fine. Take a look at it. I come in the morning, and there's another fuel leak at the bottom. I'm like, okay. The one gasket in that Solex carburetor gave up as well. So that's what this whole setup here is all about. Doing a how-to video on how to cut your own paper gaskets, because of course you get gasket sets for an old TRW. It has everything except the carburetor, and you can't find rebuild kits for those old carbs anywhere. So it's a matter of finding an old one, scrounging it up, and getting whatever used parts you can, or fabricating new ones. But the bike's living up to its name with the Kerosene Express. It's only a matter of time till it actually sparks up, and then.
Well, let's hope it doesn't. But
Yeah.
mount.
Yeah.
Weren't you going to do like a fire extinguisher for like an
Yeah.
old fire extinguisher mount? Maybe you need to actually mount that fire extinguisher.
Where are they? Put them away somewhere safe. Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, what's going on over there, Cletus?
Not too much. Just
Got my
you know.
got my heater on behind me, but it's blowing cold air.
Yeah, well, I had to go get my jacket. It's kind of cold here.
Yeah. Well, my heat wasn't on, so I came out here and turned it on. So it takes a few minutes for it to kick in.
Well, it only got to like 54 today, but it's a pretty
really?
good drop after that. It's like 39 now. So
That
Managed to
That's
get
awesome.
2 of these. Now, so that's all they are,
oh
right?
yeah, the pumps.
And so if I cap the bottom, we'll clean the whole thing out first, cap the bottom, and then the refill plug, get that squared away. Then I'm thinking if I can just prop this somewhere safely. I can't open it up because they're sealed, right? But if I can get rid of this by unscrewing it and hit it from the inside and removing that, then this here will just be the seal. So whenever I want to pour something out, instead of worrying about the bolt on the bottom or out here, just pull this out and pour the coffee out. But it's
That would
solid
be
brass. And it'll hold the temperature. Yeah. And there's a second one for parts as well.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it. So the dude was selling them, and he was on Etsy, and he was selling the two of them
Really?
together as a pair, both made in Canada, so it fits the bike perfectly.
Yeah.
And he's asking for less than what one of them is going for. I'm like, I called him up. I sent him a message. I'm like, hey man, can you call me before I commit to this? I called him. I'm like, you're selling two of them. Either something seriously wrong or you're not charging enough for this. He said, nope. This is what I'm selling them for. I'm just starting up my shop. Okay, well, I will happily take them off your hands.
Yeah. That's a great find.
Yeah, I was over the moon. No damage to them whatsoever. This one,
Yeah, they look great.
all that somebody did was they stripped the black paint off of this one. But if you paint it black and then just with a block of wood and like say 2000 grit sandpaper, you can work off the raised detail to get the same effect as, because that's all they did with these.
Huh. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's all embossed and that's it. So you go with a 2000. It takes a while. Wet sand it with 2000, and if you got yourself some nice black enamel paint in there, just take your time with it, and it'll take care of it without damaging any of the detail on the brass. And then the rest of it is just brass soap.
Yeah, just polishing it up. Yeah.
Well, I managed to find an old rack for the back of that bike, the original rack, but I'm not going to put the pannier covers on. I'm going to go through and show how to make your own bags.
Oh yeah.
Because I only want a bag on one side, but what I'm trying to do is find the old Second World War Korean era collapsible shovel that had the spike on one side, the blade on the other. Because on the other side, on the chain side of the bike, there's more than enough room for that fire extinguisher and that spade to mount up on the side.
That's gonna look cool. Yeah,
it's a 380-pound dirt bike, man, and I am loving every mile I ride with that thing. Yeah, gets up to a whopping 45 miles an hour, and then you're just left with wishes of more speed. It's not going to happen. The damn thing can't outrun itself, but that's okay.
Hey, Cletus, that's what we need to get you, 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't think I go. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
I don't think I go above 45. I might go 50 at max, you know.
Yeah.
No, that's 45. That's 45 downhill with the wind and the sun not hitting you in the face. The moment that sun
not
comes
with
up,
extra 300 pounds sitting on it.
Might help downhill.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. I got a CT90 that'll go 45.
Through 45 onto something else? Because, there's nothing like the speed limit on the road is 45. If you convert it over, it's roughly 45. And that bike is hitting its limits. Any faster, you can start feeling and hearing the valves starting to float. Man.
Maybe back it off just a little bit. Had a KLR that felt like that all the time.
So that's why I take it on the trails most of the time. The trails take me straight to work. It's a little bit more time, but it's more enjoyable. I don't have to deal with traffic. It's perfect, man. You had a long day at work. Your ride home is going through forest and fields and trails and zero F's given, man. You just get home and life's got no problems anymore.
Yep. Yeah, I used to love that when I worked 35 miles away. I always just take the back roads whenever I could, both back and forth to work. And made it a whole lot more fun.
So I got to look up Larry Croft's channel. I don't know if I've seen Larry in the chats before. I might have.
I've seen him in chat before.
Oh yeah, he's definitely see him on
time.
CP's channel and
Yeah.
Oh, Larry.
I'm gonna go
Seems
find
like
his
pretty
channel
good boy.
right now.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just looking Larry up right now.
I did the same.
Larry says he has no channel.
Oh, really?
Well, how am I supposed to,
Well, then,
become a follower?
then who is this Larry Croft person that I just started following?
Uh-oh.
They better be sending you a thank you.
With no videos and 14,300 subscribers.
Oh, wow. That might be him. Has a little logo like his.
No, it's a little
I
different.
found his logo.
Oh.
It's got 10 followers. Now it's got 11. All right.
Unsubscribing from that, Larry.
It might go faster with a bar or a titty bar in sight.
Start dropping my feet and pushing with my feet.
He says he's a follower of those who know more than I do about mechanics and tools. Well,
Hence CP.
and me, because I'm not I promise you I don't know more. So
I know more than some people, but not anybody that knows anything.
yeah, well,
I know enough to get me into trouble.
Yeah.
I can usually figure it out. It might be,
Yeah.
do it 2 or 3 times, or a couple $100 later.
That's how you learn.
What's up, mongrels? Hey, your calendar picture came out great in the calendar,
Yeah.
dude. It was
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one to open it up to.
Mm-hmm.
first month.
Screaming
Pretty
chicken.
cool.
I still can't get over Schneider's though. Mr. February.
He and I were the only one on the whole calendar with their shirts off.
That's okay. Schneider's on the shortest month, so that works.
Thankfully.
Appreciate
I
that,
was,
Nick.
I was thinking of taking the calendar to work, right? And I'm like, ooh, I might be waiting till March for that one.
That's okay.
Just
I told
in,
my mom they were coming
hold
out,
on,
and she
what months were
immediately
they?
wanted one. I was like, may not want one.
Who wanted one?
My mom.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to explain to her. I was like, well, she goes, I don't care. I only want it for 1 month. I was like, all right. So my mom and my sister have one. I bought the one for my mom. I got my sister bought her own.
So in February and July, just don't flip to that month, and you'll miss the 2 with their shirts off.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not
putting them
that bad. It's all in fun. Come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang them up on a pole behind me every time I go on a
there's-
live.
I can just see it now. I got one of my guys going to show up late. I got to bring him into the office. Be like, all right, you and I got to talk about. He's going to look over my shoulder like that fucking calendar of yours there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Not work appropriate, huh?
You have to rip the cover off and hang it next to it. So no,
Man,
that's what it is.
I can't take myself seriously, right? If you walk into my office and you sit down at the desk, those motivational posters.
Oh yeah.
I had one of the photo techs come in, snap a picture, and it's me looking angry at the exact same pose from the same spot. So the poster is right behind you there. And it
that's right. I knew that.
Consequences. Yep, you're about to get them. First person who walked in was my mage. I'm like, yeah, it's there for a laugh. That's it.
All right, Mongrels.
Yeah.
Take it easy. We're not on, buddy. We'll see you later. Have a good Christmas and everything, brother.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go turn this heater off. It's blowing cold air.
Oh, it must be nice.
Oh, no.
No, it's not ideal.
Oh, okay. Shop cats here, right on.
Wonder why it's blowing cold air.
I don't know. It was working the other night.
I've got in the old ceiling here, there's a heater unhooked, but it's from the the late 60s, early 70s if you want to install it in your garage here.
I don't know. I just turned this one off and it's still going. So.
Oh, yeah, nice.
It's getting hot though. Yeah, whatever. Turn it off. My regular
Good
heater
shop,
works
Cat.
fine. So.
And given our history of heaters and live shows, just keep a close eye on that one.
It's way back behind there.
All right, Brandon.
All right.
Yeah.
Right on.
And I'm not wearing a jacket. There's nothing hanging off the chair. So I thought about it. Yeah, like I said, the heater, the mini split that I have, it does a great job. But when I walked out here, it hadn't been on for a little while, so it was a little cool. So it just takes half an hour or so, and it's nice and comfy. And now I don't need anything. So.
I'm on fire.
I'm on fire. Help me, Tom Cruise.
So, did y'all hear about the semi driver just got 100 and something years for killing them people?
I feel like I need to know more about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's excessive. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, he wasn't paying attention. He said his brakes failed, which maybe, but he missed his turn, and he was going 85 miles an hour.
What was the speed limit?
The speed limit was 70 for a truck.
Oh, okay.
70, yeah.
I don't know. Some places it's higher.
Do what?
Some places it's higher.
It
overall
was 70 there. I'm
know.
sorry. Yeah. Like in Texas, it's like 80, but not for semi. Semi still, I think the next speed 70 everywhere. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But now, don't get me wrong. I think he should be going to prison for at least 30, 40 years, but 113 years or 130 years, whatever they got, that's a little excessive.
I know a guy that was a drunk driver that's killed a couple people and crippled a couple people, and he's walking the streets. He spent 3-4 years in jail, and that was it. So, there's some problems there.
And it wasn't. He was drunk driving, not his brakes didn't fail.
So the last one, the most recent one he did, that's the one that's been. I have a picture of the guy up there, but I don't have, not the driver, but it was a motorcyclist he hit. He hit him on the freeway on Interstate 40 here, drug him quite a ways. The rider came off after a while. The bike stayed in the car for a while, then came off. He drove home. He drove home. The motorcycle had went into the windshield and had been drugged down the road, stayed on the car for a while, and then came off the car. And ironically, which I didn't know, somebody I worked for was actually the first person on the scene. I didn't even find out until years later that was the case. Her and her boyfriend were riding on a motorcycle and got off. They saw the accident, in front of them, and they thought it was a body in the road. And so they stopped and got off, and she actually laid over and covered him up. And I mean, it was, 3, 4 in the morning, and she laid in the middle of the road, and they, called for help and all that stuff. But yeah, that guy spent like 4 or 5 years in jail, and he'd already killed other people, and now he's walking the street. Nathan Ray, he got out earlier this year.
The rider, how's the rider?
Horrible. Trevor Ware is his name. You can look him up. His story's gotten really big. You can look up I have to look again. When Were You Young? Is his name. He's had brain injury and a lot of other stuff. So he's in rough shape. So and again, so to me, that guy belongs in jail for much longer, I think, than this guy.
Then somebody's brakes. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy was going 85 and he didn't go off the dang runaway truck ramps. There was multiple. He missed like 2 of them that he just, even if they were full, I'd rather hit a semi than a whole bunch of cars. But
I'd heard that he got sentenced to 110 years, and I heard a lot of people were very upset about it, but that's all. I don't know exactly what happened.
If you talk to anybody who actually drives trucks, though, they're not upset about it because he's giving truck drivers a bad name, not going the speed limit, not using the run ramp, and then, not checking his vehicle. So.
And I understand that, but there is a huge thing today of truck drivers not going to Colorado anymore. I mean, there has been
I've seen that, but if you look on the comments of that, every comment is, "I'm a truck driver. I go to Colorado still." Every comment I've seen it on Facebook, there was at least 600 comments, and every one of them was, "I'm a truck driver. I still go to Colorado."
Gotcha.
I don't know. Like I said, he should be going to prison for a long time, but it's a little excessive. I think he should get out when he's old.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know enough of the story with it, but if that really is the case, that he had options that he could, if he ran past multiple runoff lanes and his brakes weren't working, that's pretty bad.
And the speed he was going
still. I mean, if his brakes didn't work.
But it's not like he was
downshift.
For a semi to be going 85, he has to be going 85. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's coming off of a mountain or something, which he wasn't. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like a mountain. It was a grade, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough to be pushing 85 miles an hour. You had to look into the whole thing, make your own assumptions on it. But like I said, he definitely should be in prison. He didn't do some things right, but it shouldn't be. I think it's excessive. So,
from what I've heard so far, I absolutely agree.
Some crackheads' parents killed their baby because they wanted to get high, and it's wow, 1 year home detention. Yeah, see. There's some things that are like, this guy got all this time, and then people like you were talking about, like Nick's talking about, you get a slap on the wrist. It's
exactly. That's the part that doesn't make any sense to me. Is it this very much is?
The scales aren't even.
Exactly.
The scales of justice are supposed to. Anyway, I wonder what Canada would do. What y'all's laws up there about?
We had you guys remember hearing about Humboldt? It was a bus full of hockey players, and they had the right of way going through. And there was a truck driver who, for a number of reasons, whatever it might be, wasn't speeding, but he blew through the stop sign, clipped the bus, and it was bad. It was really bad. So he's sitting in prison right now. He was an immigrant to Canada, and right now they're going through litigation to see about deporting him back to India. Yeah. And some parents, for me, I've got my opinion on it, but I wouldn't listen to me. I'd look at what the parents of the kids, the hockey players, are saying. Some of them want to forgive him and let him stay here and have another chance. He's never going to be driving a truck ever again. Full stop. If it does stay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They put that into place. Some, they don't want him to lose his chances out here. They've forgiven him. It is what it is. Other families want to see him gone. Can't blame them. But there's very little tolerance for that kind of stuff. Now, there's a lot of other stuff that happened as well. He was a new driver. The training was fast-tracked. He wasn't keeping track in his log books. He didn't stop when he was supposed to stop and report in. He was driving exhausted, wintertime. All these factors came into play, right? But ultimately, when it happened, that's it. You're never going to be riding a truck ever again, full stop.
Yeah. I agree with that. But
and he is sitting in prison right now. Now, to be fair, prison sentences in Canada, there's typically, for anything, there's less years spent in prison than you would see in the U.S. But it's all the follow-on as well that happens. So the hope for anybody who is in an accident, obviously, is rehabilitation, right? Now, what you were talking about with the gentleman who hit the biker, who's a repeat offender, that there's no.
Yeah, makes no sense.
There are repeat offenders, but there's very little leniency given generally across Canada. Every province is different. It's not at a federal level; it's at a provincial level, with random exceptions here and there. But the chances of somebody getting a DUI a third time, because the first time, you go through, you take all the courses, you go through your suspension. If it was just a DUI with no vehicular manslaughter or injury caused, by the accident. So if it's just a straight DUI, each province, like I said, is different. But once you go through that, the idea is you're rehabilitated. You're forced to go through training programs, the whole 9 yards. If you do it a second time, you're not going to have a third chance. That's pretty much it. And that's the lightest way of getting around it. Our big issue, though, we just had an accident here in Halifax not too long ago where on the highway, it wasn't a major split highway, but just elderly lady just decided, on the highway, I'm just going to do a U-turn. And the dude who swerved to miss her, he ends up getting in a crash. He dies. And as she's doing the U-turn, clips another car, causes another accident, and just drove off home, And there's times where I'm happy being Canadian. Then there's other times where I want to tell people, you need to shut the fuck up and stop being polite. All right. She caused somebody to die, a U-turn on a highway. Obviously, at this point, when she's in her mid 80s, the mental capacities of being able to drive a vehicle at highway speeds and make the right decisions obviously are not there. And it's cost somebody their life. Do not take another chance with that. Full stop. That's a huge issue that we have where motorcyclists getting T-boned all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see you. I got guys who are flashing their high beams at me because with this thing, I've got the LED lamp. I refuse to ride with anything other than annoying headlights so that I make myself seen.
Yeah.
And you know what? You want to flash your high beams at me? Hey, man, I am not even going to flip you the bird. I won't. Because at least I know you see me. And I don't care. Right?
Yep.
But so many times there's a few intersections between home and work where there are T intersections at highway speeds, and you're just so many cringe-worthy moments just seeing accidents barely being missed, right? With the volunteer fire department, I'm not going to talk to specific accidents, but the ones that we've been to, I will say that a large majority of them are from driver error. Just what were you doing? And it's not even so much, sitting and looking at the phone. It's just you made stupid decisions.
Yeah. And
you followed through that stupid decision quite well, but unfortunately it's costing people lives, or they're injured, or you're causing damage. It's just, we don't have the best drivers. We have a lot of great drivers, but the worst thing here, and again, the whole, we are so Canadian, we can't help ourselves. It is people being polite on the roads and breaking the rules of the road. You can't do that. If you have right of way, take the right of way, because people are expecting that to happen. If you want to be nice and let somebody through, nobody's expecting that. That's how you get rear-ended.
Yeah.
These things happen, and I get it. You want to be polite. You want to help somebody out. You see that it's a busy intersection and they're going to be waiting a while, and you have an opportunity to let them in. Nobody's ready for you to do that, and you got T-boned and then hit somebody else because you tried to be nice. Well, don't. Just follow the rules of the road. That's me. Now I'm going to get off my soapbox.
Yeah, I've worked with semi drivers, you know, in multiple different jobs. I know 113 has worked with semi drivers a little bit as well. There's some great ones, and then there's some that shouldn't be driving.
I was at put the one time. There's a reason that those guys spend all day in a box by themselves.
Yeah.
Some of those guys fall into that category. Some of them are really nice guys, and they're really friendly, and then there's the others.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with how they're driving or anything like that. Just,
right. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bubba said he's wrapping presents, and Brandon here asked him if he was using duct tape. That's pretty good.
So, on a brighter note, as we're talking about crashes and everything else, let's change that. So, the first batch of stickers that Cletus, you and your wife, thank you very much for those. They are absolutely amazing. The first batch has been mailed out to everybody who I've talked to. If I haven't talked to you yet, please don't think that I'm trying to cut you out.
I need to put yours up on the wall. She made me one, and if you want, I can give one to 113 there instead of you having to ship it to him.
Yes, please.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
And I'll message you and get your address and send you some of mine if you want.
Yeah,
there you go.
Absolutely.
Which I have to get with her and get some more of mine too.
Okay.
But yeah,
her machine is down right this second, so
that's why I didn't talk to her about it today. I've got some of my older ones. I don't have any of the new ones, so they're the original batch stuff before there was any kind of water resistance or anything with them. So, so I still have some of those. So if people message me now, I'll send
we
you
got some other stickers
to get some new ones
that I'm going to give to you too. Snyder.
Oh yeah.
Turlo.
Turlo's nice.
Bubba.
Upside down Bubba Airs. Heck yeah, that's awesome.
Well, they're extra that I got sent, so I'll make sure you get these. So
I don't have any of those, so that's great. So I got I think 4 or 5 people that messaged me about sticker stuff, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. And I got them out in the mail pretty quick, just because it just happened to get out in the mail pretty quick. Never got anything back from them. Never heard a word from them or anything. So I was like, all right.
Yeah, I was filling. Well, you can't see it right this second. I was filling up pretty good with stickers.
Yeah. My fridge is doing pretty well, my little mini fridge, but the problem is now I'm thinking about getting a bigger fridge. I'm like, oh, that's not good. I just started getting stickers on there, so
I have no idea what I'm reading about.
Mine are going to go on a wall. That's what I'm going to start doing now.
I should have took the paint off this one or cleaned it with alcohol or something, because some of the stickers I got to keep touching because they come up.
Yeah. I've got the big one that I got from you early on. I put on a cabinet, and it apparently wasn't that good. I mean, so I painted him a light colored white because I was going to go back and paint him a different color, and I just never went around to it. And then I stuck it on there when I moved out here when I moved from the small shop into here, and it's not sticking. Like, it's still on there though. It still looks good, but it's peeling up.
Well, I think it's like an oil-based paint, or I don't know what it is, but it's some of them don't stick great. So
hit them up with some Super 77, man. That stuff sticks to everything.
Yeah,
I might spray something or put something on the back of some of them, or who knows.
Well, if I do end up getting a new fridge, I'm going to figure out a way to salvage those.
Stack the old one on top of the new one.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have that much space. Like, if I got a new one, that's part of the problem.
You get my kind of space.
Well, as far as wall space with it, I really don't have a good spot to put it because I've got cabinets over spaces that I can get to. So I'd figured out it's not that big of a deal, but I'm not going to have 2 fridges though. Send it to Cletus.
There you go.
You need a mini fridge?
Yeah.
Where are you going to put it? Kind of a deal. You got plenty of space.
In exchange, is he going to cut that drywall out and give it over to you?
There you go.
It's only fair.
Yeah, I got plenty of spaces to put drywall up here, so let's do it.
This ain't drywall. This is paneling. It's just painted.
Yeah, I don't want paneling. Nope.
This house was built in 1969, so
yeah. Ours is right around the same thing, and I just ripped all of that.
And I don't know when they converted this garage into whatever this is, but it had to be not too much after.
Yeah. No. Hopefully, it wasn't the same guy that did the addition on our house.
Dang. Lots of stories in there.
Yeah.
You know, that's when you live in a world that's based around either 2 wheels or 4 wheels, you're going to hear a lot of it, right?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
There's no getting around it. I mean, any one of us that sits there and says we are absolutely perfect drivers and never once in our life have we done anything, sketchy. Somebody's
yeah.
lying. Somebody's lying, right? But
You know,
I've been
I
down a
consider
one-way
myself
street.
a good
the long way
driver,
a couple
and I've
times.
actually taught a lot of people to drive. So I used to, when I got out of the military, I went overseas as a contractor and was teaching people how to drive a specific vehicle, and teach them how to work on it and teach them how to drive it, depending on what they were, if they were just a driver or if they were a mechanic. But when I did that, I taught a lot of people how to drive, and I consider myself a pretty good driver. But even then, sometimes I'll pull out in front of somebody else, but I'm not gonna slow down. If I pull out in front of somebody, I'm getting out the way.
Yeah.
But it happens. It just
Everybody makes mistakes every once in a while. I mean, it's or we act like hooligans on our motorcycles, but
never.
I don't do that.
No,
I know I don't do that. It would be crazy if I did a burnout on a motorcycle. Let's put it that way.
I've been thinking about trying to figure out a place to do a burnout on a motorcycle. I don't want to do it in the shop. And
I know a place you can do it.
To the point where
your house.
It's
no,
not that
we go out to the car lot and there's a church out there that's abandoned. It's not abandoned, but nobody's over there, and it's got the parking lot beside it's empty. It doesn't belong to anybody anymore. So
yeah, I was thinking about taking the 2 small bikes and doing some burnouts on them. I think that would be fun.
So I've grown out of doing the stupid things on the road that I used to do when I was younger, and I did stupid things.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Now I do stupid things on trails. Like let's take something that's 65 years old and see if it can go up about a 35-degree grade with snow and leaves.
Well, that stuff is it hurts. It hurts a lot more now than it used to, or it seems like it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Takes longer to heal too.
Yeah. Well,
That's the
113.
crappy part.
If I were you, or either one of you guys, if y'all want a video to be an evergreen video, meaning that it's going to get watched throughout the year, multiple times, constantly watched, is how to do a burnout on a motorcycle. If you do it, because I did a stupid video, how to do a burnout in an automatic vehicle.
Yeah.
And it's every day it gets 120 views, 140, 120, somewhere it's in between there every day.
That's the way my shop build videos are.
Yeah.
I mean, I got
and I bet you if you did how to do a burnout on a motorcycle.
Man. Don't I don't want to know. That's not cool, man.
What?
That's just cutting me right deep. I'm trying everything to get some more views on
if
videos,
it helps,
and I'm like,
as soon as I got done with those, I'm getting like 20 views per video now because it's not shot stuff. I did that junkyard video that put up, and I got.
I just told you video this gold, bro. So. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
for what it's worth, those of us that are still running the old made in UK rubber that is, not the newer compound, you need to burn out the top layer of that rubber.
Oh yeah.
If you don't, your ass end is going to slide out from underneath you the first turn that you take.
Yep.
So better do it under control with a camera.
Exactly. Hey, there's a bike right there.
There you go.
Huh.
The night is still young.
Junk, right?
The night's still young.
They can be chunked if you want to buy new ones.
Well, I'm going to have to buy new ones. Before I buy new ones, I tell you what, you can run them off.
Yeah.
Cleetus,
well, they need to be
Cleetus, what do you think, man? How to do a burnout on a motorcycle stand? If only somebody had a bike on a motorcycle stand right now.
I don't think that thing would do a burnout right now.
On a Harbor Freight motorcycle stand.
Not with that attitude.
You don't think it'd do a burnout?
Come on.
I'm trying to think what it needs at the moment.
A little bit of oil under the back tire.
Well, it's got the power to do it. Don't get me wrong. I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm trying to think what's taken apart on it at the moment.
I was gonna say, if you really wanted to do a burnout, just throw a little bleach under that tire. It'll do a burnout.
No, that bike will do it.
I can't.
That's an excuse.
Right.
It's a reason. You
don't need a carburetor.
Yeah. I got one without an engine. Is that the reason I can't do it?
Hey, Country Mile, take it easy. Merry Christmas. We don't see you on next week's show. Have a good
it won't start. So you
great
can't
New
do
Year.
it.
Yeah. Turn choke on.
Oops.
Okay, nice, Brandon. Yeah, it's Suzuki Marauder turned into a bobber. Can't beat a free motorcycle.
That's really cute,
Marauder
113. What's it like to be able to start a bike with your finger?
It's pretty awesome. I got to tell you. I do have 2 kickstart only bikes though.
Do you ever get blisters?
I do actually. You can see I got bloody knuckle right here from the left side, just holding the grip really tight while I was trying to push the button.
Iron Horse Garage couldn't kickstart the one bike. His son had to do it. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. The CT90.
How do you know somebody does kickstarts all the time? Because their boots will look like that.
Yeah. Can't see it that well in that picture, but I know exactly what you're showing.
Yep. For those who might help if I turn it sideways. You see that one layer that's pushed right out of the boot?
Yep.
Yep.
A little rubbing.
You gotta motivate that Kickstarter sometimes, because if you don't and it comes back and kisses the back of your calf, you'll know.
Oh yeah.
Especially in the cold.
Oh yeah.
No, the cold's the best because it doesn't hurt right away. It's the pain that keeps on giving.
It's a different cold down here.
Yeah.
If you bust your knuckle down here, it's gonna hurt instantly, and it's gonna hurt for days.
That's the one great thing about working on stuff in the cold. You cut yourself wide open. You're like, it's going to be a few minutes before it starts bleeding.
Working in the cold. I'm telling you, and it's not because it's cold. I mean, that sucks too.
Ooh, that's going to bleed real good.
But when you do bust a knuckle or hit your head on something like I always do,
Yeah.
That's when I just put my tools up, go inside, I'm done.
It's those scenes where you remember, like my buddy, he was underneath the truck. We were working on it, and he comes up and he smokes his head on the frame. He's going to have a goose egg, right? The typical Canadian thing. And Shopcat, you cannot tell me you haven't done this. Takes his toque. And of course, because I'm a good old Canuck, I've got mine right here. Puts it up against the bumper because it's freezing cold. It's like minus 20 Celsius. Smacks his head right on it. It's like, I'm just going to ice this for a bit. Yeah, see, it works.
Oh, a Canuck, huh? I've heard some Canadians
lean up against
called Canucks.
Yep. What's that?
Oh, really?
I've heard some Canadians don't like to be called Canucks.
Yeah, the French.
Where you live.
If you're in Quebec, you don't like being called Canadian. It's fine.
So it's not necessarily the word Canuck. It's more calling them Canadian.
Yeah. Well,
French.
Canuck. They don't like Canuck. But you're hard pressed to find somebody who will get upset about being called a Canuck.
The few people I know there's a couple people that moved to Canada down here that I know. I know about 4 people 5 actually. One of them, she goes back and forth. But anyway, I don't think any of them like being called Canucks. So
tell us we don't have freedom of speech, and that gets us upset.
Really? Most people don't care. You know what people do care about? If you start making fun of the way y'all say about.
A boot?
They're like, I'm tired of hearing about that. Shut up.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, boot. Brandon says he hasn't seen anything with a Kickstart in a while.
Hasn't worked on anything with a Kickstart in a while. Yeah.
It's so the 70. It's out of the frame right now. That one's getting built up as a full-on cafe racer, but the goal is to make it as original to what it would have been in 1970 when the bike came out initially. So that includes the battery delete. Oh. That's going to be sketchy.
Yeah.
Trying to find a capacitor that's like an original styled capacitor that'll actually hold its charge. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I do have the Podtronic set up on standby just in case.
Yeah.
Because I've got 4 Zener diodes that I still have to bench test to see if they can actually shed off or shunt off the voltage. I hope they do. Because the Zener diode is the missing link to that, right? The new Zener diodes that are repops, it is the age old. It's not like it's not like they used to make them. It's not. And the problem is when they give out, the rest of your electrical system is going to pay the price for it, right?
Oh yeah.
So with the right Zener diode, getting a good capacitor, and using the Podtronic as the rectifier, that should be able to hold enough because it has a built-in capacitor in it as well.
Oh, okay.
So that hopefully will be able to salvage the batteryless setup. And the whole goal is to shed the weight. I want that bike sub 300 pounds.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brandon. I'm with your customers, I guess. I like the electric starts too. I'll tell you what, if I can't get a 4-wheeler, if I can't get it started because the battery, I don't mind pulling the cord every once in a while, but I don't want to kickstart anything.
You like having a backup is what you like.
I do like having a backup. I do. And if a kickstart was the backup, that'd be okay. I don't want it as the primary.
Yeah.
But if you can get somebody to push you, you got to back up there too.
Exactly.
Right. Just let the clutch out. Yeah.
Yeah. Second gear and go. Remember?
Yeah, we used to have to do that. My stepdad get up in the morning. That's the only vehicle we had was a little Honda Shadow 450, and we'd get up in the morning, we'd push it up the hill, and he'd coast down the hill, get it started, and go to work.
It's like, for me, is it practical? Absolutely not. There's nothing worse than screwing around with a Kickstarter when it gives out on you, and you're at an intersection. There's no quick start to that. There isn't. There's no neutral lamp on it whatsoever. You're guessing, right?
Your yellow one has a neutral lamp, doesn't it? 113?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But I write it for the experience, right? It's a pain in the ass. It's fun,
I get it.
But it's a pain in the ass.
It's like driving an old car. I mean,
it
doesn't have ABS. It doesn't have, may not have air conditioning. It may not have, disc
We
brakes.
always got air conditioning.
Well, window units.
Yep. Yeah.
The handlebar unit, man, blows right at you.
Wow.
I don't know what I said there. My big complaint with Kickstart, it has nothing to do with starting the bike or anything like that on a normal basis, that kind of stuff. It's when you're trying to diagnose a no start issue. If you can sit there and just crank on the starter, you just crank, it's not starting. Is it timing? Is it gas? Is it blah, blah, blah.
You can push the button while you're looking at stuff. When you're kickstarting it,
it's a whole different ball game.
So I've got mine lent out right now, but what I did was I've got an old air compressor driven starter gun.
Oh, there you go.
I've had that thing for years from when I was on the quarter mile, right? Because you didn't have starters. You had your starter.
Yeah.
So had that. I looked at it. I'm like, well, you know what? I can make a smaller version of this. So I went down to Crappy Tire and picked up regular old, it was on sale. Got it for like $30, right? But just picked up an air gun, found the right bits for it, and big old torque handle on the side because a little bit of resistance still goes a long way, but that's all you can do, right? The good thing is it's got the regulator setting on it, so I can regulate the speed. Now the gun itself doesn't. It's a single stage gun. That's it, or single setting. That's it. But I can use the air valve as the regulator for the RPMs, so it works.
Nice.
In a pinch, it works, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I was working on more Kickstarter only bikes or something like that, or even just more straight race bikes with nothing on them, I would invest in a roll starter. Goes under the wheels and spins and starts it with it. Pick them up. They're expensive, which is why I don't own one, just for basic diagnostic stuff with it. But yeah, if it was something I was doing more, I would definitely have the roll starter.
If you take a close look at the TRW and then the 1970, when there's more, sorry, who's leaving?
No, Corey's
Corey.
popping in.
Oh, hey, Corey. You'll see that the cotter pin that holds the Kickstarter, it's got the nut on the end. The nut's off. The only thing holding in place is electrical tape. It's old habits, man. Take it off.
Yeah.
Start it up. Throw the Kickstarter off to the side, and off you go. Right? That's you don't have a Kickstarter on tracks. That's That's just old habits die hard.
Yeah. The DRZ 125 that I have, it was a CMRA endurance bike before I got it. It was all built and everything with them. I built suspension mostly with it. And they used to get in trouble because they wouldn't take the kickstand off of it. They're like, oh, yeah, I forgot to do that. And then they never checked, before the race. It's not one of those. It's basic stuff with it. It's a little 125 endurance racing stuff. They didn't look that much with it. So, yeah, that bike ran for a long time endurance racing with the kickstand on all the time with it. So, and the Kickstarter all the time too, but they don't require them to take it off for that though.
Man, those center stands though that the British bikes came with, what a boat anchor!
Oh yeah,
holy crap!
Well, even like my CX500 has that thing is massive on there. Yeah. The only reason it's still on there at the moment is because I haven't really completely built the bike yet. Once I do, it's coming off. I'm gonna put a battery underneath there. Maybe, I don't know. I may do it under the seat. I haven't figured it out yet, but yeah, the only reason I have it is just because of the fact that I'm still working on the bike. As soon as I start getting into the real frame issues and stuff, it's coming off the RP.
Yeah.
So it just takes up less space to store when you're not working on it to keep it straight up and down with it and lean over.
One thing I like about like the regular kickstand, the Kickstarter, you bump into it, you rub into it, you clip it, it has give. And it's not going to dig into you. Those center stands, those cast solid center stands, you clip those the wrong way, there is no forgiveness.
Oh yeah, especially when you've got, heck, even this bike. I don't know if you can see it, but it's got a big old huge pedal here, and it is, yeah, it's pretty solid. You whack your leg on that walking by on accident, you know you did it.
That's the one thing. Like this one's got two, and I mean, I love the pegs on this one.
Yeah, you got the wider pegs, right?
Yeah, they're stock.
Oh yeah.
But you can stand on those, and half the time on that bike on the trails, you're standing because it's a rigid tail, right?
Oh yeah.
But the pegs for the pillion seat, they fold down. But even folded down, I took them right off because they are right behind the Kickstarter. So the first time I kicked it, dug right into the back of my calf. I'm like, yeah, we're just going to walk this off. We're going to come back, and we're going to throw something away. And they're on the bench just over here behind me.
I don't need them. They don't need to be on there.
Who puts a pillion seat on a rigid tail?
Yeah.
So
Not the rider, I promise you.
Yeah. Good times. But the center stand, where the center stand bolts up on the 70, by taking the bolts out, so you got the two openings for the through bolts to go through on the bottom of the frames.
Yeah.
Because it's a split Y frame on the bottom, right? I found a set of TT pipes for that 70.
Ooh.
And they bolt up perfectly right in the middle. It's
nice.
Center stand gone. You would have to take it off anyway, and you can see that when they engineered them and the clamps. Say, well, you have to take the center stand off. Okay, so I measured them up, thinking, well, we'll see how close they get. Spot on, absolutely spot on.
Nice.
So that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slick
Like stuff fits good.
And those TT pipes, man. Give me a sec. They're right here. All right. Show and tell tonight.
Yeah. That's
Like I
okay. I'm
said-
still sitting over here trying to figure out why this motorcycle didn't start. Maybe it did have gas in it. I didn't think it was that low.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Come on, focus, you son of a. That's just really chrome. I'm trying to get the glare.
Yeah,
out.
it is.
I'm horrible at this. So
I
that
can
is
see
the
writing
original.
on it towards the end.
Yeah, that's the factory stamping. So they are
Really?
original 1967
Wow.
new old stock TT pipes.
That's pretty awesome.
The hope is, bring that bike back to, and it's hard because I don't want to use any parts that are manufactured after April 1970. So when I say like a true to form cafe racer from that era, it's everything, either how it was made or the materials that were used. The pylon on the back, it's going to be, instead of using fiberglass sheeting, it's going to be made using canvas, right?
Wow.
Like just trying to as true to form as possible with it, right? That's going to be a fun build.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be a hard build, but
It's
it's
gonna be a
gonna
lot of work.
Well, that's right there, that whole board, that 4x8 behind me. That's the planning board for the bike.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
a good idea.
I mean, it's got a hell of a story behind it. That's not an easy one to tell, but it's going to be built. It's going to be finished. And that one, yeah, as much as we can keep it original, that's the goal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one to watch.
The problem that I'm running into right now is, well, like we're all dealing with, COVID is putting a lot of issues with shipping, part availability, things like it. It was just the other week that I got the ignition coils.
Oh, really?
I'm waiting 8 months for those ignition coils, right?
Wow.
Yeah. But I mean, it's my fault because I'm looking for new old stock ignition coils that would have been used.
Yeah.
So to try and find those, then as soon as, we have them, we can send them. However, shipping from the UK, either you're going to be paying through your teeth for it right now or wait out a little bit longer, because as soon as the shipping started to open up, priority wasn't for motorcycle parts. I get that, right?
Yeah.
But we wanted to be much, much further ahead than where we are right now with that build. We're at the mock-up stage now. So filming's going to continue shortly, but I didn't want to rush it either and just say, well, okay, we'll compromise just for the sake of building it. No, we'll wait. There's more than enough other things on the go right now. Let's build it once and build it right.
Nice.
That's the hope.
Yeah. I got to look at something. It's killing me. I don't know why this bike isn't running. Like, maybe I turned the fuel off.
Hold your mouth right.
It could be it. I think it's on reserve. Yeah, it is. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean, it started yesterday, just no problem.
Yeah, use Kickstarter.
Watch your thumb on that starter button too.
Yeah. Gonna get my ankles just right so I don't mess up an ankle here kicking. Let's see. You get the key in. There we go.
Uh-oh.
I really do think it's too low on gas. I didn't put much in it. Tilt.
Yeah, probably so.
See if it runs out. I mean, it's in gear.
Uh-oh. Brandon says you got sweet talking.
It made some weird noise there, so I turned it off.
Did we just see a little bit of a burnout?
It's possible. I heard something and I couldn't tell what it was. So.
Your rear tire spun a bit on you there.
Oh, yeah, it did. Pulling towels under. There you go.
So you can do a burnout on
a motorcycle stand. Yeah.
All right.
It did a clunk there when I was doing it. I didn't know what it was. I was like, nah, I don't have a good hold on that bike if it got traction somehow. And it's on my
takes off.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can see, but
we'd have to be calling up Cleatus like, dude, we one upped you.
There's
not
a
Cleatus,
plate.
sorry, CP. We'd have to call CP.
Yeah, exactly.
My bad.
There's a plate under the wheel here.
Yeah.
And I think when it started spinning, it might have just spun a little bit, and it pulled the plate, and I think that's what the knock was.
Mm.
It just, you take that plate out, so when you take the wheel off, it'll drop down. So I've never done it before because I have a flat jack. I just raise it up, take it off that way. So yeah, I think that's what the noise was. So it wasn't the bike. It was the lift making a noise, and I didn't like it. So
yeah.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Well, I wouldn't want it to, run off the lift. Not because also it wouldn't tear your shop up, but tear the bike up too.
Yeah, I've done a lot of work on
this damn bike. So bad if that were to happen.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I was like, nope, that's enough. Well, and I could have, if I lowered it down, it wouldn't be as big a deal. But yeah.
Yeah, there's easier ways of getting your bike some airtime. Not
yeah. It's not mine though, if that helps. So.
No, then give her.
Yeah.
Send it. Yeah.
Is that okay? I'm gonna do.
No, let's not.
All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I just got to go and check my reserve tank because I think it's a little full.
There you go. Yeah, I'd like to ride it before you ramp it off here.
Yeah. Well, and I'm guessing I felt the wheel starting to turn a little bit, and I heard that bang, so I think that's what it was, that plate moving, but I'm not 100% sure. But it sounded like the lift was making a weird noise, and since it's up on that safety bracket, I didn't want. I was like, nope, we're done. That's good. So.
Brandon says he had a quad fall off his lift when he's taking it off.
Oof. I've dropped a motorcycle on the lift twice.
So
the same bike.
I had a four-wheeler that I had a trailer that would only hold one four-wheeler. Yeah. So I had to put the other four-wheeler in the back of the truck.
Oh,
so I would just get the ramps and then pull it up I would stand there and then stand up and walk it up real slow I wouldn't be on it because I didn't like how much it tilted. But when I was doing it one time, in fact, you know all about it, but the ramps, it was in the dirt because we was at a four-wheeler thing, and the ramp started moving in the dirt, and it just let the four-wheeler fall. When it did, I hit the gas enough to get it up on there, but it hit it so hard it hit the back window and busted it out.
Yep.
That's when I went and got a bigger trailer, and then I didn't use it again.
Where's that trailer now?
Yeah, I sold it.
I keep seeing people with trailers. They're like, oh, that'd be a nice trailer. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's like $4,000. You're like, oh, I'm sure it would be a nice trailer.
Yeah, no,
I don't need one. I'm good with what I got. So
yeah. No, I'm sure I'll buy another trailer, but
yeah,
maybe I'll buy another one that needs repaired again.
Yeah, I think that was a good way to do it. I said you're gonna need to buy it. You get the trailer so you can buy more cars.
Yeah.
That's what you need. You don't have enough cars.
I don't. I really don't.
Winter projects,
I've got too many out on payments. I think I'm gonna quit doing that altogether. Yeah, because I got so many out on payments, I can't go and buy new cars because I need money to repair the cars I do have, and then I don't know, just
You need to give me money for that. So
yeah,
we got to work
let
it
me
out.
know.
Yeah. I think the only thing I thought we were done, but I think the rectifier wiring, but that won't be much at all.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to build a kit or how I'm going to do it. I hadn't looked at it that much.
Okay.
So.
Man, just let me know.
I've really been
Cash
working.
Here, give you cash or
Yeah, it's no big deal. I'm not too worried. It won't be, like I said, it'll probably be $20 or something like that.
oh okay.
Depending on what I use for connectors or anything like that. So yeah, the big stuff's done. I mean, the gas cap and the petcock were the two big things with it. So
Wait,
I still went
That-
went and can I renew my motorcycle license? I guess it's been too long since I've had one. Huh?
I don't know how it works anymore.
Shoot,
You
it's
can
been
try.
22
I thought you said you didn't
years.
have one.
When I was a
Oh yeah,
teenager.
there's no way. Oh okay, gotcha.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I did because that's what I drove before I started driving cars. I drove one since I was 14 to 17 or something like that.
Oh okay. Yeah, I'm that. If you don't have the endorsement on your license now, then yeah, it doesn't. You can't. There's no renewing it. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's that bike behind us we were talking about, Piston. And it was I don't know, what is kin to you? Grandfather?
Stepdad? Does that sound right?
That's right. Yeah. It was his bike, and he had to get rid of it because he couldn't ride anymore. Lost his balance and stuff with it. Well, it had been sitting for a long time, at least a couple years. And he was like, well, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. And I was like, well, I'll help you sell it. And he's like, oh, if I can get a few $100s or whatever out of it. And I was like, I mean, it's running and driving. I go, oh, yeah, so you can get $1,000 out of it with no problem. And, good bike. So I went over to look at it. He rode it around the block. And then I jumped on it, rode around the block. It was a little rough. Had a few little fuel issues and stuff. And I was like, it's not bad. I mean, it ran good. It's perfectly smooth and everything. Then I took it back to the house and started looking at it, charging problems with it, pulled the tank. Started looking in the tank, and it was mostly just rust inside of it. The crankcase was full of fuel. How in the world it ran at all? Like I said, he rode it around the block. I don't know how many times. I mean, I have no idea. I pulled up. He's like, I'd take it for one last spin before I got rid of it. And like I said, then I jumped on it and took it around a couple blocks. No problem at all. But like I said, I got home, it's probably that same day. Started checking the oil on it. It was one of the first things I did, and it was slammed full. I was like, oh, that's gas. So yeah, the petcock was just destroyed, and it just dumped all the gas in the crankcase with it. It took a lot of oil to flush that out. So it needed new petcock. When I cleaned it with vinegar, the first time with the tank, the vinegar ate the gas cap. The bottom of it just completely ate it. It's 5%
or 10% vinegar.
I don't know. I'd have to go look. It's pretty high. It was the highest I could buy at store for cleaning vinegar.
That's usually, right. Like for us, it's 10%, and I use that and I dilute it with the ultrasonic cleaner, and that stuff works great.
And normally, I just dump it in the tank, and it can sit in there for a few days. No problem at all. No problem. Nope. Well, I went
back not on that Suzuki, huh?
Cow I tried to get that cap off, and when I did, that whole thing is just melted basically inside it. It's probably, I don't know. I think we threw it away when he was over here helping me with that gas cap. So, because I think I was done with it at that point. So, that's the actual good part of the gas cap that was still left. That was the only thing that was really left out of it. That and the actual lock cylinder itself was still fine, but everything around the lock cylinder was just completely, melted is the best way. I mean, obviously it was ate away, but it
just looked like it had been sitting in the sea for 100 years. It just corroded, just gone.
Yep. I mean, there was no rust in the tank, but it was a nice slurry of metal in there. But it was the tank was in rough shape. It wasn't enough that it needed to be sealed or anything with it, but I coated it. I mean, that was before the shop was ever built, before we ever broke ground on it. I probably had it sitting here for almost a year before we ever broke ground on the shop. So it probably has been off the road now for 4 or 5 years now, I bet. It's been running quite a bit now. I've rolled it around and done stuff, but I hadn't ridden it yet, but it shifts and everything. But yeah, that vinegar just ate it, destroyed it. So new gas cap, new petcock, and I thought it was going to be a stator, but when I did some testing on it, it looked like the rectifier was bad. Tested the rectifier was definitely bad, so replaced it. Charging system's perfect. So
you do the old fish scale trick with the stator.
Fish scale trick?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Anybody who rides an old British bike and anything made by Lucas, first of all, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Feel your pain. So all the magnets in the stator, they have to be equal. If you got one that's shot, it's gone, right? The easiest way to do it, you got a metal bench, hook it on a fifth scale and lift it up, each magnet at a time, just to measure out that they're even. And if you got 12 to 15 pounds of pull, stator's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
The only issue with doing that on this one is you have to pull the motor to take the stator out.
Ooh, yeah.
So for testing, that didn't seem like a great idea.
Now, that's great for anything that is a unit, 500 or 650 or 750. If you've got a pre-unit where the stator was embedded pretty much in the primary case,
Yeah.
then you got a pain, because once you pull it out, just put a new one in.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
even bother. That's just, don't.
This one to me is one of those, and I agree. Small engines there. Evapo-Rust is my go-to now too. I'll still use vinegar some, but I mean very lightly, and I have Evapo-Rust, so there's no reason to use vinegar. On this bike, it's if you take the stator out, just replace it. Don't. Whether it's bad or not, it doesn't matter. You've taken the motor out of the bike. Someone sells a kit that you can cut the frame, and then they make a piece that goes back in, and you weld it back. I don't completely understand it, because the idea is that once you do that, one, you obviously are re-welding the frame, stressed member down there. But they say that's the piece to do so that you can replace the stator anytime without taking the motor out. So the only thing I can think is that it's a smaller tube or something, or maybe it drops down or something. And I'm like, I don't like that idea at all. I mean, I feel like there's structural that you're messing with there.
That's like having the old days of the quick release pins on motor mounts.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
just bad data written all over that.
Yeah. So I don't know what the story is, and I don't want to take chances with it. So like I said, it tested fine. So
yeah.
But yeah, they literally cut the frame and so you can take the case out that way. I don't think so. Yeah. The just pulling the carbs on this thing, you have to drain the antifreeze on it, because the way that the piping runs and everything on it down in there, you've got to drain it all out just to be able to get the carbs out. So that's.
See, I love simple. I really do. Yeah. Like it's 2-bolt. The hardest thing with taking that Solex carburetor off is on the chain side. You can't take the nut all the way off because of the way that it's shaped. So
I had not heard that.
Here we are.
About CRC.
So where it goes through, right up in here. Oh, there we are. All right.
Yeah.
So where the bolt would, or the stud would go through, you got that little bit of a groove with that Polish fingers. There we go. All right. So you got this little portion right up in here. Now the nut sits in this pocket area here, right? Now if I turn this, there we go. All right. Put it back where this is horrible, dude. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
So the nut sits in this pocket here. So to get it off, as you're unscrewing the nut with your finger, you have to pull the carb back slowly.
Oh.
And then it will come out. And it's one of those things, like when I'm going to do the video on, this is also out because I'm going to be doing a video on overhauling the carburetor and refurbishing it. You're going to have to say that, because if you go too far and you've got your wrench in there and you pull it, you're going to start damaging the body of the carburetor itself.
Yeah.
The other side, you can take the nut completely off, no problem, no issues. But it's the one side, that one side. It's just, that's the most complicated thing about that carburetor.
That's great though.
That's it.
That's great that's it. Yep. I'm a big fan of like my DRZ. You can just loosen the hose clamps on both sides, and you can just rotate the whole carburetor right there. You need to take it out. It's just a few minutes. Push back on it, pop it right out. Push back on or push it towards the air box and pop it right out. Real neat.
Hey, Danos.
Hey.
The biggest issue that the Solex has is, I mentioned it before, a serious lack of parts. Everything that I have for parts from it, I ordered up scrap Solex carbs, and trying to find that specific model of Solex is also hard right now too. But luckily the bike came with an original Solex on it, everything there. The needles, the jets, everything, they are still available because they were used on other Solex carbs. Everything except, show you here, that little guy right there.
Is that brass?
Yeah, works great.
Oh yeah.
If it sticks up, it floods everything, absolutely everything.
I
Oh,
didn't know
So
they have a
the
rest
old-
for some Arkansas.
I didn't either. I'm gonna write that down right now.
Well, if they just
Maybe
got
that's
bought
why I
out,
like
it doesn't
them.
matter.
That's true, but still.
So this little show and tell is a beautiful thing here. All right, very simple to start the Solex carb, right? It has push to run on this side, push to start on this side. So you fire it all the way forward. Inside, luckily,
Is that-
I've got one that's taken apart.
Oh, by Narcs in Springdale there.
Yeah.
Narcs Elliptica, yeah. It's not too far from us.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up later.
Well, if they're still their own company, which I guess they're not, I'll be like, hey, y'all want a sponsor?
Yeah, exactly. Man, that stuff's expensive. I use a lot of it too. It's like $34 a gallon.
So the very bottom piece, there's a bowl in there. The lever comes
Yeah.
out the bottom here. And
So
as you
that's your
turn it-
float bowl?
No, the floats,
okay.
floats are up here. Beautiful brass floats.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So as you open this up, there is a small little chamber that allows air to flow directly in, and it makes the mixture overly rich. So that way you can start it with
Okay.
1 or 2 kicks at most, right?
Yeah.
So it's just air that flows through there. That's it. But it's an air bypass that'll then come up so that it has all the fuel air mixture it needs to start. As soon as the motor starts, you got to kick it over to the middle section on that lever, because otherwise you're running it way too rich,
Yeah.
right? And then that middle selection, pretty simple system. It's just got a small little ball that goes in there on a spring,
Okay.
right? And it's just a friction stop, and that's it. So that's your middle
Yeah.
selection. So once the motor's warmed up, it will jump into higher RPMs. That's it. And when you start it with it enriched, you do not crack the throttle. If you twist that throttle at all, you're flooding it. It's done.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it is. And that is, do not move the throttle on it whatsoever. Then once it's warmed up, you flip it over to run. That's it. The downside, though, is if you start flooding that carburetor, the bypass that you use to enrich everything for the start,
Mhm.
the fuel level will come up, flow over, go into that, and then the fuel starts pissing out the bottom onto your distributor, or if it was an earlier version, your magneto, right down the center. So it is really, really temperamental at times.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a 65-year-old carburetor where regularly I'm starting the bike with a single kick.
Yeah.
Cold.
That's pretty awesome.
I got no
Yeah.
complaints about that whatsoever, right? And I mean, it's fairly straightforward. It's a 6.5 to 1 compression ratio.
Oh wow. Yeah,
That's
it's
it.
easy kick too. So yeah.
Yeah. And with the side valve up front, it's really easy. If it's cold, there's the exhaust valve lifters. So, because once the cylinders are top dead center, if you kick them over and they stop at top dead center, you can stand on that kickstart. It is not going anywhere. So, this little lever on the
Compression release.
yeah, and you can't see it in the shot here, but yeah, lift that and then slowly comes back down. It's really simple, straightforward. But I mean, like, this bike is a beauty. I'm going to do a selfless plug right now. Hope you don't
Yeah.
mind, Cletus.
Go for it.
So the very first video I did with the TRW is a story about how I came up with it and getting it out from BC, moved out here, all the things we had to do. And you watch that video, you'll see how the engineers with this really made a solid bike. So easy to work on. I mean, you want to torque down the, even removing the cylinder head. To remove the cylinder head, this one is a Mark IIB. I'll back up a little bit. So the Mark I, the original one that came out, the Mark II, they both had magnetos. That's it. The Mark II was an improved electrical system, a few other options, small little things that were changed. It wasn't until the 2B, which is this one, that they changed from magneto to distributor with a single ignition coil. The ignition coil hangs just below the fuel tank, just above the cylinder head, right? So keeping in mind that that was an add-on with the initial design of it, if you want to take the cylinder head off, they've left enough room from the bottom of the tank to the top of the cylinder head, where with the right socket set, you can take all 12 of the nuts off, lift the cylinder head out, and remove it without having to take anything else off.
Wow.
You don't machine it. Do I have a manual here? I'm not going to do the dudes with wrenches thing and read it in a British accent.
Ah, come on. Is that British that he's doing?
But to clean it, because it's aluminum, the aluminum pistons, you just use an emery cloth with a little bit of kerosene. Everything you
Oh,
clean
really?
everything with kerosene.
Yeah. I do
I mean,
like cleaning stuff with kerosene.
And so this is the field manual. All the instructions on how to remove the cylinder head are here.
Wow.
How to lap the valves, that's there.
And that's probably just a regular owner's manual, isn't it?
That
Or is
this
that
is
actually
so this is the Army issued service
Oh,
manual,
wow. That's awesome.
and like including setting the tappets. You got your own special
Yeah.
tool, so it tells you how to do all this stuff is meant to be done in the field, right? To get access
Yeah.
to the tappets, it's 2 nuts, and you take the whole compression or the whole valve chamber cover that has the compression release lever. It's 2 bolts and a gasket, paper gasket. Now, every gasket that's here in the manual, you just use a little bit of grease, so that way it seals, but then you can take them apart and reuse the gaskets if you have to, if you don't have one. So like
Yeah. Sure. In the
bit of
field,
this
you're not going to
bike-
carry them.
Exactly. Every bit of this bike was meant to be serviced in the field. And what I love is the
Awesome.
emergency mode on this one. If your battery shits the bed and it's gone, flip it over to emergency. You can kickstart it. So long as the ignition system itself or the electrical system isn't broken anywhere, you can run the bike without a battery.
Yeah.
It just runs AC instead of DC.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then in emergency mode, you're flipping that over. So you got to be careful with the lights that you're using and might burn them out.
Yeah.
The bike survived. The previous owner that found this in the crate, they tried to turn it over with a 12-volt car battery.
Ooh.
It's a 6-volt system.
Yeah. I figured if it was a
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that, right?
yeah,
Um,
just because it'll blow every bulb you have to start with.
so all new wiring. Everything is great because there isn't a single fusible link anywhere or fuse anywhere in the
Oh, really?
system. So it was fried.
No.
I've never owned anything that had a 6-volt charging system.
It
I
is.
have yellow bike is
6-volt battery charger.
Is it just
It
6 volts?
is
It does 6 and 12. It's old John Deere battery charger.
Oh, really?
having a 6-volt battery system in today's day and age is one of the biggest pain in the asses I've had to deal with. So there are bulbs. There are.
You gonna convert? You ever convert them or just leave them like they are?
I'm going to leave them. So the only thing that I've changed over was the headlamp. I went over to an LED lamp because what I found was, especially at the lower RPMs where I'm going through trails, stuff like that, if it doesn't charge, there's serious issues with the bike, and I can't put it into emergency mode. But around wintertime here, you need a headlamp. So the LED with the less draw on a system, it's there. Plus, it's bright as hell, so it's a little bit safer.
Yeah.
But everything that you find, it's got to be special ordered in. Yeah, people make 6-volt bulbs. They make battery conditioners. They make everything.
Hey, Roy Marco.
But around here,
Sure.
they are rare.
Yeah, my CT90 is 6 volt, and it took me a little bit just to find a charger for it, just because of that fact. Because most of the stuff was
I
6.
could let you borrow the charger.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you were talking. I was like, dang, I didn't know that. I ended up buying a cheap one from Walmart. Is what I've got. The first one died in like 3 weeks, and I swapped it out, and they gave me another one, and that's what I've got now. So
Yeah, we
I
need
mean,
to
you can
borrow
buy like, yeah, I may just take a look.
It's
at
a
it.
good one. I've had it forever. I use it to charge batteries all the time.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
12-volt batteries. I never charged 6-volt, but
Oh, we can change that. That battery holds the charge for a long time. I haven't had it on the charger. I mean, at all. Well, I guess I did when I first came in the shop. That was one of the first things I did in the shop was that. So, but it's probably been almost a year since that thing's been on the charger. Doesn't ride that much, and we started it up that day with Iron Horse, and it's certainly not a battery issue. I mean, headlight kicks right on.
no, it kicked on over and was ready to roll.
I've got LED taillights, LED gauges in the gauge housing. The little idiot lights and the back lights.
Yep.
Those are all LED. And I'm trying to get a headlight for it. There's somebody that's making one. They're actually testing it right now. So I'm really hoping to get that because 6-volt headlight. It's not very bright.
What do you need a headlight for?
Yeah.
The bulb I get, the bulb that I picked up, the LED one, it's from British Cycle Supply, and they're really, really good. Both the shop and the headlamp itself. I know it's going to seem extra bright because it's on camera, but
Yeah.
here,
Yeah, but
watching. Oh, hold on a second. I pulled the fuse out. All right, so it's not going to work. It's not the bulb.
there's
it's
no
me.
fusible link on that whole bike.
With the new battery, I put in a fusible link at the battery, especially it being
Gotcha.
a positive earth.
Oh yeah.
So that way, I mean, you're going to have a draw no matter what, and I don't want to have it sitting there and just dying off on me over time. But the tail lamp conversion to LED, I'm happy with the bulb because $6 bulb versus $145 conversion. I'll run the $6 bulb.
Absolutely. This one for the CT90, they've been doing crazy tests on it because of the charging system and the way that it runs. A little weird system on there. I don't even completely understand it because the headlight that charges through there, the bike, you need the headlight running and it runs through the handlebar switch. And I don't completely understand it. I haven't had to yet because it ran and drove and everything when I got it. Mm-hmm. I've replaced the wiring from the handlebars on both sides and a little bit more stuff with it. I'm going to do a full harness eventually on it, but not yet. So I haven't had to get into that enough with it. So there's something weird with the charging that has to do with with that headlight. So they're doing a bunch of testing on it. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but it's right on the tip of my tongue. But he makes a lot of stuff for CT90s, CT70s, stuff like that. Mostly electrical stuff, rectifiers and that kind of stuff. That's one of the things they talk about. If you have any trouble with that bike at all, just replace the rectifier. It was just junk when it came with it. And you just look at the color.
It's in a horrible place too.
Yeah.
And there's no way it's going to be able to shed the heat that it needs to.
Yeah. There is zero airflow to it.
Yeah.
So
if you ever need anything with British harnesses, let me know because I make my own.
Oh, do you really?
Right down to the solder in bullet connectors.
Nice.
I don't like messing around. And
yeah,
we have, so although we use AWG, I still prefer the British strand wire.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's not just, it's all black with a label. If yours was blue with a yellow stripe, you're getting blue with a yellow stripe. Like that's.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just talking electric stuff. I don't know if you've heard of the company NWT. It's actually.
Give me a quick second. So, BS Small Engines. Hey, man. Merry Christmas.
Oh, take it easy, man. Have a good one. I got your link, by the way. Thank you that you sent that video up. I'll watch it tomorrow. Right. Thank you for that.
Thanks for talking bikes. It's a
welcome. Yeah. Cletus is sleeping over there, I think.
Sorry, Cletus.
Nah, that's fine.
I mean, happy it's his. So, it starts and runs. Did a little tiny burnout on it almost. Now, there's a company called, it's NWT is the name of the company, but it's NUUT is how it's spelled, and they call it NWT. Okay. They make, I don't know what they're called basically, but it's an electrical system. Yeah, well, and it's kind of weird how they say it. And they've got they're rebranding basically. They just shut down the 20th, and they're going to reopen sometime. They didn't say when, but it'll be soon. But they make basically like control boxes. It's not really a CDI because it's more than that. I don't know if you're familiar with Moto Gadget, the M unit.
Yeah.
Basically, it's an M unit, but it's their brand of it. They've got two different ones: the Morty, the Marty. Actually, I have to have three because then they have the Tricky also. But they're dirt cheap compared to like an M unit. They had a sale on a couple of them. Well, they had a sale on everything. Their basic unit, which doesn't come with switch controls, was $25, the 20th. And I tried to buy them. They were gone in 3 minutes.
No doubt.
Yeah, I was going to try and buy it. Their website's really, basically you click on an item and you pay for it. There's no, okay, I'm going to buy this item and this item and this item. You click on one thing, it takes you straight to a PayPal link and you pay for it. That's it. You're like, okay, then you go back and do another one if you want multiple or something with it. So,
okay.
But I missed out on their sale. The unit was $126, and it's the unit with hand controls and full wiring from the hand controls down. It comes with the wiring kit and everything with it for I guess that was $100.
The wiring harness too.
Partially just from the controls down.
Okay.
But the company will do custom wiring stuff for you. So my plan was to get that for my CX, and then it'll be sometime next year before I can really get working on that. Mm-hmm. And then I was going to send them, hey, this is what I'm planning on doing. I'm running a lithium battery, electric fan, upgrade stator, blah, 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 all this stuff with it. And then have them just do the wiring diagram for me since I'm using their unit. And it's a fusible link. So you get rid of all your fuses. and they're resettable. So I mean, they auto reset. So when it
Nice.
clicks, it you short something out, it'll auto reset on it. So, but like I said, I missed out. They've got a whole new stuff they're retooling that's going to be coming out. I believe it's somewhere around the first of the year, but they hadn't completely said. So, but I'm really looking forward to that. And then I was going to go through.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Stuff like that's happening.
And they're a Canadian company, I believe. They're inuut.ca. .com.ca. I can't remember what it is, but and they don't.
Yeah, nuut.ca. Yeah.
Yeah. They've got some cool stuff on there. I really like it. It's real clean install. They have some that are just momentary buttons or push buttons, and you end up like, I think the tricky unit is only 2 buttons that go on your handlebar. Well, those 2 buttons control your turn signals, your starter, your horn, the high beams. I mean, it's just how many times you push that button, like once, twice, 3 times. It's an awesome setup. And like I said, I was planning on buying at least one of the Mortys and at least 2 of the Trickies, probably a couple more, but they were gone fast.
Yeah, I'm looking at their site right now. They've got a lot of good options here.
Yeah. And it's the guy that I follow a lot. I've talked about him a couple lives. Brickhouse Builds. That's where I heard about him. He uses them, and he really talks about them. And I was like, I didn't even know this company existed. I don't have the money for an M unit. So, I mean, it's over $500 just for the unit. Plus, all of the buttons are like $100 to $150, $200 per thing. So, it costs a couple $1,000 basically to build that. And I'm not putting that into that.
I'm blown away, right? Because like I'm holding the middle section of that starter portion for the Solex card.
Yeah.
You want to find that you're paying the same as what you're paying for those units. Like
Yeah.
What people are charging. And this is why if you see a TRW with the old Amal, the 626 concentric on it, which is obviously the exact same carburetor that the other bike runs, it's just because parts aren't available, and you can't blame people, right?
Yep.
There's no other way around it. But the 626 bolts straight up. The only thing you have to run is just a second cable to the handlebars to be able to control the choke on it.
Oh, okay.
Well, they don't call it a choke; it's an air bypass lever. It's a choke. It's a choke.
Enriching circuit, I guess you could call it. Well, it'd be really your.
It's not a snowball. It's a ball of snow. Sure, it's a snowball.
We don't carry snowballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get Cletus back into this. We got to talk about something with 4 wheels.
It's all good. I'm
So
listening.
what's the latest on the Volvo?
Yeah, man.
Oh shoot!
I haven't heard anything on it in a while. I saw earlier that it wasn't in dude's garage anymore.
Yeah. He's got the engine out, transmission out.
Yeah.
He's got me a list.
For it?
Say again.
Have you bought anything for it?
Yeah. I got an engine for it.
Yeah.
Robert's garage says he has a transmission.
Oh, awesome! That's great.
I haven't seen it yet or anything, but he says he has that.
Yeah.
And
I saw the prices on the Holly stuff went up.
Yeah.
Waster
was telling me about that.
Yeah.
Well, if I can't start hustling up some money soon, which I'm trying to with some other things going on, but I might just take the harness that's in the vehicle now and have CP rebuild it like he said he could. So
yeah.
And later on upgrade to the harness. Harness.
Yeah.
That's
go back to the minimum of trying to get it home. So, well, that harness is over $1,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
think it's 11. No, I think it's 1,200 now.
Is it really? Gosh.
So that's just the harness with a display and all that. So if I had to, I could use the phone to drive home and use it for
GPS, for speedometer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I use Waze anyways when I'm driving. So
yeah.
Did I send you the picture of?
Well, it's easy enough to put this head unit. I could bring that and put it in an hour or less than an hour for sure. And it has Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and all that. It'll mirror the screen on there with speed and everything. So.
Yeah. Basically, you wouldn't have like your idiot lights and that kind of stuff, correct? That's all you'd be missing.
I don't know. It depends on there's a coolant level sensor, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it honestly. But
gotcha. Did I send you? I think I sent you the pictures of my friend's got his motor running, and it's picture of I believe it was the Terminator X screen too. Or maybe
I didn't see that one. I still haven't called him or anything, but
he should. He's been working on that a lot lately. As far as making more progress here, noticeable progress. So
I'd like to go with Terminator X, and there's a way that I have figured out to pay for everything, but I've got it's not a new sponsor, it's a different sponsorship. Yeah. It's not directly for the channel, but it's for them that they pay me directly. And it's supposed to be paying me some more like soon. So if it works out like it's supposed to, right now he's so busy he ain't got the new contract laid out. But I should we run into some extra money there. So
that'd be awesome.
Sounds like you're sitting on something pretty good there, Cletus.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. It's all great until it falls through. So hopefully it goes
I don't think it'll fall through. He's ready, but it's just gonna take a little bit. I just gotta be patient.
Yeah.
The Volkswagen, that guy's dragging his feet still. So
yeah.
I don't know if I ever see that money, but
really
I might just tell him, hey, I'm gonna take you to court, or you can give me the car. And
the money you gave me, I'm charging you for storage and taking my car and holding on to it or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
He didn't give you very much, so yeah.
He's gave me what, $500 altogether now? Yeah, $500 altogether.
I gave you that day that we went. Yeah.
Then he's had it for April. Well, end of March, 1st of April, he'll have it for a year. So
it's like that motorcycle I got sitting outside. Sat at the dealership for a year and a half.
Well, I got a question for you about the old 88 Ram Charger that I've got. So I'm looking to sell it.
Cool.
I'm trying to establish a good starting price for it.
I don't know the market down or up there, but down here, if it's in good shape and it runs and drives with no rust, or very, very minimum rust, because we don't do rust down here, I would say about 6,500 US.
That's kind of what I was figuring.
Starting price.
The truck's got 40,000 miles on it. That's it.
Oh, so kilometers or miles?
Miles.
So that's going up in value then already.
So the truck spent its life, all aside from 2 months before I got it, 2.5 years ago, in Florida. That was it. No rust on it whatsoever. So brought it up here, fixed up the electrical system, got rid of that ridiculous fucking car alarm system that they have rigged up. The engine, the 318's been pulled out. It's been overhauled by Armstrong's, and they're willing to vouch for it. So that's a full overhaul on that engine. Transmission, the 9 1/4 and the Dana 44 were done up by a shop up the street. I didn't have the time to do it myself. And
so how's the interior and the paint?
The paint's all original. On the front driver's side fender, the clear coat is chipping off. There's a little bit of rust. Now the rear tail, the fiberglass tailgate, I was going to do a regular tailgate conversion to get rid of the fiberglass piece because it's showing its age. It's cracking. It's still there, right? Yeah. All the original glass is there. The trim is there. The upholstery on the driver's seat needs to be redone. But there's no tears in the carpet. I've got the bench seat sitting in the garage. I pulled that out because I have the dogs in the back, and it's just easier for storage. Yep. It's still the full stock setup, so it's running 33s with a full size spare as well.
On 15.
Yep, and it's the original turbine rims. The caps, I took the caps off because I didn't want them getting wrecked.
Does the top leak or anything?
Nope.
I would say, man, with all that, I would say a good starting price is 85.
Yeah.
You could probably sit on it and get between 10 and 12, and if you fix it, you could get up in near 20 or even past 20. So if you fix all the little stuff, they're pretty rare.
They are.
So
it's
and
the first year.
It's not a trail duster. It is the Ram Charger, right?
It's the Ram Charger. The first year with the TBI in it. With the
does it have the bucket seats up front or the bench?
It's the bucket seats up front with the bench in the back.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, that's the money right there, buddy.
And I mean, there's no crack in the dash. There's nothing. It's the plexiglass on the gauge face itself. So that's spider crack from age. But it's.
You think with no rust, it'd be worth even more up there? But.
It's hard because out here, for me to find one, I had to go out to Ontario to pick it up and bring it back. And that was after looking for one for a couple of years. The reason that I'm selling it, it's nothing to do with how it runs, how it drives, the performance wise. It's not practical for me to have that with everything else. And it's one of those, okay, it's been sitting in the driveway for 2.5 weeks. I haven't had a chance to go out and drive it because
telling somebody it's not practical, it's not a good selling point.
that's
I would say
it's
I have too many projects.
it's not practical for my lifestyle,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, but if you say that, I'm telling you, they'll start thinking, "Oh, is it practical for mine?" You know, it's not telling you what to do. I would just, if I was selling, I definitely wouldn't put that on there. I'd put that I have too many projects, or I can't. You know, it sits most of the time. I can't. You know, I have to make time to drive it so the tires don't go bad. You know,
That's what I would do. I wouldn't even go project or anything like that.
Yeah.
We've taken it off road. We've taken it camping. We've done all we have.
It's a beast, yeah.
The thing is, like, I drove it back from Ontario to Nova Scotia without issue. Probably the worst winter storm I've ever driven.
Does it still have U.S. title?
No, it's all Canadian.
Okay, so have you already transferred and everything?
Yeah. So the guy brought it up. He brought it up for his girlfriend because his neighbors were they purchased it in Florida. Then they realized, okay, well, we're moving to Florida. We don't need the vehicle up here. So instead of taking it back down, they sold it to him. He bought it for his girlfriend. The girlfriend, as the story goes, I mean, it's what he's telling me. The girlfriend wanted a Blazer, not a Ram Charger.
Yep.
So she didn't want it. So he put it up for sale. Before it even hit the sale, we use Kijiji up here. It's basically like Craigslist down there. The guy works with a friend of mine who called me up right away. He's like, "Are you still looking for a Ram Charger?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. You got to call this guy right now." So talked to him. 2 days later, I went out to Ontario to meet up with my wife who was there for vacation. Picked the truck up and drove it back without issue.
You get a good price on it?
I paid $85 for it, and I don't regret that one bit.
Yeah.
85 Canadians. That's, yeah.
No, that'd be, definitely 85 US is where I'd start. But you could definitely get more than that out of it if you wanted to. That's in our area. So up there, it's probably worth even more because it has no rust.
No rust, yeah.
That's the...
Which is hard to get up there, right? So
yeah. I mean, that thing's been undercoated twice a year. Springtime, the old undercoating gets washed out. New undercoating gets put in.
Your GG is eBay classified?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really have Craigslist down here anymore. It kind of went away. But
it exists, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Nobody really uses it.
So I think I might list it up on eBay and Kijiji and locally here. But for it to make it as a sale for anything worthwhile, it's either going to be me sitting for a long time waiting for an idiot like me who's willing to pick it up, or it's going to be leaving the province going somewhere else.
Well, for people who don't know, you know, especially when if it gets to spring or summer by the time you get listed, make sure that you put on there that it is convertible top.
It's not
removable top. Oh, the top doesn't come off?
So on the Ram Chargers there, on that one, the Trail Dusters, you could pop the top off. And then with the Ram Charger, they went with the solid top.
Oh,
so it's a big ass SUV.
I mean, I've even almost bought a few of them. Drove plenty of them. What year is it?
88.
Oh, okay, maybe 88.
It's basically like I don't know, like the old Blazer 2-door.
Yeah, I'm gonna just give me a sec here. I'll send you a picture if you want. You can throw it up for people to see.
Did Chuck Norris drive one of those in a movie?
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah, no, 88 is a hard top. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we here? Just bear with me.
Let's see. Let me look it up. I didn't know that. I thought they were all soft or removable tops. All right, so Ram Charger last year of top removable top. Let's see. They did the Ram Charger until 1993, but 1980.
Well, 93 in Mexico, so 91 was the last production year in North America or in America. They were never built in Canada.
Oh, okay.
How hard is it to get a vehicle from the U.S. to Canada or vice versa?
From U.S. to Canada, it is pretty easy. From Canada to the U.S., it's a little more difficult because we use provincial titles, and the titling is a little harder.
It's kind of a pain to get it from Canada to U.S.
I thought it was.
That's
That's
like when they're at the auction and
Canada.
stuff. I don't even look at them unless I'm needing a parts vehicle. So
that's why the old dudes that originally owned it when they decided to move down to Florida. They're like,
Durango
we're just going to leave the truck
replacement.
up here.
Really?
The Durango was a replacement for the Ram Charger. Boy, they sure messed that up, didn't it?
Yeah, they totally did. They did.
Well, look at the S10 Blazer. So.
Hey, it says the Ram Charger was actually made in Mexico in 2001.
Wow.
Until 2001?
Yep. Oh, sorry, South America. It's made in Mexico, and it said 1993. Sorry.
Still, somebody was still making it until 2001.
No, yeah, it was made in '93 here in the U.S. too.
It was. I thought,
Yep.
for whatever reason, I thought Mexico was doing it for 1 year longer than America.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
I don't know if
Where
I
is
got the
last year? So 85 was the last year of the removable top.
On the Ram Charger?
Yeah, but they
I
still
didn't
kept the
know
roll
that.
cage inside, which is awesome. Like they're
Yeah,
inside,
It makes it great for like most off-road places want roll cages and already has it in there. So
inside the cab. Yeah, it's factory roll
Yeah.
cage.
I mean,
Margaret
Dodge
says
made
96
trucks.
was last year.
Crazy. Really?
Apparently in the U.S., I don't know about Canada. I'm sure in Canada, 93 was the last year of the Ram Charger brand anyway. They may have called it something else, or kind of like
So
the
did
Blazer, the K5 Blazer went to Tahoe.
So when did the Durango come out? Then I wonder. I thought it was later
I know
than
it came
that.
out in the 90s for sure.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
think the oldest one I know of is the 97. So let me look it up.
I just sent you 3 pictures there.
98. It looked, well, that may not be true. 98 was when
It
the Durango
says
came out.
technically a 90. It started in 97, but it was a 98 model. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. They should have kept the Ram Charger. The bigger
Yeah, they
one.
should have.
I'm betting that Durango got worse
way
gas
better.
mileage. Yeah.
Do what?
I'm betting that Durango got worse gas mileage than the Ram Charger did.
Well, the V6 might not have.
When I'm selling the truck, I won't be telling people what my gas mileage is.
Yeah.
Well, if they're buying that truck, they're probably not too worried about
I mean, with the TBI, it's not bad, but it's a freaking brick in the wind right now.
Yeah.
At like
And it's heavy.
70, 80 kilometers an hour. So
Hey, but it looks
35, 40 miles an
Oh,
hour.
yeah. Yeah.
cool. Good looking truck.
Mm-hmm. I like that color scheme on it.
Beefy.
Yep.
Oh, it is. So it's got the
Don't
side
get it mixed
exhaust.
up with the Ford Durango.
I've
Ford
got
made
the
a
side
Durango?
exhaust coming out of
Really?
just forward of the rear wheels. Because I can.
Oh, yeah, you can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, in fact, while we're on that, let me look it up.
There's 2
Let's
other
see.
pictures that I
Oh,
sent
yeah,
you.
yeah.
One's around
Yeah.
the Bay of
Durango.
Fundy, and then the other one was when we went out for a little bit of a winter excursion.
Yeah. Are you looking up the Durango?
No, I'm
forgot
looking
about
up I'm Googling what would you pay for a 1988 Ram Charger.
The Durango, by the way, was the like Ford's El Camino,
Okay.
square body type.
Well, you're going to like this price. Haggerty. I guess you know what Haggerty is, I'm sure, right?
Oh, yeah. That's who it's
Okay.
insured with, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, nice.
They say the median price for it is $19,900.
Wow.
Anybody who's paying that for my truck, oh, man, I will buy them a coffee.
Well, I mean, if Haggerty's insuring them, I bet they have a real
That's the median price. So
realistic.
I'm
So-
sure yours will be a little less,
Oh, yeah.
but it should be close to that. Honestly, I've sold a few older vehicles, and I always go by the Haggerty price, and it always sells pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I removed the AC system out of it because the condenser in front of the radiator, the 88s had a
You remove the whole thing, or just the condenser and the compressor?
all the ductwork inside is still there. Remove the compressor, remove the hoses up front, remove the condenser, plated it right up against the firewall where it is. But I still have all the original parts, so you can put them back on. They all work; they're fine, right? But the downside with the 318 is that running the stock radiator, which that has, with the 4-wheel drive, and you're driving at highway speeds, or you're not driving fast enough, there's a horrible tendency to overheat. So there's a combination of going to a 165 thermostat, 65 or 60. Fuck, I can't remember. Sorry. But the cooler thermostat Remove the condenser, still running the stock radiator, and it does not overheat anymore. So it's good to go with that. Out here, with the weather we have, there's no justifying having AC. You got the vent windows, crack those open, and you're fine. It's easier to vent through the vent windows than have to replace another lower rad hose because the engine overheated. Ask me how much fun that was.
Well, I'm seeing one that looks almost just like your. How many miles you said? How many miles on yours?
40,000.
Okay, well, this one has 66,000 miles. It has the same color scheme. It is in Illinois, and it is 12.6. So
US.
U.S.
All right.
money, and that's the bid on it right this second.
So I'm not going to be complaining then.
No, you should be just fine.
Like, I love the truck. Don't get me wrong; it's an absolute blast. And we
Take
had
it
a lot
easy,
of
Bubba.
plans. Later, Bubba.
Later, Bubba.
The tailgate
Calendar
conversion
picture looks great in person.
is what's that?
This calendar picture looks great in person.
Oh yeah, yep.
I can't wait to hang that calendar up at work.
Yeah.
Where was I going? I was saying something. Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
No, so it is a fun truck. It absolutely is a blast.
Of course, yeah, I'm sure it is a beast too.
And it's a stock factory lift. The truck is stock.
Mongrel says he knows one is too. Vehicles are stupid high right now, especially if you get one that's nostalgic like that vehicle.
It's nostalgic, and I think a lot of it is being driven by something that Schneider was talking about a couple nights ago with the used car. Lot.
For sure.
The numbers are hurting right now, and I mean, the truck
well,
is
they had
easy
the
to work on.
junker cash for clunkers thing.
Mhm.
So the vehicles that are now supposed to be, 10 years old, 12 years, 15 years old, a lot of them have been crushed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you have the new market from the last 6 years or 8 years or whatever. And then you have the market before that, which is 16 to 20 to however old. And then you have new cars, and new cars are in shortage right now because of the chips. So, people still need cars.
I can't, and I'm not, this isn't my selling point for the truck, but like, it's one of those, the plans of doing the tailgate conversion, the plans of using it for everything that I wanted to do under the sun. It's great, except our plans, they've changed and what's the point of me sitting on a truck that I'm not going to get any use out of it?
Well, and that's why I sold my 84 GMC Jimmy, which is like a K5 Blazer.
Mm-hmm.
I did, I get an okay price for it. I didn't get ripped off or nothing, but I wanted a little more. It's more than I paid for it. But I think if I would have held on for another 6 months, I didn't know the freaking prices were going to go crazy like that. I could have probably almost doubled my money.
And this is what I'm looking at. Like, we just went through out here in Nova Scotia in Canada. We had it was probably a little bubble of the cheapest real estate you could find. Not quality wise, cost wise.
Sure.
It's amazing what you could get for what you're paying compared to the rest of the country. And then over summer, it skyrocketed. I mean,
oh wow,
people from provinces over were buying houses sight unseen because they're getting overbid. There was a story of a couple who is just a couple towns up from us, and it made the paper in Ontario because they bid on a house. I'm not kidding, 400,000 Canadian over the asking price, and they lost.
Wow.
For that money they bid over, for that 400,000, they got themselves a friggin' palace out here, bought it sight unseen, and moved out without a care in the world. The housing market out here exploded, but just as fast as it exploded, it crashed.
Oh no!
Not as bad as a crash as Canada's waiting to have.
Yeah,
but
I think U.S. same bucket. But
it's
same boat.
So seeing that happening with housing right now, seeing the cost or the prices associated with used vehicles, it's escalating quickly. That bubble's going to burst, and at the end of the day, business is business, right? As much as I might like that truck, sell it
Best
now.
time to sell. I mean, it's time to sell it.
Yeah,
time to sell, but the problem is you got to have something.
That's just it.
Marcus wants to know where you're at.
I'm down in Middleton, Nova Scotia, my friend. We do have stuff, and that's just. I mean, I'm looking at the garage. I got a 70. I got a 56. There's a couple others that are back there. Our daily driver. We've got a Volt for a daily driver. Can't complain about the gas mileage on that because it's great.
You like Volts?
Yeah, they're great. And what we're looking at doing was
I think they look good.
The Volt, not the Bolt. The
Bolt
looks like a freaking electric jelly bean
No.
wheels, right?
The
Volt, yes.
Yeah, they look better than the Bolt. I'll give you that. But.
And Aniganish. All right. Mongrel, you want to come out with
Aniganish, huh? That's
Aniganish. Yeah, the T is the T in that is only a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to come out and visit and buy my truck?
He might. Of course, he ain't gonna want to pay the prices we had just talked about. But
no, and that's just it. Like the Haggerty thing too. You got to take that as a guide because you're only going to sell it for what people are willing to pay.
And that's anything. It's only worth what people are willing to pay for it. But right now, people are willing to pay.
I'm thinking that the used car market, as soon as they really start getting the chips back in, which they're saying next year that everything should be back to full production, used cars are going to go to.
That's it.
Everybody's going to have one that they bought now, waiting to get their new car, more or less, and all those people are going to be dumping those to go buy the brand new cars. And
I hope so. That's what I do is for used cars. But I would like to buy a car cheap enough that I could sell it cheap. Right now I'm having to pay extra, or I'm having to buy cars that need more repairs, and I'm having to do more to them. And
with
the one beauty about classics is their investment.
Yeah, exactly.
They are.
I've got a couple out here.
That's basically what I was going to say. Is that the stuff you've got now? It's a different market than those,
it is a different
cars
market
with it. So.
I sit there and I'm just blown away that I'm that old dude when I was young. I remember when I only paid my first car was a '74 Duster. I paid $500 for that thing out of a barn in Saskatchewan and drove it home.
Wow!
And we pushed it though. We took that thing. I was still racing at the time, and so we took the 318 out, put a blown 440 in there, did everything we wanted to do with it, had fun, sold that car for $19,500 afterwards, which back then was stupid money. It was selling a car for $19,500, an old '74 Duster in 2001. That was stupid money back then.
Especially what you had into it, right?
I didn't put anywhere near that much into it. It was the 318 was overhauled, and a guy came in and he wanted to have a top.
318's a good engine.
It's a solid engine. It is. But he said, listen,
5.9.
40 though.
I've got a 440 that's blown.
Is it 5.9 and a 380? I don't remember.
318 is a 5.2. Your 360 is a 5.7. And so a guy came in and he said, listen, I've got a blown 440 with the transmission to go with it. It is too much for what I want to put it in. I need something smaller. I heard you've got a 318 that's just overhauled. Do you want to trade? Yeah, sure. When you're still able to trade that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I had a fully done up 440 as a baseline to start out with. And we had fun with it. Absolutely. Mind you, pounding out the tunnel 2.5 inches to fit a 727B transmission housing in it. That was not fun. But that car ended up being built so it was barely street legal. Barely street legal. It was good at doing two things: straight and fast. That was it.
Marcos, you couldn't buy that car now, buddy, for anywhere close to $2,000.
Yeah.
So I was in Edmonton last year, and there was a '73 Duster with a vinyl top, very similar. Had a 318. The vinyl top was cracked. The original interior was still there, it was in good condition. And the guy's selling it for $38,000. And you know what? He was gonna get it, and sure enough, he sold it for $38,000. So they're an investment. They are. I just, somebody's gonna get that 88, and I hope they're gonna be happy with it. It's a great truck. It's just, I've gone from focusing on classic four-wheel stuff for the channel. There's a lot of four-wheel classic cars that we can use on the channel, from cars to trucks, everything else. There's very little for the classic motorcycle side. And for me, I freaking love these old things. that's kind of where I'm pushing things into because, hey, you know what? I'm going to do what's fun for me, selfishly, right? You're going to love this one, 113, because the next project after this in the 70, it's a 62, 63 Triton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
yeah. You
so
just hate electrical systems, don't you?
I just, yeah. Do you like a challenge? I hate Lucas.
Yeah. Yeah. I really want to get some, someday, and not anytime soon, but I want to get some early 1900 stuff, even off-branded stuff. I would love to get a hold of something, a Curtis or a Iverson, Ivor Johnson, or, something like that, that's not as well. I mean, of course, an Indian or something like that would be great, but I would love to have something, again, just
what's up, Power Stroke?
Just a totally different brand than most people know about. I think that would just be so awesome.
That's the weird thing out here is like classic bikes are uncommon. They are. But British bikes are more common here than anything else for the classics. Modern stuff? No. Absolutely not. But that's Triumph's fault for not having a decent dealership and customer support in the area that can help people. Yep. There's no point to having a bike with great customer service if they got to drive 2.5 hours to get to it, right?
That's where we are with a lot of
$4,000 would be a crazy good deal for a 68 Charger or a 68 Cougar.
Yeah.
What does rolling IRM mean?
Rolling.
Hopefully he's not Irish. Too soon? Too soon? Too soon.
Why? I'm Protestant. No, I'm just kidding.
Have a good night.
Just kidding. Just figured that was a perfect comeback with that. Rolling
I don't know what that means, Power Stroke. What you mean, brother?
I don't know. Some kids again,
Right after? Right after?
Could be. Maybe he's live now. His live isn't tonight, is it?
Narks was live a little bit ago.
Really?
Oh, speaking of lives, Junkers is on tomorrow.
Yeah. It is tomorrow.
Is he tomorrow?
Yeah, I couldn't.
You're on, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Yes.
I think you are. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Yes.
Narks is live right now still.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're doing somebody else here, aren't you? Are you doing Destroyer next week?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. That'd be a good one.
And then Tuesday, we're going to try. Cletus and I were going to try for Tuesday next week. We'll see how our schedules are, but I'd love to have them over on my channel.
Yeah.
I haven't had anybody on mine yet, and that's kind of, I'm squatting.
You can start out easy like Junkers and just, do hey, I'm going to do a live and just let people. So it's the same thing you're doing now. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do format, but if you want to do format, you can, or you can, work on that later with it. So.
I got a format that I use for one-on-one interviews.
Independent retirement plan. You're right, Power Stroke. Some are retirement plans. Some cars are not.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ones that Mongrel's talking about, yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, his thumbnail says Thursday, but it's scheduled for Friday. That's what I thought it was scheduled. So he needs to. I'll message him real quick.
Yeah.
While you're messaging him, I gotta go check the plumbing in the house one more time. It's been a while.
Yeah. You may check and find out when that live is. Maybe it is Friday. He normally does Thursday, doesn't he?
Yeah. I bet that YouTube changed it. It's done that on me before.
Man. I wish when I go to YouTube and I search for somebody, I wish it took into consideration my subscribers and stuff, or my subscriptions. It is because if I type in Junker and hit search, it should bring up Junkers Plunkers.
Sure, yeah, for sure.
It doesn't. It brings up everything to have to do with the word Junker. So.
Yeah, I've seen a couple Junker Clunker channels. I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. It's not a bad name for channel though.
No,
better than Stuffwithcleatus.
Yeah, you should change that.
I've thought about it, but I don't know. I probably won't.
Stuffwithcleatus.
It's there. It's too much. It's there now. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're in calendars and lives. They got the news going.
Yeah.
I still think that news is just going to take off.
Yeah, I'm going to change a few things on it. I've been looking at maybe using Skype or I don't know,
Oh,
maybe
really?
not Skype or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm looking at a few things, trying to get it loaded out, and then instead of reading, like I'll have the stories, but instead of just giving the facts, I'll kind of give the fact, and then after each fact, I'll do like a punchline or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Kinda
if you could work
lighten
out.
it up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, like one of the little segments that I did, I tried to add some stuff in there, but I just, that's not just in me. And I don't do well by myself like that either.
What
I
are
mean, you know,
talking about adding humor?
yeah, to the news, to the midweek
Sarcasm.
update.
Sarcasm goes a
Yeah,
long way.
sarcasm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm
that
working
drive-
on the news. I'm gonna get it figured out.
Yeah.
I owe you 2 weeks worth of news segments, man.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not starting
dang.
back till the 5th, so
That's good. I got a couple of weeks to come up with more excuses, so that's perfect.
yeah. Well, you know, I gotta come
real
up with more
quick.
stuff, but I'm not even looking at it right now. So
News from
Junker's
Canada.
Instagram.
It's cold.
That work.
Yeah.
You could just do that. You could go, and here's the news from Canada. It's cold. Goodbye.
it's
Whatever.
news from Canada. It's still cold. Bye.
Yeah.
Still cold.
We're still stuck inside. Goodbye.
So yeah, the Build Back Better plan,
Yeah.
the thing that I've been following for quite a bit there.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a lot of people to say it scared the living shit out of the Canadian automotive manufacturing industry is an understatement, because it is so fragile that if that were to happen with electrics, that might very well be the straw that broke the camel's back. And this whole, we cannot stand up on our own. And that's the sad thing, is we used to have an amazing auto industry. We used to have
Pretty good mongrels.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was reading this thing.
Yeah.
Build
You know-
backwards. You know, the plan overall, in general, seems like a good idea.
Pardon me.
We need infrastructure.
yes, and like
built
yours
here in the U.S. We need
Our-
it. It's
ours
bad.
and yours is crumbling. It's bad because it's been neglected for far too long. You know, Band-Aid fix on top of Band-Aid fix.
But the stuff they were sneaking in there, and oh, man, you killing
But
it.
and it's hard because I don't want to just play the pure Canadian card here. I get the idea of, hey, you want to put an incentive on the automotive manufacturing industry to help people out while also doing something for the environment. Absolutely. Let's throw in, 12,500 if it's completely made in America. Great. Yes. But that is like one of the first steps towards isolationism. And
Well,
it really,
What a lot
cuts
of people
us
don't
out.
realize is,
You got another one of those Vom Ong messages.
technically, it is made in America.
It is, but that would a lot of how our industry works is either we are building. So everything pretty much rotates around Ontario. The center of the Canadian universe is Ontario and Toronto. And despite popular belief, Toronto's not the capital of anything.
Don't
except
know,
soccer.
junkers. We just kind of BSing around, brother.
So when you've got an industry that is so reliant on people in a different country south of the border, so stuff that's what's up
Real
Jim?
quick.
Yeah.
Did we figure out when Junker's live is?
Yeah, Junkers.
If he's in the comments there.
When am I doing the show with you?
What the hell?
Yeah. You put Thursday on the thumbnail, but it shows it scheduled for Friday. So
Yeah, he sent me when I sent him messages tomorrow night at 7 p.m. same as every week. Yeah, and he says he just looked. It's a Thursday at 7, but if you go look, in fact, let me go look and pull it up on the screen. Make sure I'm not talking out my rear end here. Let's see, subscriptions. Man, I have too many. I need to unsubscribe to some people. No,
I actually went through and did a bunch.
the people you didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, like I subscribed from you, Piston Twisted. I mean, those are my starters,
Yeah, no, I don't blame you at all.
Can't say I blame you at all either. Like,
I mean,
Let's see.
Cletus is over 1,000. He doesn't need me anymore,
I mean, yeah, if you don't want to. I watched your video now. I don't know if I commented on it.
Probably
Got you
not.
painting.
You and like one other person watched it.
Oh, really?
I literally think it
I
has
watched
4
the whole
views on
thing
it.
too.
I appreciate
You know,
that.
it's not showing me his channel. I'm on his channel. It's not showing me his live now.
It's not either.
Let me go to playlist and see if he put it in a live playlist. He does not have a live playlist. He needs to have a live playlist. I cannot see his live anymore at all. Well, that's not cool. And he didn't feature any channels, bro. You need to feature my channel, Junker.
So I have a question on that. So I was trying to set that stuff up. So I added a banner up top. Well, it's not showing. There it is. But I did my subscriptions down below. Is there a way to do like the featured channels? It shows subscriptions. I assume that's where you're talking about featured channels. How do you? So it shows subscriptions, but it doesn't put anything that I put in there. Actually, it looks like they might be. Well, they're not alphabetical. They just got some random ones thrown in there.
Right. It's just showing who you're subscribed to, not who you. I can show you how to change it.
Yeah. I'll need you to do that because I was trying to get that set up, and I thought that's how you did it. Obviously, that's wrong. So, because I don't want to promote those people.
All right, Junker. That's cool, brother. Build a few thorium record. Yeah. Well, the build
thorium reactor. So anyway, sorry. Back to that.
What was I ranting about again?
In general, it's a good idea. In practice, it's going to be more than they think it is. It's going to involve more, and I think their timeline is not achievable.
And that's with that incentive coming in, and what it would have done to the Canadian automotive industry. Those numbers that I was throwing around when we were talking about it last time, they're not small numbers, right?
No.
You're looking at parts and tools alone last year, so these are all 2020 numbers, even despite everything happening with COVID, over $35 billion was brought from the US to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
If you kill the Canadian industry, not much is coming up anymore, you know?
I mean,
employment-wise, everything else, we don't have anything to fall back on. Now,
who else do y'all sell stuff to?
What's that?
Who else do y'all export to?
A lot of our exports are going to be, so half the cars that are made in Canada are Canadian designs, or sorry, American designs.
Right.
The other half are all imports, right? We don't export a lot. We import. And so what we're trying to get is industries into.
I know you are the biggest syrup exporters in the world, but
we're the biggest what, sorry?
Syrup.
Oh, yeah.
Syrup.
Really?
But I don't think it's enough to sustain your whole economy.
No, our GDP, the automotive industry is the second largest one. It contributed 12.5% to our GDP.
Really?
That's huge. Right?
Wow, yeah.
And so anything that affects that is going to have a huge effect on the country.
Sure.
Yeah, where we're sitting right now, and this is the horrible thing, is we are trying to do so many things without anything being stable, but we are cutting ourselves off at the knees. So the idea of bringing companies like, say, Volvo or Volkswagen or somebody from Europe to Canada to build, Ontario is going to be where you want it because it's in the province. It's going to be great. All the other motor vehicle manufacturers are there, except they put so many regulations in right now that it's going to cost more for companies to build there. And so they're simply not. It's the California versus out west or out east in the US for you guys right now, where companies are shutting down in California, moving across country, buying up big swaths of land, building their factories there. It's still coming
up. They're
like
moving to the South United States, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Austin. Yeah. Tesla did that.
And so
it's because
imagine that on a world
cheaper and the rules aren't as strict.
And when you've got the heart of the automotive makers in Canada, that province is saying, we're going to contribute to this sector. We're going to contribute to this sector. Great. That's cool. But you're still not promoting what you want to be. And those that want to come and build in that province, you're steering them away. And they're not going to build anywhere else in Canada. So what are you doing? So we're cutting ourselves off at the knees there. But really, without saying it, our industry relies on the U.S. We need that partnership, that friendship, that trade.
So what we should do is just make you guys United States and make you guys a whole another group of states or whatever.
Not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah,
but he didn't say no.
You're great neighbors.
Sure.
A little rowdy at times. You got to break down a bit, right?
But no, we're only a little rowdy at times because that's all you really hear about. We're rowdy all the time.
Oh yeah. Well, we already got
that's clear.
There's some good people here, but
we just need some more.
But even the smaller industry. So Ontario is the worst thing about. Imagine every single bit of news that you hear or the world hears about the U.S. all comes out of one state.
Yeah.
And everything is driven by that, and everybody forgets about all the other states, right? So that's what Ontario is pretty much for Canada. What they don't hear about, what doesn't make the news, for example, you got, talk to what I know, the bike shops around here, right? So before, if I wanted to order up British tires, it'd be great. Hey, cool. Can I get these? Yeah, they'll be on the next shipment over. They'll throw them in the sea can, and now they're off and get them when they get here. Post-COVID, because of all the issues with shipment, manufacturing, the whole 9 yards, a lot of places are saying, well, we're only going to send to Canada in lots of 1,000 or 5,000 units. Smaller shops can't afford that. They're never going to buy 1,000 tires, let alone 5,000 tires. So now the tire deal is gone. So when the tire deal is gone from a whole bunch of these small shops, because we don't have the networking and the ability to say, all right, we'll pool 5,000, 20 are going to this shop, 20 are going to this shop, and they're all going across Canada, because that isn't able to be supported. So now tire manufacturers are simply ignoring sending stuff to Canada. So slowly we're getting chipped away little by little by little by little of what we can get here. We're relying on stuff from the U.S. that's being imported to bring it up from the U.S. That's why one of the best bike shops around has a storage facility in Canada and in New Jersey. If they can't get it into Canada, they can do that in the U.S. You guys have that. You have that network, that structure where, yeah, we'll bring in 5,000, but 150 are going to this shop, 200 are going to that shop, and you have the population, and you have that the need for these parts that they are sold off, so people don't mind getting those numbers.
Well, not to mention, we also have distributors.
Big time.
Say if you do, the shops don't want them right then, a distributor could pick it up.
Yep.
And they'll distribute not only on the internet, but to the shops as well. So
and it's so we are in a very fragile state here, and that's why Build Back Better, that whole incentive scared the crap out of everybody. And Canadians going into a fist fight. Well, having our politicians or ministers going down to the U.S. and talking to senators and industry saying, if you don't do this, we're going to put tariffs on you. On what? We don't have anything to fight against in this. I mean, when everything happened with the tariffs with aluminum and steel, we'll do the same to you. Who came out losing? All the people at the bottom end of that totem pole, all the people at the bottom end of the chain, the ones that are making it, the ones that are going and working the factory floors, the people that are buying it, trying to use it for small shops, they're the ones that paid for it. And to get the supplies, it went through the roof. And then the people trying to build homes and build houses and build things using those raw materials and supplies, they're now paying 50, 100, 150% more for these supplies, all because of a bun fight between. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, Canada already lost out when they canceled the Keystone Pipeline as well, because you guys were going to make that money. You guys were paying the U.S. to use our land, I guess, to put that pipeline through all their land all the way down to Gulf of Mexico to ship it out to other countries. So y'all lost all that export money.
Now there's another oil line from Michigan coming up that is now in talks of being closed off, which that's a huge hit.
Is that one that we use the oil, or is shipping to other places?
The one that gets shipped up to Canada.
What's going up there?
Or we're shipping to you guys?
We don't have refineries in Canada. We pull the raw stuff out of the ground, we ship it south, we buy it back.
But I was about to say, you guys have a lot of tar sand or whatever.
Huge resources. But just like our lumber industry.
Well, that's a whole market y'all could start doing right there. Refining oil and gas and sell it.
We have it. We have it in spades. We have
a bunch.
Much of it, right?
Yeah.
But when I say our infrastructure, not infrastructure, our industries, we're handcuffed. What is so typical for us to do is we will have the raw materials. We sell it to you. You refine the stuff. We buy the finished products back. We don't have that industry in Canada.
I'm not y'all's prime leader. Is that what y'all call it, or something?
Prime minister.
Prime minister.
I'm not y'all's prime minister, obviously.
I wouldn't use the word leader with him, but yeah, he's a prime minister.
But if he was smart,
He's
instead of
leaders
putting all
with
his
any of
eggs in one basket, and if y'all lose the automotive thing, y'all are really gonna be hurting. But if he was smart, y'all have an abundance of tar sand up there. You guys could sell fuel to the United States when OPEC is charging what they are now. You guys just sell fuel to the United States and make plenty of money, and you'll have an abundance of. Y'all have
could,
to
except-
build a refinery. You have to put the money in it to build everything up.
So I don't know if I want to make an analogy or just
Josh
cut
said
straight
he
to the
lives
point
next door to some refineries, but
okay, so what I mean by Canadian refineries, and Shopcat's right, like, yes, it's who owns them.
probably Exxon or a British company, BP or something.
So if we take a look at your guys' doctors, for example, I'll use this analogy because you got independent doctors, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the doctors to be able to perform stuff, they need to sign a contract with an insurance company. The insurance company sets the rates for what procedures are going to be done, right? And so this is why if you got somebody who's out of network, you've got that issue, right? But regardless, take that network side out of the house, the insurance company is setting the rates that doctors are going to charge that they're covered for to be able to do these procedures. So the doctors, you can look at it one way. Yes, they're independent. Another way, they're working for the insurance company that covers.
They definitely are, because if they say, "Hey, I think it's this," then the insurance company dictates and say, "Well, you got to try this, 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 and this before we even look at that."
So
even though the doctor is professional, the insurance companies tell them what to do.
So a lot of these companies that we have out west with these oil refineries, not refineries, sorry, with the oil sands, everything else, a lot of the ones that we are having hard issues with are because what is being dictated that's being done is outside of domestic kind of platforms, if you will.
Yeah.
It's a bit of the tail that wags the dog with that whole scenario. And I don't want to waffle on it because it's just so frustrating. All right. So I got a family member who works for them very, very closely in the industry, right? Wicked job. They get paid well. Everything is good to go. The company is based in Canada. It is owned by somebody outside of Canada. The larger company outside of Canada dictates what that company is going to be setting rates at, what's going to be distributed, where it's going, who's getting all those resources. There's enough to keep us happy domestically. There isn't enough for us to be able to set up our own 2 feet. And this is prevalent through that industry, which is unfortunate because what we make, we can make so much more and we can keep it within North America. We can sell it off to whoever, we're going to export it to overseas. Everything is great, but it isn't allowed to function that way. So it's enough to keep us fed, but we're still left hungry. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The aerospace industry is exactly the same way. We've got any Canadian who doesn't know about the Avro Aero. The Canadian aviation industry went south really quick after the Avro Aero was canceled. A lot of the engineers went to the U.S., worked for NASA, worked for different places, Lockheed Martin. Before Lockheed was Lockheed Martin. Stuff like that. We have a severe brain drain. We have a severe number of issues that we're functioning, but barely. And
well, what do you guys?
We rely heavily on the U.S.
for, I guess.
Maple syrup, hockey, and being polite.
And lumber.
Well, I knew that. I'm talking about, I knew maple syrup.
So lumber's huge. It is. Raw materials, diamonds up north. We've got agricultural side of the house. That's one thing that we are fairly strong with still. The breadbasket of the world. You can go miles and miles and miles through the prairies and see fields. Canola is another big one. Saskatchewan is one of the largest and by a substantial amount of mustard seed. I know it's an odd one to say mustard seed, but most of the mustard that you have, the mustard seed will come from Saskatchewan, no matter where you are in the world.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that we have. We have a lot to offer. We do. The tech side of the house, though, there's a lot of Canadian tech industries that are
Aero,
That's what he was talking about.
Oh yeah, there we go. So
Baker.
The Avro Aero was the most advanced fighter interceptor in the 50s. It was unbelievable what it was able to do. And there's a lot behind the story. I'm giving you the real Coles Notes version of it. Black Thursday, Black Friday, Black Thursday. The program was canceled. Ethan Baker was the prime minister at the time, and the entire program was scrapped. part of it was the exceptional cost that were going into the program. It was just ballooning, but with leading edge, cutting edge technology, that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
The program was canceled. Now, Avro at the time, they had some of the most advanced aeronautical engineers, avionics engineers, airframe engineers. This was the first aircraft that had, fly-by-wire system, artificial feedback.
Really?
The engines that it was going to use, the Arenda engine, it was incredible. We borrowed a, was it a B-58? B-47. We leased a B-47. 6 engines, 2 in a pod, 1 on the wing, swept wing. So you can find a picture of it where the Arenda engine was on a pod on the tail. It was offset ever so slightly, but that was to do airborne tests. The engine was so powerful it bent the frame.
Wow.
We gave you back a broken plane. Composite materials, the ground link. There was so many things that were like 1953, 54, 55, like that time frame. It was so cutting edge. And when the program was scrapped, it wasn't just, okay, we're canceling the program. There were thousands of people that were out of a job. And for these engineers and people to have jobs, they were basically swept up by NASA, Lockheed, Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, places around the world. There was a few that went to go work for the Concorde program later on. So there was a lot that we had as a brain drain. And that was effectively the death of the Canadian aviation industry. That was it. We were done.
So the quick version, I know you said there was a lot that went into it, but what was the main reason that it was canceled for? Was it cost spiraling? Was that the main reason, or was there...
It was written off as there wasn't a necessity for the fighter interceptor anymore because the Bomark missile program, which was a contracted program between Canada and the U.S. at the time for the defensive system, and the Bomark missile ended up being a complete and utter failure. The other excuses for it, the cost, everything like that, it doesn't hold up when you look at how it was canceled.
Yeah.
It was, so Mongrel's Garage, the comment of they rolled them out onto the tarmac. So the hangar where they had made 5 of these, the 6th one, 7th one, and 8th one were all on the production line. The 6th one was almost finished. It was going to be the first one that had the Arenda engines in it. It was going to be the actual, because we were using J58s from the US at the time, because that was the closest, most powerful jet engine that was available for the first 5, just to test it, right? And even there, it was breaking records left, right, and center. But they literally pulled them all out on the apron in front of the hangar and scrapped them all there.
Wow.
That's it. So they got pictures from the air, pictures from the ground. There is...
It's an expensive photo shoot.
There's very, very little left of the aircraft. I think, there's the nose piece that's in the museum. They also have the wings. There's a couple other things. There's the odd ejection seat that found in the UK, stuff like that. Now, to be fair, it wasn't a conspiracy that these things were scrapped and hidden like that. I mean, you got to think, this is the Cold War. This is cutting edge technology. If you leave these aircraft around, put them in a museum, the last thing you want is the Soviets to be able to get this technology and use it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get rid of it. But it was we're going to go through with it. It's going to happen. That was one day. And then a couple days later, you've got over 3,500 people at the cutting edge of the industry without a job.
Yeah.
And when it came to trying to save some stuff from the Avro program, the managers had hours to give people a heads up.
Oh, really?
Nobody knew. And I mean, we're talking about an industry that it's not just 3,500 people. In all, it affected about 25,000 people directly, and then at the next level. So smaller companies, subsidiaries that were contracted out, stuff like that. Everybody, it was just done. This was a huge blow that nobody was able to be prepared for. And so you're going to go somewhere where you can find a job, and that's where we had the huge brain drain, right? The automotive industry, very much the same way, just spread over time. And it's sad because we have a lot to offer, but we're not. Yeah, Shotcat's right. The nose gear as well. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things I could tell you about the Aero because it is a cool aircraft. It really is. It's a shame. It's an absolute shame.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. But I mean, mismanagement stuff, that's just how it goes, right? It's,
So you guys still have a prince up there? Prince and princess?
I'm not going to say anything rude. No.
No?
No. We still follow the monarchy in
I thought
the
y'all did.
UK.
Oh,
We
okay.
have,
That's what I was wondering.
So we have somebody called the Governor General. They are the Queen's representative,
Sure.
or whoever would be the overall monarch. So after the Queen passes, long live the Queen, whoever takes over, they'll be their direct representative. So they are not the same as like the Prime Minister, and they are the royal representative for Canada, if you will.
So y'all don't have royalty in Canada?
Not Canadian, no. We fall under the British monarchy.
Okay, y'all still do. Okay.
We're an independent country. We are. We
I knew
just-
that. That was
like
what,
Australia and
1807 or something like that? Or no, later than that. It was 19 something. 19. No, what year was it?
we're going to put a shop cat on the spot.
I think
Oh, boy.
I think he's just gonna let you keep guessing.
Yeah, I was thinking like 1907, but maybe it's a little bit before that.
So it's our history's a bit messed up with that because like when the First World War started, when England said we're going to war, Canada went to war along with a lot of other Commonwealth countries. We didn't have a choice in it. By the time the Second World War came around, we did. We made our own decision to go. So we are very much now an independent country. We have been for quite a while, which is wicked. But Shopcat, when did we become a country? So the British monarchy is more of a figurehead, if you will. It's more of that the old tradition, the pomp and circumstance, right?
Sure.
So the Queen's face is still on the back of every coin, every medal, everything that we have, all of our ranks in the military. We have the Queen's crown. So we have a lot of ties traditionally with that. Politically, we are still independent.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
there's
when
still
the
people
Queen-
here. There's still people here that talk about the Queen and all that. I'm like, that's not the America. That's not the United States. That's not our Queen. We don't have.
Yeah.
We have no actual ties to them like that.
She's an ally.
They're allies.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's about far.
Oh, he's good. He's good. He's on fire.
1867.
He can Google fast.
Hey, Cletus, you should Google what happened to the White House in 1812.
Yeah, when y'all made it the White
Bringing that
House
up again.
because it was brown. Tell y'all burned it. Yes, I know. I know that. We're still mad at you. No.
Who won that war anyway?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't matter. We burnt
You
your White
burned
House.
one house down, and you're like, "Look what we did."
It's one of those
A lot of people don't know that though.
Yeah.
badges of honor to go down, get your picture taken in front of the White House as a Canadian while holding up a book of matches.
That's funny.
Yeah. See, so y'all was 1867. We were 1776.
Yeah.
India was what? 42? 1942? Or was it a little bit later than that? No, it was Gandhi. So
I don't know. Whenever the Queen decided they were going to be a country,
South
that's when they
South
became-
Africa is still part of England, technically, right? Am I wrong on that? I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But
So
there's still places that are fall under England's rule.
Oh yeah.
Commonwealth. So not under rule, but just like
Right.
Canada. So
Mhm.
like Australia, for example, is a Commonwealth country. The last big one in recent memory was Hong Kong in 99, I believe. And then recently there was another country that said, "Kate, we're done with the Commonwealth. We're out of here." Now, because I don't want to upset any of our viewers who may be from Newfoundland, 1949, Newfoundland became part of Canada in 1949. And I'm sure there's still some people complaining about that, but they were the last province to become a province in Canada. Before that, they were their own country.
I got to run in the house to get my charger. I'll be right back.
I'll be here talking about Canadian history because,
That works.
yeah.
I start taking notes.
Virginia is a Commonwealth. So.
Really?
Not England, but yes. Yeah. We have a few Commonwealths of the United States. We also have we call ours, like Puerto Rico is part of the United States technically, but we call it Oh shoot, what do we call that?
Sorry, I think I might have been wrong. So Shopcat saying 47. I'm guessing that's for
No,
Newfoundland.
that was India.
Oh, okay. All right. So 47
Yeah.
for them.
I
49
think I
for
said
Newfoundland.
42 or 45 or something. That was India. Yeah. What's up, Tim Windsor? Hey, buddy.
Hey, Tim.
So, gosh, what am I trying to think of? Puerto Rico, Guam. There's a couple of them that are technically part of the United States. They can't vote, but they could join the military and stuff like that. And we do help them in time of aid and all that stuff. And if they were attacked, we'd obviously, they'd be attacking the U.S.
Yeah.
But they are their own country.
I want to go back to what I was saying about Canadian history. Everything else, still very proud to be Canadian, very much so. and I can't pretend like it's perfect. So we just need to fix what needs to be fixed, and we go from there. That's it. That's all we can do.
Puerto Rico is a commonwealth. Is a territory of the United States. So
it's not an actual state?
Correct.
Okay.
Guam is not either. Technically, Washington, D.C. is not either.
But they're fighting for that, aren't they? To be able to...
I don't know if they're going to make it a state, because technically it's in Maryland, right? I mean, I have to look at the map, but I think it's on either edge of or in that. But
protectorates. Ah. Okay.
Yeah. Protectorates. Oh. I haven't heard that one yet, but I have random all the time. I remember just random things like it's U.S. trivia here, but who was the first president to live in the White House? It was John Quincy Adams, our second president. So, yeah.
We know a lot about George Washington.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. People
We
used to say
watch
he
a lot
had wood teeth, which he didn't. He had teeth that he bought from people and made dentures out of. Yeah. Yeah, oh well. Tim Windsor right here says they're about trying to become their own state. And it's on the edge of Maryland. Okay. I knew it was somewhere over there. I've never been there myself. Messed up when they screwed us over, and the indigenous people should have joined in with them. We could hunt, fish, camp, and farm for a living, instead of paying to do those things in our 2 weeks off from our meaningless jobs. Well,
Well,
got to be civilized.
The one thing that is really not talked about much. So the way that Canadians in Canada, as it was developing, what happened with Indigenous people, that will forever be a black eye on Canadian history.
Same thing with the United States, right? I mean,
we
and still to this day, we Indigenous people are not treated very nice here.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until recent events that came out and the cat was out of the bag. You couldn't put it back in anymore. There was no hiding it anymore. But for years, it was
Amazon.
we just turn a blind eye.
Well, wood metal. Abraham Lincoln says, "Don't believe what you read on the internet." So
yeah, some
Very
of it
true.
is not true.
Very true.
Yeah, I've read that quote.
What's cool for us is because we're saturated with American channels, media. Those of us that were growing up, we had CBC. Yep, we had CTV. But a lot of programming that we had, the more channels you had, they were all American channels. So we grew up with, Simpsons was never aired on CBC early on. It was always, you're watching Fox. You were watching a lot of different channels. The first, waking up Saturday morning and watching what was the original Power Hour on TNN.
Oh yeah,
right. That was what Gearhead kids did back in. We were.
You
we
said
always grew up-
TNN?
TNN.
yeah.
Was it
The Nashville Network?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
That's
thinking
before
TNT.
your time, old man.
I guess so.
Yeah. Except
Youngin.
we're the same age.
Yeah, he and I are the same age.
Are you really?
Yeah. Except he's had a much easier life, and I look like I'm weathered and broken because I am.
I've had a much easier life.
You're always smiling. I'm just like waiting.
Life's too short.
Waiting.
Yeah, life's too short,
Yeah.
man.
I'm older than both of you, so.
Yeah, we know that. There's no, we just don't want to, hurt your feelings or anything.
Well, yeah. Just don't push me over. I'll break a hip.
You're
Hey,
not
Tim,
that
how's
much
it going? Nah, but I am older.
Well, it's okay.
There's a difference you can notice in some stuff, pop culture type stuff, like
we
the
don't.
Nashville Network. And
one of the things that you'll also notice, we don't put our age in our names.
it's true. That's true. That's pretty smart. I should have thought about that beforehand.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't put your age in your names?
113. 113.
Okay.
Sometimes, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not that old. How old are you?
Mongrel says, please,
46, almost 47.
I shouldn't have asked. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, he's about 10 when we were born.
Yeah, and it's more about there's differences that you notice, just as the age difference. Like we really are close.
So you were born in 75 or 74?
75.
75. Tim says
February.
he's probably the oldest in here. Possibly. I don't know, Tim.
It's me.
I knew I was getting old when my body started to act like the Weather Network. You could tell what the weather was going to be like before you even get out of bed.
Cracking and popping.
Yeah.
It had more to do with motorcycle wrecks than it did with
It sounds like it. Sounds like you need to quit. If he's 59, he says wood and metal says 55. Oh, you are close
really?
there.
Yeah.
So you are Gen Xers, huh? No, hold on. 59, you're a boomer. Because my mom's 59, I think. 58. Hold on, how mom? Let's see. She's 58 this year. And then wood and metal.
Tim's older than your mom.
Wood and metal would be a Gen X. So. Yeah, Tim's just 1 year older than my mom. Yeah.
Man.
Are you my dad, Tim?
I thought that was Mill Creek, wasn't it?
Right. He's too young though.
Oh, yeah. That's what his video was, remember?
He's only like 49 or something like that. So.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a millennial, and I know people don't like to be called that, but I don't mind it at all. So.
Yeah. You're one of the older millennials.
I am. Yep.
Yeah, we're the last year that falls into that bracket, or the first year that falls into that bracket.
Depending on what scale you're looking at, yeah.
Yeah.
Some scales it starts in 82, some scales it starts in 80, some scales starts at 80. It all depends on which bullshit, thing you're reading.
I don't remember which one I am, and I don't care.
Damn, get off my lawn.
Hey, you're back.
Dudes with wrenches.
Dudes with wrenches. Oh.
Another one of those young people.
How old are you, dudes? You're like same age as me, right?
So my birthday was yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
Oh, yeah.
I like to tell everybody I was born on the darkest day of the year because I was.
Okay.
So
Story checks out.
story checks out. Pretty legit. Anyway.
Weird flex, dude.
Weird flex. 37. That's how old I am.
Oh, okay. So he's born in 1984 as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's three of us up here born in 1984.
I'm sorry.
113. Do you feel younger now?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll say this.
It doesn't really change much for
You
me.
dang millennials.
The damn YouTube
Are
is the
you
first
seriously?
thing.
He's wearing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt.
He has it. I love that shit. So the whole YouTube thing is the first thing in my life that has truly actually made me go, am I getting old? Like I get on here and there's people that are like 20-some years old and they're telling me about all the stuff they're doing and I'm like, shit, I got old somewhere. Like what? I don't want to do any of that stuff. What are you talking about?
I don't feel old. I feel broken, yeah, but that's not from age. That's from previous employment. But I mean,
I don't feel old like I'm all broke down. Like there's a lot of times I'm just like, I'm definitely smarter, I think. Like I listen to younger people and I'm like, you're all kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, that gets so much worse.
Y'all don't like my Ninja Turtle shirt?
No, love it, man. Love it.
I have that same
Love
shirt. I was actually going to say something earlier. But...
Yeah, millennial.
I still remember
millennial.
the toy van, plastic van.
I had that van.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait till you drop your nuts, dude. Oh, somebody sent backstage here. Hey,
that guy.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
How the hell did you get over here that quick?
Because I'm awesome.
Jeez.
Where were you guys?
I had to run. I was like, I'm going to beat Junkers.
You're on narcoleptics.
Yeah, I went over to Narcs real quick because I knew he was getting off soon. That's why I asked if you'd be on much longer.
Yeah.
I've never been on Narcs, and he asked me like last Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
So
No, I
was
like Narcs. He's a really cool dude.
Yeah. I didn't
Good old
realize you guys would be
Arkansas.
on there. Yeah.
Just trying
Yeah.
to support
He's in
everybody.
Kansas. Why don't you go hang out
Yeah.
with Narcs?
Planning on it.
All right.
We need to.
On the way back from Iowa, we're going to stop there.
Yeah, because he said he used to drive up to Des Moines a lot, and I'm like, where do you at? And he's like, oh, I'm in Arkansas. I'm like, that's really not that far from me. That's a day
He's on the
trip.
Missouri border.
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
He's in northern Arkansas. He's up there where it actually snows a little bit on occasion.
Yep. So, like,
Springdale,
for me,
Fayetteville.
I mean, I don't think I'm that far from you. I think, what did we figure out? Like, went to like 9 hours, maybe?
Yeah, 9 hours.
Yeah.
I've been
Hop,
up there.
skip, and a
Plenty.
jump.
That's where I
Oh,
bought
that's
this jacket, actually.
That's a day trip. I'd do it 9 hours after work.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fine.
So I left
Yeah.
Arkansas. It was like 76 degrees, something like that. I drive up to Iowa, and it's snowing, and I'm freezing. So I have to go buy this jacket at Walmart.
You know, I went to Walmart for the first time today in almost a year. And maybe I'm just a snooty person these days, but I was just walking through Walmart and I started getting this perspective like, you know, sometimes I feel bad about life, but as I walk through this Walmart, I really feel like I'm killing it. You know, I'm just like, look at all these just ugly people that are just
So,
ugh.
along that
wanna
line,
watch this one,
I went in there to when I worked in the tire center there. I hadn't worked for a while, and I worked, under the table a little bit doing some tree work and stuff like that. So, I was like, I want to get some experience in the shop and that kind of stuff. Make a little bit of money. Didn't even make much, just a little bit. And I was like, that'll work. So I put in my application stuff, and I hadn't worked in like 2 years, really actually worked in an actual job. And so I get called in for the interview and everything. It's like, okay. And I'm nervous walking in, and I walk in the door and I'm like, wait a second. All of these people got hired. I don't think I'm going to have a problem.
All these people are here.
Yeah.
Didn't mean
I
to
was
do
like,
that.
okay, I'm
The
good.
cream of the
So-
crop.
Exactly.
You know, when I lived in Davenport, this is the best story on a Walmart I've ever had, because when I lived in Davenport, they built this big super Walmart in Davenport, Iowa. And then right above it on the hill, there was this big apartment complex put in. And we're like, that's weird. Why would they put that apartment complex in the middle of nowhere right next to the Walmart? And then there was these stairs that came down from the apartment complex and went to the back entrance of the Walmart. I'm like, what's going on there? And then we figured out Walmart owned the apartment complex. And they gave you a discount if you worked at Walmart.
Oh, wow. That
And
sounds
it's
about
just
right.
like, oh my God,
does.
this is like the old Searbucks town store kind of deal. Like you
Oh,
just
yeah.
live at the Walmart, you shop at the Walmart, you work at the
Yep.
Walmart, and you don't even have to leave the Walmart parking lot if you really don't want to. So,
Shop Cat.
Owe my soul to the company store.
yep. And I was just like, oh my, look at this. And you would meet some of the people that worked there, and you're just like, you probably live in the apartments, don't you, boy? And it's like, yeah.
All right, Junkers. So we're doing this tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Right on.
So, does it still say the wrong crap?
You have to look that up.
Does it
I couldn't
still
find
say
it.
the wrong crap? Now I saw like a Christmas tree with Forsaken Steel and Piston Twisting and
That
Oh.
said Thursday on it,
oh,
but the thumbnail for the live said it was Friday originally. Now I can't find it.
I wonder if I messed up.
I don't read good, so I didn't catch that.
So last time I was in Iowa, it was -5 degrees. Oh, no, sorry, -9. And it warmed up
It's fine.
to -5. That was in January of 2018.
That's a lot of nope right there.
You just won't tell me the story, the full story of that truck.
What do you need to know?
Grinnell?
I need to
Yeah.
know when you're-
She's cherry.
what's it got for a motor? 302?
302.
Yeah.
Automatic overdrive. She's got 373 rear gear, front and back posi. It has a
Really?
front posi differential. This thing is worthless in four-wheel drive because it steers awful.
My dad had a 95, and we were out deer hunting, and we started sliding backwards, and that was probably the scariest thing in my life because there was no nothing. We thought we were gonna die. Yeah, but it's only happened in that 95. There was no control of anything. ABS took over, and
this thing is an absolute goat. It'll go anywhere you want to put it, and it'll just lug through it, spin all 4 tires, and not give a crap. So I've stuck it in things that are where this high snow down the whole side of the truck, just pushing bumper, and it just keeps grabbing.
I had a 95 when I first with my first marriage, and I blew the transmission. It was the 5-speed, and that was the first transmission and clutch job I ever did on my own. I did it.
I did a bunch of those. Like we used to have. My buddy has a ton of these OBS Fords, still does. And like it's the first time that he's like, "We got to change the slave solenoid," and I'm like, "Okay, it's on the firewall, right?" Nope, it's in the tranny.
Hey, mongrels.
Ooh.
Great
It's like-
chatting with you.
Later,
Mongrels. If you're ever around this neck of the woods, you let me know.
I'm still jealous that you guys are all close to each other.
We're not.
Nobody wants to live.
No, but
with
they're not. They're just in Canada.
We're not.
Okay,
Canada's all, it's one
They're
state.
close to each other like we're all close to each
Yeah,
other.
when
Right.
we're talking
Well-
about being 9 hours apart, I think all of us
Windsor,
in Canada
take
just
it easy,
went,
brother.
that's cute.
Have a good Merry Christmas.
So Piston, you're in Canada?
I am, yeah.
What
Hey, later,
part?
Tim.
East Coast, out in Nova Scotia.
So trying to figure out where.
Close to Brunswick, Maine.
So are you? How far away from the Derby line are you?
The what now?
Derby? You say if I say it, you're not even close.
Mm.
So you're closer to Maine border.
Yeah.
Like Bangor.
I'll pull it up on a map here. Give you the closest town that we have.
So wood and metal.
That.
You say it's gonna be 70, 80s this week. On Christmas, it's gonna be 79. Of course, Texas is right beside Arkansas.
Oh
But-
jeez. We're supposed to get an ice storm Christmas Eve, I think.
Oof.
We just had one this morning. School was
I
canceled.
don't
last
like
day of
that stuff.
school.
Y'all keep that shit up there.
Yeah.
Did you catch the new video?
I have it
The
on my
first
watch
snow one?
list. It's a trailer with some snow on it, something like that.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is? I haven't watched it yet. It's that one and Dudes with Wrenches. I got both of y'all's new video today. It told me it was out. So.
I didn't go watch Dudes on Saturday. I'm a shitbag.
What was Dude's new one?
I didn't watch Dudes either.
It was
What was your latest video, dude?
it's a
International.
or something. I haven't watched it.
Oh
yet.
yeah, that was a good one. That was cool to have you ride in the passenger seat while
Oh, don't
somebody
tell
else was
me.
driving.
Don't tell me.
I spoiled
watched
the whole
Wasted
thing.
Talents
There's
video
no reason
today.
to go watch it.
Wasted
Yeah.
needs to watch. Wasted needs to come up with better endings.
Well,
You
I already
didn't send
talked to
video
him,
out.
Yeah.
You just cut off.
and I said,
Yeah,
you know what,
but-
bud? If I got to watch another one of these before there's paint on this thing, I'm going to get upset.
Yeah, or wrap it up with at least a voiceover saying, "Hey, this is as far as we got to today. We'll be back here next week," or something.
And this is
Nah.
what we're gonna do next week.
He
He
got
just
me.
cut off.
I was
You're like, what
watching
the
all the
hell?
way to the end, and
Yeah.
I'm like, he's not going to have much time to paint this. He's not going to have, and then it just no paint, and I'm just like, you son of. I wanted to
stretch
see
it out.
paint.
Well, all his stuff hasn't he got it all set, ready to go
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
for the next 6 months or something?
Like a year,
Not
I
really.
think he said.
I think he's up till April. I think he's past April because he's got to add the Volvo stuff back in. So.
You see, the
68
only problem,
hours?
the only problem I see with that is if you, as a YouTuber, you're growing every time you put a video out. But where he's edited at one skill the whole time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, it's
Yeah,
going to be
'cause
big.
you're learning new
and
stuff,
balance,
and you're
which is
learning.
good
Okay, I
stuff.
like this. I don't like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I
my,
mean, don't get me wrong. I would still have my videos ready, and then I said, "Well, let me change this, or let me do that." That I would love to have
Yeah.
a month out
So,
ahead of me.
I'm
that'd
not
be
too
awesome.
proud. I took some little pay $20 and sit through this little training YouTube how to make and edit thing.
Oh,
I
really?
was like, $20, I don't care. And it was
Yeah.
done by the guy who does all of Logan Paul whatever's editing.
They used to anyway. Yep.
Yeah, used to. Whatever.
Yeah.
And he gave some good insight stuff. A lot of it I think was like, yeah, you could do that, but I don't really agree with the ethics and morals of doing it that way. because I just feel it kind of rip off ish. You know, you're getting an audience, but I don't think you're getting a loyal audience by doing some of the tricks he was giving. He pretty much said steal people's content. You know,
yeah.
Steal it
I've
all.
heard some of that stuff.
Yeah, you're just screwing yourself
if
by
you're
not doing it.
If you're misleading with your it probably won't happen unless it's gross or something. But if you're misleading with your tags, that's not really used anymore, but your title and your description.
Yep.
If you're misleading it with that, like grossly misleading, they YouTube can take you off.
Yeah.
They can ban your channel. So
really?
He gave a lot of good insight. And then the one big one I used just recently, and the international video is a reflection of it, is just he's like, cut your video. Cut. He said, and then cut it again. And then he said, just go in there. And I was literally cutting out 2 seconds at a time between scenes. And I just kept cutting it. And he's like, when you felt like you've cut it too much, you're probably in the ballpark of where you need to be. So just a constant cut. And then just only keep, so everything flows, start to finish, try to get longer watch times, keep people engaged. Don't explain things to people. Don't, like, just try to keep them involved. Like, his big thing was like,
well, he had a different kind of channel too. His was more like a vlog.
A vlog.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's a different way of doing it, just to keep people watching, because there's no reason for them to watch you to begin with. You're not really giving them anything but talking about what you're doing. So
there we go. That about
I found it was kind of interesting, and it was just kind of one of those. I liked the international video when it was done. It's an honest video that at the end of the day, I was like, I don't like much of the stuff I make. It's very hard for me to put it out there and expect it to do well, because I'm like, I wouldn't watch that. It's stupid, So where the international one was, I'm just like, that's the first one I've honestly been like, I'd watch that without a doubt. So like, I'm honestly very happy with that video, and if it doesn't do well, I don't care. But it's just one of those like,
I like it.
That's kind of the direction I maybe want to go towards, because I enjoy.
You got to have fun,
Yeah.
That's the way that I started editing mine. I don't know if you've noticed they're different. But I attempted to go to the shorter videos because that's what the poll said everybody wanted.
Yep.
And then it's like nobody was watching them. So then I changed.
A 10 to 15 minute video is where you're going to retain most people. But if you have entertainment out there, you can run your video 45 an hour, but it has to keep people involved, and people have to have time for it,
I mean, most of my videos cap out at around 80 views, roughly. But the videos that I was putting out, the 10-minute ones and shit like that, they weren't getting half of those views.
Really?
I was like, fuck this. I'm going back to what I was doing before. And I've also come up with the attitude of, I don't care if I get to the 1,000 as quick as possible. Like I was really.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
Instead, you don't want to get there and not have your watch hours or something like that,
Right. I mean, the lives are taking off. I'm getting a lot of views and a lot of interactions, and I think that the videos are just going to follow.
So, are you going to switch your days once Old Car Guy and Straight Six Fan come back on their season, or are you just going to stick with it? And
I don't know.
Yours is pretty early here anyway.
Yeah, I don't want to.
So you might be okay not running into theirs as long as you don't go too late. I think theirs starts at like 8, so there's like 2 hours after yours.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I noticed that they were running one Tuesday night side by side with Destroyer, weren't they?
Yeah. Their Christmas special or something that they do once a year. Yeah.
Why would they do that? I mean, we're all in the same community, so
they didn't probably even.
Everybody does their own.
I don't think they were trying to do it.
I wouldn't take.
I'm sure Destroyer don't care.
No.
Yeah. Destroyer hit his goal, so that's good.
Have we heard from Monster at all? Anybody yet?
Yeah, I talked.
Yeah.
How's he
He's doing a show tomorrow at some time, and he wanted me to be on it, but that's all I know.
Okay. Does he? Because he hasn't been in contact with me since. Because when I took the Thursdays, he said he was going to start at 8, and he hasn't done one show for that. So I want to make sure that I'm not.
Do some show tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock. I think it's 9 o'clock tomorrow, my time. So it'll be 10 o'clock your time, I think.
Okay.
But it's not. He hadn't sent the link or whatever. He's just saying that's what he's planning. So he hasn't been doing a whole lot lately on his channel.
Yeah, I know. I know
Everybody's
something
been
happened.
traveling and stuff.
Hey, his calendar picture came out pretty good though. I liked it.
It did. That's really good.
I didn't get mine today. I was surprised. I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yours
really
is
good.
the shipping says it should be there within the next 2 days, but which is crazy because the order model, a couple of days before you did yours, and I just got it. So
Well, it's just in Mass, and I'm only an hour and 45 from there. So
yeah.
And I imagine if it wasn't Christmas time, I would have had it probably 2 days before you guys.
Well, if you would have ordered 2 of them, they would have shipped it with a different carrier and it'd been there quicker. So
Well, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Due to the fact that holidays, I got way more stuff going on after today. I probably won't be doing anything. I might try to get on with Wasted Talent on Saturday, but I don't know with his work schedule if we're even going to do it.
Yeah, I might pop in and say hi or something, but
yeah, he wants to do one on Christmas because he's got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
But it's kind of one of those. I don't know if that's going to work
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to work
So-
for me either.
I'm not going to probably put out a video this week. I'm not going to do anything. So it's just
it's
Everybody's-
Christmas. People aren't really going to be this.
no.
From my experience, anyway, this is like the slowest week for YouTube.
Exactly.
In the history.
Well, that's my thing. It's like I didn't want to put out a
All
video.
right, so I'm not the only one who's seeing the viewers.
Oh yeah,
this week.
no, it's
Okay,
going to
cool.
happen.
All right.
That's good. I got a couple videos that I know
But
are not going to get many views.
Pretty
I may
much
just all release
right
them this
after
week.
Christmas, like
Well.
the 28th, 27th, 28th, it's going to. It should
Really?
skyrocket. It did last year anyway, and the year before. So
So I am putting up a video on the 30th.
I'm going
That's
to do a
gonna
live.
be-
I think it's the 29th. Next Wednesday, I'm going to do a year in review live.
Okay.
Ah.
So I'm gonna go back to for me, I post videos every 2 weeks. That's what I would like to do. Interspersed with live interviews, stuff like that. I want
Yeah.
to finish
Oh,
off
yeah.
the one with Natalie. What's that?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So for me, time wise, I like doing them 7 p.m. East or Atlantic time, our time, because I can still hit the Pacific Coast 4 o'clock. If the show carries on the East Coast, 8 p.m. Atlantic time, 7 p.m. Eastern time, right? That's just so I can hit viewers all across and
Yeah.
the guys down in Australia that watch. So if I'm stepping on anyone's toes, it's not because I don't like you. It's just that's the routine that I've been doing.
As long as you're not purposely intentionally,
Like
trying
you
to step
came
on
over to
somebody's
this
toes,
chat,
nobody's
and we're
gonna.
like, why doesn't everybody come over to my chat and then just like skip out and then like get mad when nobody comes? Then we might get offended.
No, it's the Thursday was decided much earlier when I found out about the in the analytics under audience to find out when most viewers were.
Oh, you
That's
get
when I'm
that.
punching for the videos being uploaded. As for the live streams, it always worked out doing it on a Thursday when we were doing the automotive trivia, which I got to put one of those together. But yeah, it's all in flux. But the every 2 week for the upload, if I don't have an upload ready to go, then I'll just do a live. Usually I take somebody like the next one that I'm going to be doing. I don't know if I can finish up the one with Natalie beforehand, but I got a guy from Australia with their summer nationals coming up in early January. We're just going to do a quick little live and talk about that, what the show's about. But that's the only reason why.
Well, there's only a certain amount of time. There's only a certain amount of days. So there's so many people doing this now. Like Narc Customs was just live.
Mhm.
And if I wasn't live, I'd be over there watching it. But I don't care. I mean, it's not.
And I was over there.
know he
on
wasn't trying to do anything crazy, So it's just it happened to be, and that's fine. It happens,
My lives are pretty short though. Like usually we're bouncing about the 1, maybe 2 hours at most. So I mean, if I'm starting 7 o'clock here,
Sorry.
then what?
It's funny. I never saw it. He was talking about he just messaged me about my flag in the background. I assume you know what that is.
Sicily?
Nope. Isle of Man.
I don't know what that is. Can't see it.
Isle
like
of Man
legs.
TT.
All right. If you look
Yeah,
at the Sicilian
nice.
flag, you can understand where my
There
confusion
you go.
came from. Sorry. But yeah,
Still don't know what it is.
the Isle of Man.
It's a poorly drawn swastika.
That's what he said. He said it looked like a swastika. So that's why I
Kinda.
brought it up. I was like,
Kinda,
please
yeah.
somebody tell me that it doesn't look like that.
It kind of does.
I'm pretty sure once he pointed it out, I'm like, oh,
Oh.
that's like a poorly drawn swastika.
I'm gonna go grab it, but I've got only one picture up in this garage.
Hey.
I'm gonna go grab it for you.
Hey, hold on before you go. That looks like one of them Canadian.
Let me know that you're a mentally
not the
handicapped Nazi without telling me you're a mentally handicapped Nazi.
Where they run
Let
the
me
TT?
tell me you're not a
What's a
motorcycle
TT?
person by telling you without telling me you're not a motorcycle person.
I'm not a motorcycle person, I guess.
This is why I didn't want to say it out loud.
Hey, I'll say it.
Oh, I think you should. Yeah.
Hey, listen, there are so many people that you could be like, achoo, and they're
Oh.
offended, so
There
you
you
never
go.
know.
Isle of Man.
It's picking up the reflection of your
I can see
screen.
it.
Computer. Yeah, we seen
I
it.
see
though.
that,
Good Isle of
yeah.
Man.
God, get some better eyes.
Still no.
Sorry.
I mean,
Sorry.
still don't know.
Well, the picture's teeny this big that I'm looking at, so
Jeez.
Got old young and
That's
junker
the
clunker in here.
original.
He don't know what it is for sure. He's too young.
See, so I'm a pretty
gonna
offensive
be
person,
younger than you.
and I try not to be on
You what?
these lives.
I'm
So,
like,
I'm sorry if I say something offensive.
Oh, it's all good.
am I older or younger than you?
You are younger than me by like 3 years. You're
What?
younger than me. You're younger than Pistol. You're younger than
it
Dude.
gets
And
older
you're
as
Whoa,
the
don't bring me
night
into
goes
this.
on.
Bring
Yeah.
me into this.
How old are you, Cletus?
I'm 37. So is Piston, Twisted, and Dudes of Wrenches.
What?
We
It's
can't
not
remember
2
a
years.
lot, so we just picked the same number.
I'm 35.
Oh, 2 years. Sorry, 2 years. Oh, I thought you were 86.
Yeah, I am 86. I'm 35. I'm
Yeah, so 2
35,
years
right?
younger. Sorry. We were born in 84.
But
Barely, because
I'm
my
just
birthday's
13.
March.
113, you got to look up the Sicilian flag.
I did, and I
Ah,
absolutely see
So,
it. Yeah.
now I need to know, how old are you, 113?
47.
Aren't people gonna guess? Oh darn, 46.
46. That's what you said earlier. 46. my
God
bad.
dang.
Yeah, I
Looking
was gonna
pretty
do, well,
good
you
for
guys
46.
guessed.
I'll say that. I feel
Thank you.
46.
Are you hitting on
I mean,
him?
I am. He's a good looking man.
Oh, boy.
Cletus, the Isle of Man TT is, like Shopcat says, it's one of the deadliest.
Yep.
But it
He
is
dies
an
at least
all-out
every year.
race, but it is one of the most historic races. Like back when, Harley and Indian and Triumph, Norton, BSA, 39 and 40, or 38, 39, BMW was in it. Like this was.
That's where really
the
Honda
race.
actually kind of came from.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you
Street
couldn't
Hero
do the
Honda.
Isle of Man, if your bike couldn't do the Isle of Man, and manufacturers would send bikes there with champion racers and hired racers, if it couldn't do the Isle of Man, you're done. You're done. That was the proving ground.
Kind of like NASCAR was to cars, or not NASCAR, but
NHRA was for drag cars. I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to think of the one, the Grand Prix, right, where they put the new cars out and they would try to race them, and then
well, there's a lot of different race series, I think, that were good for that.
yeah, Trans Am, that was a good one. The Isle of Man it's a road race, like literally on regular roads. There's bushes right next to the road and brick walls right next to the road.
Pedestrians.
It's in the country of Isle of Man. You should look it up and just look up some videos of just Isle of Man.
Guys
I don't know.
wipe out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Guys, the
I mean,
fact that he came out without a scratch on that one.
Yeah. Oh, the big fire wreck. Is that the one you're
I
talking
probably
about?
won't, but
Yeah.
not to be,
It, I mean, it's awesome.
I'm just not
It is
motorcycles isn't my
That
thing.
sounds
pure
like
actual motorcycle
motorcycles,
racing.
man.
Yeah.
You know what motorcycle
awesome.
you know what the motorcycle sport that I love to watch the most is this crazy like dirt
Tour de France.
bike sidecar, like where they have a sidecar and the guy's like leaning off it and they're going around a dirt track and it's like this is nuts.
They
They're
do
literally
those at Isle of Man on the pavement,
Oh,
where that guy is leaning all the way off
Yep.
like that, doing 170 miles an hour.
I don't know what they're
leaning
talking
off.
about to you.
These guys, so when they
they're talking about Lance Armstrong
when
winning with one nut.
when you see bikers leaning into a turn, you want nuts. Bikers leaning into a turn, they got the angle where they're leaning right over. When the guys are lifting their heads to miss the stone wall, because that is how tight they need to make this turn at over 160 miles an hour. That is insane.
That's what Island Man is?
Isle of
Yeah.
Man. So there are TTs all around the world, but the Isle of Man is the one. It's an island off the British coast, and it is insane, absolutely insane. And I mean, there's
Personally, I
different.
just wouldn't. That just doesn't interest me. I wouldn't watch it.
What?
I mean,
You're not as much.
I'm
into
not trying to be.
racing
I'm sorry,
anyway.
I'm coming off my way, guys.
Because you're only 30.
You know
I
that
don't
thing
watch-
you like? Screw that thing you like.
I don't watch NASCAR either.
Your guys' stuff is stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right. It is stupid,
But no,
Yeah.
what does the feet got to do with it? I don't understand.
Feet.
that's just the flag of the country
Yeah,
of Isle of
it's their
Man.
flag.
Oh,
Okay.
So
I
you
thought
should
that
go all
was-
the way back around.
It looks like the Sicily flag.
Well,
so
and
it's the country's
Minus the
flag,
girl.
not
let's
the
go
race.
It is
back to what
actually
you
right. Yeah.
thought it was. Let's all have the discussion. Now,
Yeah.
if that
Did I
was a
take it down?
swastika, it would still be the symbol of universal peace. So,
Technically,
Being the only
original-
Polish
I guess
guy
that-
in this live, I can definitely dispute that.
I'm
if
not
you-
saying you can't blame the symbol for what it became.
Right.
It used to be.
yeah, it was actually Indian symbol as far as.
Yes.
I mean, that's where it actually was.
Ancient
originally.
symbol of some sort or something.
Yeah.
Some religion.
Yeah, it's
ancient
around
religion.
long before that
It
idiot.
meant peace. Just like a lot of people don't
Yeah.
realize the peace symbol that we use in America actually was a symbol for nuclear disarmament, like
The-
dearming nuclear missiles.
Really?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
It's,
Which is still
every
peace
symbol
anyway.
has a weird heritage. You know, like I love the fact
Yeah.
when people are like, you know, we love the American flag. Great. But there's a lot of countries that do not. And it
Oh,
is
yeah.
like a symbol of oppression and all this
Of course.
stuff. And it's like,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, all right though.
They don't
But we're
care.
American, so we just tell them to go get bent, right?
Just as a
Yeah.
bit of a heads up, sorry, I might need to be leaving here shortly.
Oh, man.
I hope not. Sorry, dudes. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Okay.
I got a bunch of them for tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Good old Bert.
Oh, he got to leave. No,
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm just waiting.
He
I
might.
might have to. I hope not. But
Okay.
if I have to make a quick exit,
If I say anything else to hurt his feelings, he's gone. That's what it is.
that's pretty much it.
Can't
That's
talk
Talk
about
crap
any
about
kind of
motorcycles
motorcycles
again,
anymore.
Cletus,
Well,
try this one. See if that hurts his feelings.
Oh, I ain't trying to hurt his feelings now. Come on.
Oh,
I'll tell
oh
you.
come on now.
Smelly pirate hooker.
You got pictures
Yeah, I don't
of
want to
that
hurt
or
his
what?
feelings. I was just
You
joking.
get one of those?
Something about a pirate hooker?
Yeah, I've never been into racing,
What does that mean?
motorcycle racing.
Not really into
Really,
car
I'm not
racing.
into-
other than
I like
drag.
drag racing. That's about
I agree
it.
with everything
All right.
being said right now.
So drag racing.
I like drag racing.
It is awesome. It is
That's
awesome.
not it though.
Depends on what level you're at.
Well, I like the shit boxes to drag race. I don't like the level where they
Like-
got $30,000 into their cars. and stuff
No,
like
so like I used to go to a lot of bracket racing, and you'd see like a Dodge Neon
Yeah.
line up next to a fully blown Chevelle, and then the
That'd
Dodge
be
Neon would
hilarious.
take off, and it'd be like wee, and then all of a sudden the Chevelle would just launch and just be
Oh,
going
that's
by
hilarious.
him. And it's just like I don't know if you
And-
call this racing.
And the neon.
Well, no, but it's still funny. It's like
Oh,
the
I'm
strip
with you.
club here in
I
Arkansas. I
hate
love
bracket
it.
racing.
Up by where Narks lives. It's the raunchiest strip club I've ever been to, but I love it. I just love it. And
Well,
if you
the thing
guys
is,
ever
like-
come down here, we got to go.
If I was gonna race, I'd probably end up bracket racing just because of the consistency of it and just being able to bring your car set up and race it. Like, but to watch it is
Oh,
just
Corey,
kind of
come on.
like,
Bracket racing, eh?
yeah.
What
Yes.
do you think
That's-
about sprint car racing, Kurt?
That's cute.
I
Well,
love
the-
sprint car racing. I grew up watching
Is
sprint.
that the
car
little
racing.
cars?
The little car.
The ones that you wind up on the top.
No.
Let 'em go.
You ever
I
want to
think
watch
it's
some crazy guys that like to hold it out on the edge the whole time and carry the front tire through the corners? Sprint racing is where it's at.
Yeah,
I
let
probably
me see.
like
If,
it
I
either.
I just want him to talk crap about Corey stuff.
I'm just
Oh.
like that's
You're trying to pull me into some bullshit, huh?
Yeah.
my buddy does a sprint car racing. He's done it for like.
A smelly pirate hooker.
You're gonna use that all night now, aren't you?
I'm not gonna
Oh,
throw any
man,
shade at
it's
sprint car racing.
Here's
but
Jeremy Allen. Hey, Jeremy, y'all pulled him in. Y'all
Ah,
calling
I'm
her
just
reinforcements
saying.
now. You're like, hold
the
on.
only
he's-
There we
thing,
go.
the only thing more ballsy than a motorcycle is having an open drive shaft between your
Yeah,
legs
the
going around
small-
corners.
Yeah.
I like motorcycles. I love riding motorcycles. I like working on them.
all right,
I
dudes.
want to race them. I don't want to. That's not for me.
So my logo.
Mhm.
Yep.
The filters on the mask.
Yep.
Because there's certain types of fuels that will really sting you out in the open.
Alcohol.
Tell your dog to quit queefing.
That's my woman.
Oh,
I'm trying to be serious.
I'll tell her that
Out
then.
loud.
I thought that was your dog making noise over. I couldn't hear it. So. Oh, she's out.
Yeah,
All right, go on.
Now that I'm offending everybody on the live here.
she told me if I went on live, she was going to sleep.
She wasn't lying.
So, oh God, no, she doesn't lie.
So what were you gonna say there, Piston?
I'm not saying. I'm not saying anything.
Moment's gone.
I love sprint car racing.
Moment's gone. So the canisters on your logo.
Oh,
Fuels.
sorry. Yes.
Are from my old racing days.
Oh,
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The cracked helmet's also how I ended my racing days.
Oh, that'll do it to you.
yeah. Well, you know.
Your tools are really organized.
That's the only thing in my life that's organized, man.
Oh, come on now.
Not my
So-
tools. My tools
It's-
are just in a pile.
It's almost 2 a.m. and I'm talking with 2 other 37-year-olds about tools.
Yeah. Like,
True.
Oh, I got a tool. Here you go.
But you could
Let's
be
talk
smoking crack in a van down by the river. So
Why, you got some?
Oh, I gotta go find that one.
Let's talk tools. This thing, you push this button and fire comes out.
Nope, it does not.
Mm.
yeah, get
That's
in
when you point it
frame.
at the
Come on,
camera.
get in frame.
Keep it
You-
away
you know
from jackets.
Replace that propane with
As
math
we
gas.
see the lens just go.
It's on the wall. There's no reason to burn my camera.
burn your swastika back there.
Yeah, come on.
Not
Be
more
part
right
of the
now.
liberation.
If you painted those legs black, you've got a swastika. I'm
I'm
saying.
not going to
We'll
do
burn
that.
that Special Olympics Nazi flag.
That's my favorite one right there.
And that's how this live chat got flagged.
Yeah.
Tesla has single-handedly ruined drag racing for me. Tesla swaps will be the new Ellis swaps.
It
You
will
can't
be.
argue with 200 miles an hour and push up a pedal. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's not
I
wrong.
agree.
I
Well,
had
the
that
difference
conversation
is
this morning.
I
with a guy.
drove a Tesla, and they are stupid fast. But you don't get that rumble. You don't get that feeling. You don't. It's different. It's
Cletus,
You don't get the tunnel vision.
only one part of that sentence was correct, and it was the stupid part.
oh no, they are stupid fast. It'll smoke
Just
probably
so,
anything I've ever
You
driven.
just get your AirPods and you stick them in the ears and you listen to like an old V8 rumble and then you just mash that electric go pedal and you're just like, yeah.
Give you a
Or
seat that kind of rumbles
Yeah,
a little
V8s
bit.
were never this fast.
or dudes, you put in a massive system with a PA and just play exhaust sounds going down the road.
Yeah, put some big old L7s in there, some kicker L7s, like 3 of them. That'll do it.
Rich Rebuilds, he's got it right. He LS swapped one, and that thing is
You
sick.
put a V8, yeah, in the,
Yeah, that thing is sick. They put
Yeah.
way too much money into that car, though.
He's really smart though. He's done he's like repaired a bunch of cars that Tesla's like, nah, we're not gonna
Yep.
work on them. He's
Yep.
like, oh, I'll do it.
Oh,
I'll
those
figure it
the battery packs that they're saying is going to cost you like 13 grand. You can fix it for $200.
Yeah, and well, the one he fixed one that was like 30 side, and you're gonna have to replace everything. And it was
So-
like 4,800, and it turned out just a little coolant elbow that he was
Now,
able.
now
to
here's a tidbit of information from somebody that messes with power quite a bit.
Don't.
I'm waiting for the day when people buy up all these Teslas, wrecked, ruined, whatever, and just think, I can fix this. And then we start hearing those stories like, this dude died.
No,
this dude
like I
died.
said, he's really smart. I didn't say everybody.
I know. Well, I'm just waiting for the first guy that's like, I bet I can jumpstart it back to life.
Yeah, but you need to have a ground strap
24
on.
volt system real quick. It'll be all right.
They have
When I was there.
Parallel.
at least with Priuses, they had specific like ground straps where it would ground your body when you're working on this thing. I don't know if Tesla has that shit or not.
There's a lot
I
of
can
safety
tell you-
precautions. A lot. Yeah.
And here's the other thing that me and my brother-in-law have talked about extensively. So when you start talking about bridges, interstates, underground traffic tunnels, they're all built to withstand a certain level of fire and accidents and wrecks.
Sure.
So when we start talking about huge lithium batteries that are literally going to melt the steel structures on something because the heat is going to be so much hotter, we don't ever want to see a 30-car pileup on an interstate ever again once everything goes
No, of course
electrical. Because we're not cleaning that up. It's just going to be a smoking crater in the middle of an interstate somewhere. Where it's just gonna be like, that's where they
We'd
burned
have
to
to
death.
build a road around it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
until we get the infrastructure for firefighters and stuff to put out them fires easily, And some firefighters have it. Some places do, but most places don't. We're going to have some issues like that. So
exactly, I'm waiting for it. It's like
I think Ford
training
should give me a new Lightning to test out to show everybody for YouTube.
Have you messaged him yet?
I got a question. So does anybody around here want to see a video on a new Bronco?
Sure. It's the time to put them out.
Because the new Bronco will be here. I think you get it tomorrow.
Who does?
Dude, do you by chance want an 88 Ram Charger?
Oh, I think I saw you guys talking about that earlier.
Everybody wants an 88 Ram Charger. Nobody wants to pay for one, but everybody wants one.
Fair. Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I don't like Dodge.
Oh.
I don't.
Ugh.
Wow, we found a vehicle dudes doesn't like.
So I've worked on a lot of things. And it's not so much that they're bad. I'm not going to say any vehicle's bad. They all have their inherent issues. But like something about Dodge is made out of like some inferior steel, or the metallurgy wasn't very good. Like in this area, it literally just turns to dust quicker than anything else you could possibly own.
See, in your area, the engines and transmissions last longer than the bodies. And here, the bodies last longer than the engine transmissions.
Yeah. And every time I've worked on something, like everything has a standard, like this is how we're going to do it, everybody. Okay, we all agree there's going to be some little differences. And then Dodge comes in and goes, no, we're going to do it the Dodge way. And that's going to be weird, and people are going to enjoy it because it's different. And then all the Dodge people are like, see how great it is? And it's like, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked on a Stratus or an Intrepid with rack and pinion steering that mounts on the firewall and steers at the top of the strut towers?
You ever worked on a Chevy Malibu, the early 2000s models?
Yes.
With their suspension system?
Well,
Junk.
Yep. Hey, like I said, everybody has their downfalls.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just for me, I've never had a lot of luck.
Pues igual que yo. ¿Y qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno canario? ¿Y de los ayuntamientos de la isla?
Okay.
And that's what happens when you tell a Dodge person their Dodge sucks. Now,
Transfer sludge machine, that 2.7 was junk.
I'll be the first one to say, like, I like the older Dodges.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to get out of this. I'm not trying to be completely agreeable.
And I will 100% agree with you. Like 70s up to like even 83. I would own any of those Dodges.
88.
Okay. I'll give you 88.
88 still in the Ram Charger anyway. It's still a square truck. So, or even in the regular truck there.
Because I owned an 84. I owned an 84 Prospector.
Yeah,
that truck was indestructible.
Oh, Prospector. That's a great truck. I like it.
The freaking body was falling off of it.
Chrysler?
That sucks.
How about a Turismo? You ever heard of Turismo?
No.
Like the game?
What was that? 87, I think it was. 87
Grand
Turismo? Wasn't a Grand. It was just Chrysler.
Was it a Buick?
Chrysler.
Probably like Chrysler. It was a weird. It was probably another car. They just weirdly did not Chrysler.
So it was basically the downgrade of a Duster.
87 Duster? So it's like a Dodge Shadow?
Maybe it was an 85. I can't remember. I owned one. I love the thing.
Those are kind of like a Fox body.
It kind of.
Toyota's the only brand that takes pride in there. Yeah, Toyota's has some downfalls too.
Oh,
Go look at when they tried to do CVT.
Yeah, but I will say this about Toyota because I've worked on a lot of people's stuff. Toyota is really good about it. If they acknowledge a problem, they will take care of it.
Look at the frame. I was working at the dealership with the frames, and
the Tacoma frames.
Yep.
Yep, that was a big thing.
Their incentive program was crazy.
Yeah, I gotta take a call. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just gotta take this call.
All right. You could have your frame replaced, or they would buy back your truck at way stupid amount of money for it. Yep. And 90% I guess it was like probably 60-70% of the people would take that check and bring it right back to the dealership because they're like, wow, that company, my truck's 20 years old and they're giving me this much for it.
I knew people that were pulling them out of junkyards wrecked and taking them back and getting a check.
Really?
Yep. Yep. Wow. They had to put some kind of a stop on shit like that. You need to own your vehicle for more than 6 months or something like that. Yep. Is what it ended up being. But no, you could essentially have a brand new truck at the end of it because if your rear main seal's leaking, I think they were charging the part plus like 20%. Because you got to pull the motor and trans anyhow. Gotta replace the frame.
I'm going to retract all statements. I think Dodge is great. Amazing vehicle. I have no hate for any vehicle outside of none of them. A Hugo.
Really?
Trying to get a sponsorship or something over here?
Nope.
Hate.
I believe in justified hate, okay? I don't believe you should hate anything unless you've worked on it, driven it, or owned it. So you can't hate on Fords if you've never owned one. I hate people that are just like, I'm just a Chevy guy. Have you ever owned a Ford? No? Then shut up.
So I make fun of Dodge Neons because I've owned one and worked on them, right?
Exactly. Like if you say I hate Dodge Neons and somebody's like, I love those things, you can be like, well, this is my experience with them, and this is why I can justifiably hate one. Period. You know?
I gave my mother a Neon forever ago.
Because
she ran that thing. I love my mother. Don't give me that love.
What year Neon was it?
That was a 96, I think it was.
That was the good one.
That was still.
It was borderline good.
I'd say that's the.
It was a Neon. So.
It was. I know. Listen,
Well, the last
years
of the Neon actually got good, like 03, 04.
Yeah, but like my grandmother had a 99 5-speed, and it was kind of the hopped up version in 99.
Oh.
I think it was pretty bulletproof.
SXT or whatever it was.
SBO or.
Yep, and she was 86 years old and drive to 5-speed and rip around to that thing, and it was like she loved it.
Nice.
300, like the 300 Galaxy.
No, 306.
Oh, the engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. 300 was a bulletproof motor. What was that 97 they stopped making that?
Yeah.
Something like that.
The 2-valve Ford's not the 2-valve.
I think it'd be younger than that.
Yeah.
I think it'd be like 91, maybe 80s, maybe 88.
North Star killed Cadillac. No, Cadillac name was coming back, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Cadillac
the
name
North
is
Star didn't
killing
kill
it right
Cadillac.
now. They're expensive, and they're nice cars now.
And here's the thing. I'll give you the name of the motor. 82.
But they were nice cars when they first came out.
What was that?
With the North Star. Those were nice until they...
Oh, the North Star is a good engine.
Yeah, it just had inherent issues in certain ones.
Right, but it's really hard to work on.
You got to
that's why
pull the
nobody
damn
wanted to work. It was
intake in
super
order to
expensive to
replace
work
the
on.
starter.
Yep. Okay, so where Cadillac started to go the wrong, because my dad owns a Cadillac, so he gives you all the background on
They
this.
try to make front wheel drive.
So, no. So 81, they put in what they call, I think it's the 364. I can't remember what the name of the motor is, but it had displacement cylinder shut off in 81. So
they were the first ones to do that back in like 46 or something like that.
They did
but
it
the
mainstream.
problem was it didn't alternate. It was always the same 4 cylinders. So 4 cylinders would be worn out and 4 cylinders would be almost new.
So in 81, they did a 4, 6, and 8. So it would change from 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, 8 cylinders.
Oh, wow.
And it was all Rube Goldberg garbage device. And if you had one of these motors go past 50,000 miles, you were doing good. So Cadillac acknowledged that right away and was like, these are junk. And then they pulled the 4100, which was slotted for their new front-wheel drive platform, and they slammed it into a full-size Cadillac, which made it a slow, sluggish piece of junk.
Oh,
so like
sure,
82 was a bad selling year because they were underpowered. And then they jumped into 83 and they started making the front-wheel drive market. Well, they didn't upgrade
to be fair,
that
most cars
4100.
were underpowered them years, so.
Yeah, so they never did anything with the 4100 until the 90s, and that was your first North Star motor. So the problem with it was it still had an antiquated throttle body. It didn't have any performance. They didn't upgrade it because they lost so much money on that 468 motor, and they dumped the 41 in there too soon, lost a bunch more money, and they just didn't recover from it until like the mid 90s. So
yeah,
it was just kind of one of those. They were just trying to get back on top from 2 bad motor decisions.
Right. Cadillac hurt me when they brought out the Cimarron.
You didn't like
it's
that?
Like a Cavalier.
Well, they tried to. What car did it? Everybody thought it was based on a Chevy, but it wasn't. It's based on a car from Europe.
The Cadillac was.
The Cadillac Cimarron was. Yeah, it was supposed to be a European type.
Well, it's like the Cadillac.
I thought it was just a Cavalier.
The Cadillac Catera was that way too.
And there was another Cadillac that they tried to do this. Catera. Yeah, I'm sorry. You just said it. Yeah.
Catera is a rear-wheel drive, and it's the same size like a 99 Malibu, but they're rear-wheel drive, and they're made from some, I don't remember what platform they're off. But
Opel, probably.
Car. Yeah, Opel. There you go.
Yep. Yep. Same thing with Cimarron. So
And those cars were another one. Like, oh, you made it to 50,000. Good job, because
right.
you got lucky on that one.
They should have not tried that. They shouldn't have tried to get into the lower markets. You know what I'm saying? Just stay where you're at. Stay in the high class market and put money into your vehicles.
Well, it's a lot of people think Mercedes is some executive kind of car and blah, blah, blah. Mercedes
No, Cadillac knew that. And GM's bad about this, Jeremy, is they know there's issues. And Ford is the same way. They know there's issues, but they just wait until they can't ignore it anymore.
Well, and the headstuds issues wasn't that caused by the fact that it was a modular motor?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was like a 3-part modular motor, and the heads were messed up because of that.
Yeah, didn't they have head gasket issues too, though?
Yeah, that was the. It was not only that, but like you couldn't take the bolts out in the car, so you had to pull the motor to get the head off.
Hey,
I've
guys,
never.
Sorry to do this. It's looking like I got to go into work, so rather than running out of here, thanks for the great show.
I won't make funny motorcycles anymore, buddy.
No,
It's
he will. It's okay. It's okay.
I know. I'm just messing with you, buddy.
It's okay. But yeah, Junkers. So tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Love it. All right.
I don't know what time it is right there for you.
8 o'clock.
It's 8 o'clock right now?
No. Right now it's god awful like 2:03 in the morning.
What time is it here, Bob?
2 a.m.
1.
I don't have my.
You're an hour ahead of me. He's 2 hours ahead of me.
It's like midnight.
2 right now?
Yeah.
It's 1:02 here. Okay.
Yeah. So we're good. All right. You guys have a great night. 113. Thanks for backing me up with the motorcycles tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here.
Hey, my pleasure. You guys take care.
See you tomorrow
night.
All right, now I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna get ganged up on. I'm leaving too.
Nah. Yeah, get out of here.
I like bikes too. I don't like them as much as I
like motorcycles. I'm just not into motorcycle racing.
You know what?
That's
I think it's all cool. It's fine.
Sure. No, it's
oh, you're just trying to kiss ass now.
You know what's not
okay.
cool?
As long as it's delicious ass.
Is vaping.
We get it.
Now have I offended everybody tonight? Everybody good?
Choo choo. You know what? I'll say this.
Go ahead.
By the way, I have age onset asthma. I'm an asthmatic. And what sets my asthma off, sir, is high water content vapor. That's what they actually put on the file. So moisture.
So don't come to Arkansas.
So you could never vape.
I can never vape. Everybody's like, you want to try this vaping thing? I'm like, pretty sure I'd die.
Hey, did you know that they actually now know that vaping causes infertility in men?
Good. I need to start vaping.
Hey, you don't want any more kids, right?
I also said that about Mountain Dew, so
yeah. I've heard that too.
I think. Okay, listen. I know that it's not great for me, but it sure is better than smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day.
Well, don't.
I'm sure.
I know.
That's
stupid.
Not okay.
I have a very addictive personality. If I ever did crack, oh my god,
you'd be thinner.
I would be way thinner, but I wouldn't have any cool tea.
Still in VCRs.
You can get some dentures. Maybe get some gold teeth. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Hey, you can be like Cletus, man. Get your whole chrome grill.
That's right.
I was trying to
doing that.
I was watching that on my phone, and I'm like, does he have a grill in right now? I was like, it's like you're chomping your teeth. I'm like, he's got a grill in.
Yeah, you couldn't see it in that video, but
no,
you did on the news thing. So I'm gonna do it some more. I'm gonna do some more.
You can buy grills.
Why?
You can.
I'll just use the ones I got.
Oh,
you don't have grills. You have bubble gum.
Cletus.
Yeah.
I want to be the news guy for you. I want to be the weather guy.
You can be on the news.
I want to be the weather guy.
You want to be the weather guy? Well, do me a weather segment. January 5th is the next show. So if you want to record something and send it to me.
Okay. I got some ideas.
I also have ideas.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to start doing? Here's my idea. No one steal it. Nobody steal my idea. It's mine. I'm saying it right now. It's my idea.
Okay, then I have an idea when he's done.
Okay. So I don't know if I can do it because I don't want to get beat up because it'll probably happen. So I did this the other day. I was getting some stuff at the old hardware store, and I went to the Taco Bell. And when I was walking out of the hardware store, they had this breezeway where you got your first doors and your second doors, and it's like a heated area. So as you're coming into the store, you don't have that cold breeze coming in the store. You probably don't have that in Arkansas, but it's a thing in Iowa.
No, we do.
Okay.
Sometimes,
So
yeah.
it's like a clean air warming.
Yeah, yeah,
space.
yeah.
So the hardware store lets this homeless piece of crap hang out in there to get warmed up, and he just sits there all Indian style, messing on some, I don't know, government phone. And he's just like, and he's just
Tell
sitting
us how
there
you really
babbling
feel.
on about something, and he looks up at us and he's like, "You guys got some change?" And I'm just like, out of nowhere, it just hit me, and I look back and I'm like, "Tell your mom I said hi," and I walked out. And I'm just like, my brother-in-law just starts laughing, like, "Why would you say that to him?" I'm like, I don't know, it just seemed like something funny to say. So when we went to the Taco Bell after that, you know, this guy's all fumbling around with my food and he's just not figuring it out because we got great workers these days. And he hands me his stuff. And he's like, "You have a nice day." And I said, "Tell your mom I said hi." And I drove off. And like, I'm just like, I should just start filming this. And I should, everybody I see, I should be like, "Tell your mom I said hi." And just,
That's
see
how
the
you
reaction.
need to start signing out, dudes.
yeah. So like, if you actually look at my international video, at the end of the description, it just says, "Tell your mom I said hi."
That's good. That needs to be your sign off.
There you
That's
go.
it.
There you go.
So I don't know. I was just like, you know, I've never seen that before. Maybe that would be funny. People would enjoy it.
Hey,
Yeah.
just to let you know, yourmom.com is still a URL you can purchase.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it was
You think
as
that'd
a.
be sold.
You would think so. Look it up. It wasn't when I bought junkerconkers.com.
Oh yeah.
Guess you were making decisions there, huh?
It was a hard one because that would have been awesome.
Now I bought
See-
Junker Clunker. I bought Junkers Clunker with the Z on the Junker part.
So we had a
No, we
whole
did
better
not.
idea before we went to Dudes with Wrenches because we thought YouTube would censor us.
Sure.
So we have the webpage, we have the email, we have everything, and then we didn't do it. So it's just like shit. Then we went with Dudes with Wrenches. So our original channel name was Two Gas Holes, and it was just like, you know, we were gonna make a sign with like a hole with a gas.
No, that would have been fun. I don't think they would have said.
Yeah, and like we both like me and my brother-in-law were like, let's not do that. That'd probably get us in trouble somewhere. We wanted to be a little more wholesome. We wanted to have a whole sign made and everything, just be like, "This is Two Gas Holes Garage.
Oh.
This is me and him."
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go make.
When somebody
a
asked, you say, "Well, I'm talking about a carburetor in the fuel tank."
I'm gonna go make that YouTube channel right now.
Oh, okay.
Your mama.
No, the gas hole one.
The gas.
Oh, gas holes. Yeah, Two gas
All
holes.
right. Well, tell your mama I said hi.
Tell your mama I said
I
hi.
should change my name. I've been thinking my name's kind of dumb. So
Oh, you know,
Cletus, Maine. That's what it should be.
I always thought it was a
Please,
good
Mike.
name, and then you could like it'd be a lot of play on word stuff. So you could like,
Yeah.
stick it in your gas hole. You know, it's like,
I'm not going to change my name to Cletus Main, but I am going to bring that character and do some more things with it and see how it does.
It's a good idea.
why not?
It's fun.
Yeah.
I think you need to start acting like Ron Burgundy during your news live.
Burgundy.
Oh, maybe.
I've never watched
see
those
the character
movies.
Cletus
Fuck
Main?
you, San Diego.
This week, yeah,
Fuck you, San Diego.
It's
Fuck
last
yourself,
week. I didn't
San
do one
Diego.
this week.
There you go.
I didn't watch. I was gonna watch it tonight, but then I didn't.
What?
Yeah, I didn't do one this week. I'm not doing another one till the 5th. So
What?
that was last week's.
So I think I ought to put the remote down. I got a notice the other day that we've watched. What did I say it was? Over 15,000 hours in the last month.
Yeah.
Jeremy, used car
You
prices
watched
are going
that
crazy.
Over 15,000. I don't have my phone
There's
on.
not
Wow.
that many hours.
That's a lot of watch hours.
How did you time travel, sir? How did you make
How many hours
time
did
Hey, go
you
get my
didn't
phone,
previously have?
I'm gonna find it.
I gotta
I'm
get
pretty
a
sure it's at
calculator now.
15,000 hours in the last month. How many
1,500
hours in a
maybe.
month?
I'm gonna call calculator bullshit on you.
No, I'm serious.
Maybe it's
Alexa,
1,500.
how many hours in a month?
730 hours in a month.
24 times
All right, hold on.
32. That's only 768. Yeah. So,
730 hours in a month.
there you go.
A normal month.
All right, maybe it was longer than a month, but hold on, I'm getting my phone out.
760.
I made my
Nope,
dog.
it was 1
Let's
month,
do
15,000 hours.
15,000 divided by 763
Maybe it's a year.
means there had to be 19 of you watching videos simultaneously every hour of the whole entire month. You just got 19 TVs up on the wall, just like,
So-
yeah.
15,000 hours
Frickin'
would be
Matrix.
20 months.
Hold on. I retract my statement until I figure this
should
out.
Retract it all.
It was like 100. It's
Take
close.
a
It was
take
like
a zero off that. I could
I'll
believe
go with
150
1500, and that'd be
hours.
like different TVs going at one time, like a phone and the TV.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I
now I
believe
gotta
100.
remember where I had it. Where it
You
sent
saw
to.
it in the future.
I mean, I have my iPad and my TV
8,760 a
and
year.
my
Okay.
computer going right now. So
Ross Perot used that, man. Hey, he made a good calculator.
Here's a fun one. So I'll give you a little insight on my work schedule here. I just had this conversation with the guy today. So this year I worked 320 hours of overtime, which was down, and I'm like financially struggling because of that. Wah, wah, wah. So previous year in 2020, I worked 105 hours of overtime. 2020, not a good year for overtime. Didn't have a lot of work. 2019 is the year that I was like, screw this job. I'm going to quit. Okay. 852 hours of overtime. So I was like, and that's not regular hours worked in a week. That's just extra.
God.
I got paid very well in 2019.
All right. So
Yeah.
where do you get your statistics from?
Your mom.
Google. Oh, your YouTube statistics?
Yeah, not my channel one, but the other one there.
Yeah. So let me go to YouTube. I don't know. YouTube. We'll go over and click on.
I don't remember where I saw it. It popped up and said something.
I just want to straight face everybody I see and just be like, hey man, what's up? What's going on? Tell your mom I said hi.
Settings.
I would watch those.
What happens?
it's
What
gold.
happens when you meet that guy of like,
Oh, I'm getting punched.
my mom just died, man?
I'm
Make a good
I'm
video.
getting hurt. That's
Make
you
a
got to
good-
know that going in. You better carry like a stack of 20s. So you can be like, it's a joke. It's a joke. You just throw money at them. Always make sure they're shorter than you. That's a rule, right?
Yeah, because they can't punch, right?
Right.
Nobody punches up well. I mean, that's fine.
They're short and they punch straight across.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
not too short.
That's true too. I'm gonna have to start wearing a ball guard.
Yeah,
Why? Because of the midgets?
No, that's
the midgets are going to be offending.
my Junker Clunkers one.
Short arms. They definitely don't swing up well.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Rope a dope.
Well,
How about
they're
your
short,
dad on
so you just-
YouTube? Let's
you
see if that
stand
works.
back a foot and you're fine.
What is it?
Yeah. Just hold them by their head.
No, this
Hey
shows
now.
my videos.
Hey now.
Don't kick. That's not fair.
Photos.
Yeah. I want you to fall
Search
over.
history. Okay.
I'm not doing my search history.
On Google, on YouTube.
I'm not doing that again.
That's why I use a private browser.
That's right. VPN, baby.
I'm not
Burn-
seeing where it shows how many
burn
hours
after
you watched. I know you do it on your phone.
Maybe history?
No, you
No.
can do it on your phone.
Mm,
Copyrights, content, playlists, analytics.
I swear it said something like that.
Shopcat's leaving. Take it easy, Shopcat.
Bye, Shopcat.
Bye,
Sorry.
Shopcat.
Bye.
Sorry, I'm a liar.
All right, time to me to bug out of here. Maybe I'll pop back. when
Worked
I
with a guy
get
that had
home.
10 grandmothers? How many
Oh,
grandmas
A
did I
lot of
have?
grandmother.
I worked with a guy he had a busy grandpa. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Well, yeah.
He made a
You
lot
got
of
around. I like
bad
to
life
recommend that.
decisions. I got
Well,
around.
I don't know.
I got around because they all lived on the same block.
I remember last time I said your mom. Somebody was not cool. They were upset.
I know, right? I use it all the time. I
did
censor
you?
myself heavily. I'm constantly just like, and your mom. I do it bad. So my buddy at work, he gets so tired of hearing it, he's like, I don't even care anymore. And then he'll say something back to me like, yeah, my mom would do that. She's gross. And he's like, whoa. You can't say that about your mom. I said, she doesn't care.
I know there's one YouTuber that does not take your mom jokes lightly.
Hey, I'm aware.
Definitely
So,
not.
Yeah.
Into the
I heard
good
of him.
story. He just got tired of hearing the mom stuff, and he's like, I'm not listening to you anymore. This isn't any fun. I said, would you rather me
Please,
talk
on
about your
top of that one.
dad? So I started making his dad jokes, and that got weird fast.
Oh.
Bet your dad would love to suck this. No.
He might.
Depends.
And then he was totally back on board with just make fun of my mom. It gets weird when
Yeah.
you talk about my dad.
Yeah.
He's like, I think you're a closet homosexual. I thought, no, it just makes it way, way better when I get to see your face.
It's funnier, man.
It's just so much funnier. I was told because I have a cubicle. Believe it or not, I work in a cubicle. But my cubicle's in the corner where no other people had to be.
Ooh.
And I have been known to make very bold and racist comments out loud. So it's good that I sit back in the corner and people don't hear me. And then a
So
lot
have
of
you ever
just
seen? Yeah, I knew I recognized you. It's from a movie. You ever seen
Good night.
Office Space? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it feels good to be a gangster.
just saying.
I'm a big fat liar because I can't find it anymore.
I bet you can.
I'm not going to say you're lying. I'm going
It
to say you were a
wasn't
mistake.
real.
How about that? That make you feel better?
I might have exaggerated a bit, but I didn't think I
You're using a
did.
mirror. That might help you find it.
That's what she
Well,
said. But
I mean, there's a good one. That is what she said.
yeah,
She was opening up her dirty can of what?
Dude, you're on fire tonight, dude.
the dude's is a homosexual, huh? Closet homosexual.
I guess.
Huh.
I told you. See, my brother's super gay, so I guess it's wearing off.
Yeah. You ever tell him like you know
That's
how
how
to
it
do your
works.
gay jokes?
That's how it works. Like, you'll catch
You
it.
told me.
You'll
No,
catch
well,
it.
you know, especially with gay people, I love to do it. It's fun. Well, they probably don't like it. I don't
So-
know, but I'll say, you know how I know you're gay, and then you know whatever comes around is your dick tastes like shit, or you know whatever.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, I get those ones.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. So, like, we have this rum that you can buy at the local grocery store here. It's called Mount Gay. It's like an island or something.
Okay.
It's just Mount Gay. So, my brother came over one night, and I was at the grocery store, and my wife's like, "Oh, your brother's here." I'm like, "Oh, sweet." And I ran over to the liquor store, and I grabbed some Mount Gay, and I came back, and we're like, "Hey, man, I bought this rum for you. It's the best." And he's kind of an alcoholic, so he's like, "Oh, you think you're funny because of Mount Gay?" And he whips the top off it and just starts chugging at it. And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Yep, I know how you're gay." And he's like, "Why?" "Because I drink Mount Gay." I said, "Because you know how to guzzle some shit." And he's like, "What?" You think you're hard? Come on. And then he tried to hand me the bottle. I said, "No, thanks. I know where your lips have been."
Oh.
So yeah, we have that kind of relationship.
Cool.
What does he
Me
come
and my
back
brothers
to
give
you
each
with?
other shit all the time.
He doesn't like. He's pretty. I've been nicer to him lately. Like I try to, because he gets kind of like, "Oh, you hurt my feelers," and then he acts like a jerk, but then gets mad at me because I just kill him with kindness. So like, let me tell you a story. See this truck right here?
Yeah.
She's pretty. So
Okay.
this is my loaner truck. Like if
Okay.
anybody wants to borrow a truck, I just throw them the keys to this thing and say, "Don't kill
Oh,
it."
yeah.
You know, like I don't care. It's just an old beater.
I feel like I just heard this story.
You do, but this is
It's a good story, though.
It's got some pepper on it. So I give this truck away to everybody. So I give him the truck. He said, "I just need it for a day to haul some stuff." Brake line blew out on my 02 Chevy pickup. I drove it out to our mom's house. I'm going to work on it sometime. I don't have time. Blah, blah, blah. He takes the truck. My brother can be what you call an asshole. So he takes the truck. He's supposed to have it for 2 days to go to the dump. He gets called into work or something, doesn't take it to the dump. So we go on about a week. I'm a guy that's just like, if you borrow something from me, you know it's mine. I'm not going to come looking for it. I don't care. You know, it's whatever. You know you have it. I know you have it. Who cares? So his car breaks down. He starts driving the truck every day to work. Doesn't tell me he's going to bring it back. Just starts driving it. So, like, I don't care. I know. So 3 weeks go by. He's dodged me. He won't contact me. He won't text me back. He just has my truck, and he's doing this thing where he's just like, if I just don't talk to him, I don't have to tell him I'm not bringing his truck back for a while. So I go out and I get his truck from the farm, and I bring it back to my house, and I put all new brake lines on it, and I fix it. And I park it behind my house. So a month and a half goes by, and my mom yelled at him about having my truck and not talking to me for like a month and a half. So he shows up with the truck. He's like, "Yeah, I finally took that stuff to the dump. Thanks for working on it. I put a starter on my car, whatever was wrong with it. And I really got to get my truck fixed. Is there any way you can help me with that?" I'm like, well, you got to get down in my yard. I'm tired of your bullshit and you borrowing my truck and just not even talking. And I just start ripping his ass. And he's just like, well, I didn't have nothing. He's like making all these excuses. And his boyfriend's standing there like, I told you, be mad. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm pissed. And he's like, well, how much to drive my truck home with no brakes? I said, where'd you leave your truck? Well, I left it here when I borrowed your truck. I'm like, no, you didn't. You took it out to mom's. Oh, I did. Why is it here? I'm like, because I fixed it. Here's the keys. Take it home. And he's like, what? You asshole. Like, what? I'm like, yeah. You know how you took my truck for a month and a half, and then I just took yours, fixed it, and gave it back to you because I'm a nice guy? Well, yeah. Fine. Whatever.
Wait a
Takes
sec.
his truck and leaves.
Dudes, your brother is really gay?
Yeah.
And you give him shit about it?
Constantly. His boyfriend's
Like
a
a
super cool
good-natured
guy.
way.
I mean,
Wow.
I'm probably better friends with my brother's boyfriend. Yeah, that makes sense.
Your brother-in-law, right?
Yeah.
Well,
They're not married, so
So just be boyfriend.
boyfriend.
Your brother's bro.
Could
Yeah.
you call him your boyfriend-in-law? I guess? I
Boyfriend-in-law.
don't know how that works.
His name's Pete, if that makes you feel any better. Pete
just one
is
Pete or
actually the
just Pete,
previous
one Pete?
owner of the
So your
Volvo.
brother likes Peter?
Oh, really?
Yes. Peter was the original owner of the Volvo.
Oh, you guys got Bob laughing now.
If we'd have known that, we might have come up with a better name for the Volvo then.
No, not like we're gonna keep it like that.
The Volvo. We're gonna call
I'm
the
just saying that
Volvo
someone's
Peter
name was
Eater.
Peter.
Peter Eater.
Peter Eater. That's what it is now.
There he goes, writing down Peter Eater.
I am not
Green
right
Peter
now.
Eater.
I'm trying to show y'all something. Maybe.
Oh, son. Get it, boy.
Is it your Peter Eater?
Somebody needs to make a logo
I
quick.
think she's in bed.
I did make that logo. How about that?
Oh,
Hey, let
The
me see
LSD
mine.
one? Looks good. You'll see it when yours comes.
Then you put that
Yeah,
Camaro
what's
up there,
up
so
there?
I'm confused.
Yours is May, right?
March.
I didn't get February.
Look at that party car.
I forgot to send him a picture, so my bad.
I was wondering why you weren't in it.
I was being lazy. It's my own fault.
I waited till
Nope.
the last day and had him come to my house and take a picture. How's that?
You know what we
Even
should have
better.
done, Cletus? Is we should have put people's birthdays in the calendar. That
You know,
says
I was
it.
gonna do that.
That
But-
gets a little.
The little software thing. Let me show what I did do.
I don't need you tracking me.
On
Exactly.
April here, I put this. In
Oh,
there.
did you really?
Oh, cool.
So the next time you ask what the date is, he's gonna say, "Look at your calendar."
Look at your can. Oh, you didn't buy one? Well, that's
Oh, you didn't buy.
That's right.
I guess you don't need to know.
Guess you don't even know. Can't even support the calendar crew.
So when we get
Makes
there and we're
sense. You
video,
can't get on the Volvo.
Best you like starving children. Oh,
I like Volvos.
Oh, Jesus.
yeah,
Yeah,
What's wrong
that's what
with
I
that?
should
hate
say.
kids anyway.
that's what you should do with it. Be like, oh, I see you like
But
watching
look,
children
for
die.
you guys that didn't buy a calendar, you guys like to starve children. I get it.
You like starved children. It puts
But they
the
are nice
cornbread on. Oh,
I bet
They
you
are.
ate tonight, asshole.
yeah. Bet you like eating all that food every day, don't you, boy?
I bought one.
You know, there's kids
Yeah,
out
yeah.
there.
It's all I can
starving.
afford because I'm not monetized.
Oh, is that why?
Monetize ain't gonna help you that much.
I'm not monetized.
I'm monetized, and I get.
It's a whole pony.
It
every
usually, I usually get. I don't know. It's been down this month. I usually get about 1,200 views a day.
month. Oh wow.
So 1,200 views a day monetized, depending on which video it is. It usually makes almost 100 a month. So
You can buy like a carton of cigarettes and 2 12-packs and man,
yeah, that's about it.
live it up.
I don't know where you live. That's not even Chinese food here.
Whoa, whoa,
you need to
whoa.
move someplace cheaper.
You need to start beating up on some Chinese people. Tell them you need cheaper
Uh-oh.
food.
Whoa.
They're smaller than you. Jump them behind the chai
Listen,
stack. It's fine.
Listen, hold on. Pump the brakes. They may be smaller, but
They're
there's
quick.
a lot. At least in this one right down the road,
I know. Kung
there's
Fu.
a lot of them that work there.
Oh, and so
Like-
you're saying they'll gang up on you and they got all the agilies on them.
So My brother got me kicked out on my sister-in-law's wedding day. We were
three
drunk.
little Oompa Loompas had to physically throw your ass out of there? Like,
No,
what?
I was walking out, and my brother was running his mouth. And next thing you know, I turn around, and there's at least 15 or 20 of them coming out of the kitchen, and I'm like, dude,
With
we gotta
knives.
go. One of them's got a freaking meat cleaver. I'm like, we gotta go.
Whoa. Go for the legs. Dang, if they got a meat cleaver, go low.
Hello.
No, I was not playing with that.
What's up, Monster Crust?
We got enough buffet for next month. Go for the legs.
Monster Russ, what'd you think about your calendar picture?
Where is it?
What's up, monster? That
What's
picture looks good,
up,
I think.
Monster.
Monster. I've been asking for you.
So yeah, we're gonna have a Bronco here tomorrow because
Now, the Bronco Sport or the full,
No.
the regular
the
Bronco?
full Bronco.
Okay.
Because people think I'm richer than I really am. My wife made friends with a dealership owner.
Yeah.
And he straight up is like, I'll just bring it over and I'll drop it off. You guys can drive it for as long as you want. If you want to buy it, whatever. And I'm like, how do you meet these people? And why do they think we have money?
These people.
What does she do for a living?
Well,
Wow.
stuff. No, you're not going to find her. So she's a doctor.
Oh, there you go.
I wouldn't.
And she's a professor. So she works 2 full-time jobs. She's a college professor. She teaches anatomy, microbiology.
Well, y'all have more money. Then you
advanced
have more
science.
money than you're putting on there.
And
Or
she's
maybe
also
she
a doctor.
has more money.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's got the money. He's
I actually make more money than her in a year. So
Oh,
more than a doctor. And she went to college for 4 years for it.
she actually has
Must-
3 4-year degrees. I don't know, 2 2-year degrees, 2 4-year degrees, and a doctorate.
hey,
She went to
Monster
college
Russ
for
wants
12
you
and a
to
half
slide in
years.
his DMs, Junker.
I will do that. Every time I've ever messaged him, it takes him forever to. He wants to what?
Don't really slide in his
Slide
DMs.
in your DMs, man.
Oh, I don't know that lingo.
Slide
right
in
Yeah,
there.
you do.
I can only guess what it means.
Yeah.
Can you
When
not?
somebody slide, anyway, it's
Just sliding on in
No,
there.
go ahead.
it's like okay,
Just
so
get
it's his
on in
best
there.
name to somebody, but it's usually sexual when you're sliding in DMs. So.
Yeah.
I'm not
She
going
was
to
like a
sexually
secret.
message you, monster. I'm sorry.
It's not a euphemism for anything.
I am a
Just
taken man.
sliding in the DMs.
Taking you downtown.
That's the Outdoorsman Garage says he dumps most of his money into my daily driver, Dooley.
Oh, I was going to ask him if he owned a Jeep, but he said dually, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, Dooley Jeep, that might be cool.
Can you tell how? I mean, I can pop
Hey,
my
there you go.
collars. Like this means I got money, right? Pop my collars.
I can pop mine too.
I'll put a hat.
I mean, this is like an expensive ranch brand, if you were unaware.
This is Dickies. Yeah.
It's also
For all you peasants out there,
Oh,
look at my
Dickies, yeah.
expensive ranch brand.
I've got nothing.
Brand.
So, dudes, I have a question for you. Your car is all out in the everywhere out there.
Yeah.
What stops rodents and stuff from getting in them?
Oh my God,
Good
we just
question.
talked about this 20, 30 minutes ago.
Different channel.
I was going to say, not here.
So, mice don't like cinnamon.
Okay.
So if you spray cinnamon odorizers like extract on stuff, they don't like that. And then
Well,
I
you
buy
just
these
take
little.
hot damn and
Sure. So I buy these little rodent bags. They're kind of like they have like an old man on them, and they advertise them everywhere. And they're like some herbs. And I throw those around everywhere in my garage. And I have these little sound beacon boxes that you throw a D-cell battery in, and it puts this high pitched noise out. And that's where I throw in all the cars I care about. And then everything else just has mice in it.
Okay. Well, when you're opening those vehicles up and stuff, doing them for the videos and stuff, I'm surprised that there's not more animal intrusion in them.
So because there's so many buildings, you'd be surprised how much mice will just hang out in the building versus car. Like I've always kind of felt that too. Like we did have a big problem for a long time with raccoons, and raccoons are like the worst freaking animal. Because I had a '76 Chevy pickup that maybe had like a rust hole in the floor like this. And them goddamn bastards peeled that thing open like a tin can, climbed through the floorboard of the truck, and tore the shit out of the seat, the dash, just everything. It looked like a freaking hellscape in there. And I'm just like, cool. I love raccoons. I love all of them to die. a slow and painful death. And we had a barn that they totally got infested with them. I mean, there was like 30 of them in there just hanging out, and you couldn't go in that barn anymore. So my dad, it's all full of car parts. There's literally raccoon shit on everything. So I cleaned that whole barn out and sealed it all up. And when I went in there the first time, I couldn't get the raccoons to come out. And you're standing in there, and you can see these raccoons like crawling up the insides of the walls next to you, and you're like, "Cool, that's what I want to be bitten by right now."
Is this question for everybody?
What's that?
Is this question for everybody?
Sure.
Question who is your favorite?
The one he put on the screen or the
side?
Bob, who is our favorite?
Any
Besides
move.
me.
Who is your favorite mechanical YouTuber aside from yourself?
Well, obviously, it's going to go Junker Clunker first. So
I'm not really a
Maybe
mechanical
besides
YouTuber.
yourselves. I would
I
have
don't
to
qualify.
say Dudes with Wrenches. Really, I like to watch his stuff a lot.
aside from yourselves.
It's not myself though.
now, are we talking within the group or within the
Just
whole?
whoever.
I assume he's talking all of.
I mean, I
All
like
of
Puddin. He's fun. He's good and stuff. His
I like
videos are
Puddin.
too long. I can't watch them.
That's
I like
true.
them.
I
But
look
can watch,
forward to his every
I
week.
watch 20 minutes or so. I've got stuff to do. You know.
No,
Who do I like? Vice Grip Garage.
He's
I mean, not
definitely- he's
his stuff
definitely-
was. I think I don't know. It's kind of gotten.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
His videos are kind of long still too. Just like Morsky. I like Morsky a lot too.
Restoration.
The videos
Bob
are
says
just long, man.
restoration.
Restoration. I watch him too.
Yeah, I've got some of his stuff.
I don't watch Will It Runs all the way through ever. So, I mean, I guess I like Wes Chaplin. I think he's a good one.
Yeah, he's a good channel.
Yeah, because he does like to the point. Like his videos move
his
really
channel-
fast,
yeah.
and like he'll show you this dilapidated car in the beginning of a 20-minute video, and by the end, it's fully blown and racing down the street. So it's like,
Well, and he does the videos where he's working on them and building them and stuff.
Right.
But he'll have a point to the video and say, "This is what we did today." You know.
so if you haven't checked him out, I think he's really good.
Oh, he's great. He does all kind of cool stuff. The Humvee, the Smokes thing.
Oh, you're talking about Weston?
Yeah, Weston Chamberlain.
Okay.
Chamberlain.
I didn't really hear.
Chamberlain, Chaplin. I don't know. I got that name wrong.
Oh,
I'm horrible with names.
Pause on that for a second. So remember how I've said that I just Whistling Diesel I can't stand.
You didn't
Right.
watch his newest video, did you?
I did. The one where you got stolen from.
Do you know why I hate that though?
Go watch it. It is the
I
best
watched
video.
it. Do you know why I hate that
he's
video?
ever put out because he's trying to be a badass when he's not.
No. He's trying to change his image. And if at the end of the day you realize what he's doing there, you realize he's just being an asshole. Like for him to literally say,
Uh-oh.
For him to literally say stuff like, I'm going to catch you, period. And I'm going to spend all my money to make sure you get caught and then not even prosecute you just because I'm a nice guy somehow and you should honor that. That's bullcrap. You should have prosecuted those people. They're thieves. So if you make this huge deal that you just hate thieves and you're just going to go after them with everything you got, and then once you find them and get them, you're just going to let them off because you're a nice guy. No, that's you making YouTube content to be a douche. You're a hypocrite.
I don't know. Maybe it was the best video to me because he wasn't ruining a car.
He wasn't ruining a car, and he's giving you a better image of him like, hey, I'm not a bad guy. Everybody should stop disrespecting me. But at the end of the day, he pretty much made the statement, I can buy and sell you, so why do I care?
I won't go watch his shit still, though. There, very few ones will I go watch.
I mean, plenty of people watching it. He's making all kind of money. I mean, I'm not.
But he's super
good for him.
disrespectful
Oh, yeah.
about just straight up like, you know, if I have enough money, I can just make you, I can make your life a living hell. And the worst part is, you know, he was as nice as he could be to this guy, but he still filmed that guy's face.
Yeah.
That guy's whole life is done. I mean, he's
Oh,
just
yeah.
a thief now. So,
yeah.
And he even had to put a warning in there. Don't go harass this guy. Don't. You can see it in the bottom of the thing. It's like, you know, all these freaking douchebag Whistling Diesel fanboys are just going to go there and burn this guy's house down.
yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
it's a dick move. That's all I can say. It's like, you keep that shit off camera. You don't need to make content out of it. You're just being a douche.
Yeah. Well, Weston Chamberlain got robbed. I don't know if you remember that.
He did.
Yep.
And he didn't make the, I mean, they caught that guy. Like, it wasn't like they didn't catch the guy, but he didn't plaster that guy's name everywhere and put his face up on nothing.
My daughter's bike got stolen back this summer. I remember telling you, Cletus, about it. I got footage all over the place. I caught these guys. I confronted them. and
good.
I had him arrested, but I didn't post it anywhere except for I did post it in the local community group so
Yes.
people know who these
And
people
that's
are
fine.
locally.
But you didn't put it online and be like, check this
Right.
out, and like make
Right.
some
I'm
big
not-
public statement about it.
Yeah, I didn't put it on YouTube, obviously, but
Yep. I mean, I just think at a
Bad for
certain
you,
point,
Metal. Come on, man.
you get very disrespectful when you just start plastering that stuff over the internet. And it's not a big deal if like you're
Well,
somebody like
especially if you have millions of followers.
exactly.
You don't need that for content.
Exactly. You don't need to do that just to try to give people a better image of you. That's just
Yeah.
I feel really bad for the wife. She was absolutely taken back.
yes, she was. She was like crying. And he was making fun of that. He's like sitting on the camera, like, did you see her crying? She didn't even know. It's like, shut up. Just
Yeah.
yeah,
But on
I
the other
honestly
hand-
will watch a lot of his videos, and that video is meant so people think he's a better guy than he is. But all that video to me was confirm he's a piece of crap. So
The biggest thing is what was this guy thinking to begin with? The old guy.
oh, he's a thief.
He
Thieves don't think. They
he's
steal.
got-
got
meth
money.
head
Yeah.
You can see he's got money.
Maybe it's all set up then. Maybe it's fake.
Could be.
That would be
Maybe they
even
paid
worse.
him. Yeah.
What's up, Destroyer?
Destroyer.
Go with Destroyer.
Oh, I've seen those hats, those fitted hats he's got there. Wink,
Yeah, I
wink.
did too.
Well, I think it goes back to like Billie Eilish.
Eilish.
Yeah. She did this crap too when she first got super famous. Like she'd get so pissed off when people would dress up like her in like public and like look like her because she'd be like, they're ripping me off and they should know that it's dangerous to be me. And she like made a big deal like people are just like attacking her in the street or something. And it's just like, okay. And then she started freaking out because people found out her address and were like sending things to her house, like gift baskets and stuff like that. She's like, stop sending things to my house. And it's like, you live in a house with your mom still. When you're this rich and this popular, you need to go live on a compound somewhere. I'm sorry, that's how it is.
I
To be
agree.
fair, with her, she was what, 16, 15,
Yeah,
16?
she was a kid.
So she gets a little bit of now whistling diesel.
She wasn't
he's-
ready
he's-
for it.
He's in his late 20s, I think, early 30s. So
But that's what I'm saying. Like, and he's not as popular as Billy at all.
he's still pretty popular.
He is, but like for him to sit there and whine about it constantly and be like, "Oh, this, that, the next thing," it's like, dude, you're famous. You have money. Stop acting like you can just buy everybody and just go live somewhere where you don't have to deal with this stuff.
Just go buy whatever was stolen, go replace it, and get a better security system.
Well, that's the thing is he had a security system, and that's what I think is a setup in this video because the old guy's like, "Well, I saw your cargo containers were just open," and blah 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 blah. Like, and he's showing how he put all these Apple locator things in everything. And it comes down to, he left all that stuff out to where he's like, I know people are thieves. I'm going to leave all this stuff to where, no, they shouldn't be on my property. No, they shouldn't take
So he
it.
showed the Apple tags in the video.
Mhm.
And then he showed it getting stolen. And then, yeah, it sounds pretty set up.
Well, that's just it. I don't think he set up for that guy to steal it so much as he just made sure it was all very available and like, no one steal this. And then he just waited for somebody to do it. Because he was ready to go the second that guy stole it. He's like, I'm going to that guy's house right now. We caught him. And it's like, you were prepping it to be stolen. Like, I'm not saying people should steal it. I'm not saying people should be on your property. But like, if you're making it available to steal, that's still on you too. Like, expect it to be stolen.
I don't know. I mean, he was making content at the end of the day, so he could have set the whole thing up all
He
together.
could have. I don't know. I'm done talking about whistling diesel.
Yep.
Do you guys see where the people are using those Apple AirTags on cars and stealing high-end cars?
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen them putting them on all kind of stuff. People were putting them in their putting them in the mail packages and sitting them on their porch and letting somebody steal them and then going.
What I didn't realize is all it has to have is other Apple phones in the area, and it can be tracked off other people's Apple phones.
Yeah.
Oh, so
yeah,
it uses
I was
their
kind of
thing.
blown away about that. Yeah.
So
that doesn't sound very secure.
yeah, and that's basically what they're doing is as you're getting into your car, that's how they're finding them or how they found some of them. Or when people are getting in their car on their phone, it pops up and says, hey, an Apple AirTag has been found near you. And you're like, what? And then they're hitting the button. It plays music. It plays its little noise saying that it's located. And you walk around the car and they find them. That's how they're finding them. And it's just because your phone's.
Yeah, your phone created the GPS spot for the AirTag.
Yeah.
Good thing I don't, one, have an Apple, and two, drive anything worth anything.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. I mean, they can put those things on anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing them in cars, but put it in whatever. Like
so
I
I guess I don't understand what were they doing to steal a car then?
What they were doing was they were taking the air tags and sticking them magnetically because they make all sorts of different holders for them. And then they were waiting until the car went somewhere where they could steal it, like the person's home or whatever. And then they personally, so if I was doing it and I was trying to steal Cletus's car, I saw his car, it's a really nice car, it was at the mall or whatever, and I'd go up and put the tag on it, and then I go home, do whatever.
And then you could essentially track the car for days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And steal it when you know it's parked somewhere where nobody's going to be around.
Yeah, I know it's either at your house or you're at work all day in a parking garage or whatever. And then they just steal them. So,
and anymore,
like it could be used for anything.
I know Destroyer showed that little thing he does for the Dodges, but I started looking around at a lot of other cars. I always thought cars would be easier to steal. Like if you're not trying to drive it away and you have a truck and a trailer, there's so many easy ways to pop that sumbitch in neutral and just wheel that thing off. I mean,
if you have a good enough winch, you just winch it on a trailer anyway.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So, did you guys know? So my F-350.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Okay. You don't have to have a key to start that thing. It's super, super easy.
So the ignition's going out is what you're saying? The tumbler's just...
No, if you pull the bullshit, your knee guard down, you could literally disconnect and start it in seconds. There's no freaking chip in that thing or nothing, even being in 06.
Really?
Yep.
And see, that's how I've always kind of been blown away. Like, there's a lot of like theft systems out there, but like you don't have to beat the theft system. Like Cletus said, you just get a winch and drag it up onto a trailer.
Yeah.
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 And even if you don't want to title it, you can still take the cat off. You can.
Guys that are just stripping a car, they don't need none of that.
There's other ways as far as titles. I found out with my my Honda Shadow. Here, 13. We'll talk about a Honda Shadow for a second. Picked one up. It's an 03 last year. It has no title in New Hampshire, and it needs a title. So I registered it in Vermont.
Yeah.
Now all I have to do is take that Vermont registration, go down to my town hall, and they'll issue me a title.
Yeah, but if somebody reported it stolen, they wouldn't let you register. It should pop up and say, or if there's a lien on it as well.
A lot of the things, though, like in Arkansas, like I have one that I had to go down and do that and get the registration check. They check Arkansas. They don't check every state in the country. No. So I told him where that motorcycle came from. It came from a swap meet. Well, I bought it from somebody in Little Rock. That came from a swap meet in Alabama. That guy either came from North or South Carolina. I don't really know. So that cop was nice enough to go in and he ran it for every one of those states. And he said, so I checked those states, everything's clear. But if that thing had come out of, say, Florida, there's no record that's ever been stolen. I mean, as far as there would be no record that it's stolen unless it was ran for Florida. So it could be that same way.
When I bought it, I had it ran. I called the cops here locally and ran it.
Yeah, and they run for that state.
Yeah.
So my mom and dad back in like 83 bought a 56 210 4-door. That was our family car. Like, that was just something they bought as a little beater to put everybody in and drive down. So when they tried to go title that car, it came back as stolen. And it's like, okay, well, it's stolen. What do we do about that? And they're like, well, we got to contact the original person that owns it. So they contact the same person that owns it. They're in Iowa. And that lady's like, that car was stolen in like 1963. It's like, and it's never been titled since. And it's just swapped people all the way up to the 1980s. So the lady's like, what do we got to do? And the police officer's like, let's just call for a new title. Lady calls for a new title and just gets a new title and signs it over to my parents. Like, here, have this car, So it wasn't like a very big deal that it was stolen. As long as the person it was stolen from is like totally cool about it. I don't want that thing back,
Yeah.
Like they'd already been paid by the insurance company. It was done decades before. So it's just like, I don't know. And then like my dad, he did it one time where he found out a car was stolen after he had worked on it for a guy. So he was essentially holding the car for the guy because the guy hadn't paid for the parts, any of that stuff. So he essentially said, well, I'm just going to seize it from you on a mechanics lien. So then he did all the paperwork for a mechanics lien, and they came back and they're like, the car's stolen. And he's like, oh, well, shit, what do I do with that? You know, it was like, so then the same thing. It was like they just started talking to the person it was stolen from, and they're like, well, I'd like the car back. And my dad's like, well, that's fine. Still has a mechanics lien on it.
Yep.
You know, so the guy's like, well, you can keep it then. He's like, sign the title over, you know, and my dad ended up selling it to somebody. I can't remember, but it's just like, it's everyone thinks that like a stolen car is a big deal. As long as you didn't steal it, it's not as big a deal as you think.
Yeah, and as long as you go through the proper channel, so you're covered in case, you know, 10 years down the road, it comes back and go, hey, that car was stolen. You know, oh, you got it. No theft by receiving something. As long as you've covered your bases, then you're fine.
Yeah. Like one of my worst purchases was I bought, it was a 78 Suburban, and it had been painted and some body work done to it poorly. And like when I asked the guy, I said, so where's the VIN numbers? Like they're not where they're supposed to be. And when he gives me the title, he had the VIN plate in the envelope with the title. And I'm just like, he's like, well, we painted it. We had to take it off. I'm like, no, you didn't. That's not how this works. You know, I'm like, and then I started looking into like, even if you reattach a VIN plate, even on a car you've restored, back in the day, they used to what they called like a flower rivet. So essentially it would have these little cutouts on the pop rivet to signify that it was a specialty pop rivet. You can't really buy those. You can take a die grinder and make them and then put them back on, because when you get your car fully inspected, if you actually just pop rivet your VIN code back on, that can be classified as a, you know, improper tampered VIN code. So like if your car gets inspected in certain states, you got to pay attention to that kind of stuff, because there is VIN plates that if you cut off the lower rocker, you're going to end up having to remove the VIN plate to do that. So it's you got to kind of watch that. And like certain 71 and 72 Chevys, they didn't even use VIN plates. They used a sticker on the door. So you could actually take the door off, put it on a different truck, and now that's what truck it is. You know, it's like, good job, Chevy. Way to go on that VIN plate thing.
And you said it was in the 70s?
Yeah, like 73 through 92, and don't look bad, because I know this. So the VIN plate that goes behind the windshield in all your square body Chevys, that's part of the dash. Okay.
Yep.
The dash on the bolts. There's nothing hard coding that to the truck. Like you can literally just take your interior out, unbolt your steel dash, swap your steel dash, and boom, truck's revinned. That's it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so like you really gotta watch that when you're buying square body.
Like the Dodge that I had to put the new dash in, and all Dodges are like this.
Yeah.
The VIN plate was part of the dash. So when it fell apart, I had to take that VIN plate and super glue it on the new dash.
Really?
Mm-hmm. See, at least in the Chevys, they embossed it into the steel.
It had the Dodge. It had the sticker, the scannable sticker on the door, on the pillar. But
that's a lot of people don't realize they have partial VINs on your frame that are supposed to cross match to your body, and that's why they can never deem they're like, oh, well, this is stolen because the partial VIN doesn't match the body.
Gotcha.
What's up, Destroyer?
How are you guys doing?
What?
Doing good. He said, how are you guys doing?
I mean, I've had
computer's getting hot.
How hot is it?
I don't know. It's hot.
Can you hear me now?
Well, you can hear you.
Yeah, I forgot to ask you guys.
Hear you now.
I forgot to ask everybody. How does it sound?
Sounds all right.
Looks
okay, but it's I hear you.
I'm gonna refrain. I was about ready to throw it. Sounds like your mom in a hot tub, but hey.
Why didn't you?
I suppose only you would know the sound of my mom in a hot tub.
Whoa,
she's a hot woman.
Hey,
she really puts it out there. I mean, it's like dropping an umbrella in a hot tub. It just kind of waves.
Giggity.
Remember, Junkers, you got to call it daddy. Right. Say that.
Listen, she works hard for what she does. So,
she a glory hole operator, or?
Oh,
I guess you're gonna have to decide.
All right.
So Cletus,
she's higher. Moving
on. No green screen. Just
Yeah, it's more of a green hammock.
I think I'm gonna take the green screen down.
It's Christmas time. You're like, yeah.
Well, you can't even see our stickers.
I know. I'm gonna take.
He wants to give you the illusion that Santa Claus's green sack is teabagging it.
Yeah.
Well, there's that.
Heck of a sack.
That's a visual now.
But I just wasn't happy with the green screen thing, so
I'm loving it. No, dude. I mean, dudes.
Oh.
You're having fun, and I like that. And Cletus, sorry, man, I'm late. We watched the that new 007. My wife came home. She's like, honey. I'm like,
I was going to watch the new Matrix tonight, and then I'm like, oh, I got a live. Never mind. I'll watch it later.
I watched it.
Yeah, any good?
Yeah, I liked it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude,
But
that's
so-
been sitting there for hours. What are you doing?
It was
It's called
better
taco,
than
it's
the
fine.
second two. Tacos
Okay.
are good no matter what.
really?
That's
So-
hard, though.
I'm gonna make a statement here.
Oh,
Matrix should have stopped at 1.
yep.
Okay. I haven't seen the new one yet, but 2 and
Yeah.
3 are pretty bad. Yeah.
I
So if
agree.
you're telling me it's better than 2 and 3, I might watch it.
It is. It's definitely better than 2 and 3. And it's almost worth. I mean, most people remember the first one, anyways. It's almost worth going back and watching it just for some of the stuff that they talk about. I think you will
Well, I
miss
see they
nothing
use
if
a
you don't.
different
Whatever,
actor
but-
for the
Bad gay.
yeah,
Fishburne or whatever.
yeah, Lawrence Fishburne for
Yeah,
Morpheus.
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I
no.
don't.
The agent guy wasn't in the
Nah.
Well, he doesn't really need to be. I mean, it's kind of.
Morpheus
Really
was
just
like
figured
a
that all
part
out.
of it, though.
Yeah, Morpheus is what I'm talking about. You're talking about Agent Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. You can't
All I can say
replace
is
him.
you have to watch it. You'll. It makes more sense once you watch it.
You guys, I'm gonna blow
I
your
don't give
mind.
anything away. So
Uh-oh. I like
living
it.
in the
I mean,
Matrix.
what?
What?
Your mom's gonna blow your mind.
Oh wow!
Oh, that's incest. Moving on.
Easy.
I've
Hi,
never
Santa.
I've never seen The Matrix.
Okay. I don't disagree with that statement. If you haven't want to watch it, don't watch it.
Yeah.
I've heard the new Spider-Man is good. I heard the new Ghostbusters is good as well.
Yeah.
I heard it sucked.
Really?
The
Did,
one with all the women.
No, the one with Paul Rudd and all that.
There's
The new
another
one, the
one.
brand new one.
yeah, it
just
came
came
out
out.
not that long ago.
Is it a
The one
sequel?
with the women, that wasn't too bad. It was different. It wasn't.
It was
was
crappy
good.
writing.
Yeah,
Bad.
it wasn't bad. It just wasn't good.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
How
I'm an
was
old
the new
guy
James
going,
Bond?
that just
So the
sucked.
one with the women was
It
originally
wasn't
written.
bad. It just wasn't good. Now,
The one with
bad
the
would
women
be like
was originally
Matrix
written to
3.
be a sequel, and then when they did it, a bunch of the original people were like, "No, this is garbage." So then they still had to rewrite it and do it because they had already spent a bunch of money on it. So it kind of was Scrooged before it really happened. Like
Yeah.
they
it
kind
was
of had
a-
to work
writing
with what
was
they
just-
had.
It was a mockery of like an epic movie.
Yes.
Like,
I agree.
you
Well,
know,
and it had some good people in it as comedians, and they
Yes.
were absolutely wasted.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I'm a big Ghostbusters fanboy. Me.
Yeah.
So if you realize like the original Ghostbusters theme and everything, that movie was never supposed to be set in the time period. They weren't supposed to be Ghostbusters. It was all supposed to be set in space, and it was all like all this crazy
Oh, really?
stuff. Yeah, and that movie was shut down so many times. It was
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
knew that.
And it was just
Yeah.
like, come on. And just one thing after another held it back. And then like the funniest part about it was not Dan Aykroyd, but Bill Murray.
Bill Murray, yeah.
Bill Murray would constantly show up to the set drunk and high and just everything else and just piss everybody off. They all hated him during the filming of that movie. And like
Yes.
I said, he made that movie. Like Dan Aykroyd
Oh,
wrote
yeah.
it, it was all those things. And it was supposed to be built for John Belushi and Eddie Murphy. Those were supposed to be the other two characters in the movie. And it was supposed to be more of a comical thing. And all that got scrapped because it kept getting sold to different movie production companies. And then it finally got made as this thing that was never supposed to be. And it became a cult classic. And it was all because of Bill Murray. That was the kind of the
Bill
main
fucking
character
Murray.
when it was all said
well,
and
hey,
done.
you're right. He has no dick.
What?
It's a huge Twinkie.
No, the people who laughed know the movie like I know the movie.
Exactly.
What movie are we talking about?
Ghostbusters, man.
I don't remember a dick joke.
Bill Murray. Bill
yeah.
Murray
It's
was
true.
talking to this dude who was a total douche.
Yeah.
Like the
and
mayor's
said-
assistants, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. Mayor, yes, and well, yeah.
It's been a long
politics,
time
but-
since I've seen the first one like this.
Anyway,
Oh.
yes, please rewatch and you'll go, oh,
Yeah.
ah.
Y'all are just showing your ages. See the two people that laughed.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Dudes laugh too.
I show my
Did
age
he?
unless
Yeah.
it's blue.
He did.
So you guys all ready for Christmas or not? Sorry, I've had a few,
Sure.
and maybe
We
a
are
few
the
more
same
than I
age.
normally have. So,
I was going to ask you if you've had a few tonight.
oh hell yes.
I've had none.
I've had
I
none
haven't
either.
either. Well, I did
Mini,
earlier,
mini a
but that was,
taco.
I haven't drank in
more than
5 years.
almost 6 hours ago.
Good for you, man. I wish I could say the same,
I
but
mean, you should drink water.
I kind of miss it.
Oh.
That's true.
water's
I'm
good
not a
for you.
big drinker. I don't drink very often. But
Water sucks.
Drink nightly.
It really sucks.
I mean, I also drink daily, but I drink nightly also.
Well, you know,
yeah, no, I just don't.
So, Destroyer, I don't know if you were watching before.
Ooh.
This is my new idea for shorts. I'm just going to go places and I'm going to film myself after every interaction with anybody I can come across. And just like, at a drive through, at a gas station, and just like, hey, man, have a good day. Tell your mom I said hi. And just walk out. Just see what kind of reaction we get from just telling everybody.
yes.
Tell your mom I said hi. Peace.
Oh, you will.
You'll piss
It'll
somebody
be
off.
so
Sure.
far over. It'll be
Some people will be like, "What the hell is he talking about?"
no, but
Oh.
he's gone. But he will make a point when he says it. It's like, and gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they'll just like be a second like, what the mother?
when they just make it a place you don't frequent because they're gonna.
Yeah.
It'll be like some guy standing there going, "Hey, man."
Well, see, my problem is like I'm in my company vehicle more than I'm not. I don't go a lot of places. So like my buddy's like, you can't do that because they're gonna be like, see that logo on the door? And I'll be like, yeah, no.
Yeah, but that's magnet, so I can just take it out.
Yeah.
It's not.
Put a magnet on.
Oh, yours aren't?
It's got a good vinyl stickers on the jobber.
Oh, get you a magnet, stick over it.
Oh no, just tell them, hey, at work, I have an HOA, so
I bought this.
I
truck,
need
don't worry about it.
magnet. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Just get a magnet that says not this company.
Yeah.
A big one that says "dudes with wrenches."
There you go.
Tell your mom I said hi.
Stick it on top and just go.
Dudes with spanners.
Dudes with wrenches. Tell your mom I said hi.
Tell your mom I said
Gentlemen with
hi.
spanners.
Dudes with adjustable hammers.
Adjustable hammers.
I got one of those.
Yeah. I think it says
Boys,
Crescent on
It's
it.
metric.
I'm gonna shut this down. It's I'm
You
gonna get
should.
up, a little early in the morning. It's been on almost 6 hours. So
Yeah, I gotta go get a Bronco in the morning. So
Hey,
Sick,
I
man.
said I would come in
See
when
some
I
videos
could,
on
and
it.
I did.
Exactly.
Mine says 8 hours, 55 minutes.
5:56 for me.
yep,
Ah.
556.
56.
I'm not shitting you.
man, your calculational skills. You're
If you're-
up to par.
It's a
I'm
time.
taking a picture of this one.
Hey, and
You
he's
better
87 years old, dude.
Today.
Hey, it's that East Coast thing.
Yeah.
I'm
15,000 hours of watching this month.
Oh, Northeast is still East.
See?
I ain't all that smart, okay?
I'm in the mid South. No, I'm not South. I'm in the mid South.
Southwest.
Listen, I just sent it to you so you can see.
Southwest.
I'm around the way.
What you send to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Let's pull it up. Let's see it.
Do it.
pull it up here.
I want to see what kind
I
of
wanna-
crack this phone smokes.
I want to see
Mine,
what
you get your phone.
15,000 hours looks like. Maybe that's the deal.
It was 15,000. Get it right.
Maybe it's all that vape smoke you're blowing into that phone.
Ah, that Colorado vape smoke. Yeah, all right, I get it.
Moisture
Phone.
in there, man.
Phone's time traveling. What the heck?
See?
How is that a thing?
I don't know.
That's so weird. East Coast.
That's not
Yeah.
possible. It doesn't matter. It's still live for X amount of hours.
I
Like,
don't know
Yeah.
what to tell you.
That yeah.
He's only an hour in front of me,
Welcome.
too. So.
Welcome to live.
Maybe
Yeah.
you get more hours in
hey,
my
future man, let me know later when I get up because
Yeah, let me know what happened.
I'm only a 5:58 here. So
I'll let you know yesterday, okay, dude?
yeah, you gotta
Check
let me
some
know.
sporting events that ended in the last hour and get back with me real quick.
Yeah,
tell,
I gotta
tell me
make some
tell me
bets.
who won that Christmas tree race at Cletus' place because I was
it's like
watching
2
it for
hours
a minute.
ahead. So.
Is this really happening right now?
I guess so.
This is
Is
Narnia,
this real
boy.
life, man.
I was making a joke the other day
Where's
about
my
somebody's
car?
mom. I said, your mom's like Narnia. She's a big vacant hole in the wall that's magical, and I can't feel the sides.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're gonna get your ass kicked. You better have the camera
Love
on.
it.
'Cause this is gonna be
Fucking
awesome.
hot dogs in the hallway. Yeah, you're.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the cops.
Your mama's hot box is like a Narnia closet. It's big and wide and spacious. And it's cold in there.
I really am gonna
Dirty
end
old
this,
queen.
gentlemen. I
He's
know we're
gonna
having a
hit
good
the
time.
button.
You
And
got 2 minutes.
Thank you, buddy.
I'll appreciate everybody coming in. Everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Everybody
too,
come
brother.
over to my live tomorrow
Good to
night.
see
Merry
the
Christmas.
Junkers at least see you on the live for a little bit there. Just show them support. I'm
Yes,
doing
sir.
I'll be in the comments.
live Wednesday for the end of the year review kind of live thing. Destroyer, you doing anything Tuesday?
Yes, sir. I got pissed and twisted.
Man,
Roger
Excited for that
Clunkers
one.
has Pissed and Twisted on tomorrow.
that man's
Yeah.
getting around.
Telling you, popular week for him.
And Dudes with Wrenches 113. Y'all got anything? No, Dudes with Wrenches just put out a new video. And 113 just put out a new video.
I did. You should go watch it
Yeah.
along with the other 3 people that have watched it.
Oh, dang, boy.
Oh,
It's hard to get watch time right now. Just saying.
everybody in here knows, but yeah, well, it's the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
All it's times are taking a jump. Calendars, guys.
I saw mine shipped. So.
Nice.
Sucks.
Nice
I put
calendar.
my-
Oh,
put my
and
best
and
video out. It
If
doesn't
we're
do
doing
much.
merch, my new hats are here.
Oh, yeah.
And on my website. Anyway.
Nice.
Destroyer1320.com.
There's like
Boom.
6
Oh, look at
views on there. Come on.
I've
now.
heard it said before. And by the way, swcmerch.com, is it? You need to be posting that more.
Oh yeah, dude. Why is that not on the bottom?
Do I need to be posting
Yeah.
that more?
Yeah, you do.
Let me know. I'll make you a
New site.
little thing when you start your live. Like I plug my stuff because I'm like, hey, it's my live. I'm going to put my own commercial in front of it.
Yeah, if you could make it and send it to 113, put it in front of Heads videos and Dudes with Wrenches and Junkers.
Yeah. Just, hey, send me the logo for your website and boom, I'll make you something. You know I will.
Cletus,
It's
you were
not really that
talking-
kind of website. It's not really a logo. It's just
Well,
You were-
I'll make
you were
a
talking-
for you with music.
Here we go. You were talking about a bunch of crap I got to do to my channel. I got to add stuff. Huh?
Ooh.
You said I needed to add stuff
Oh.
to my channel.
no. I was saying I'll send you a little thing to add in front of your video, telling everybody to go to my merch store.
Oh
Hey.
no, this was hours ago before I came in.
Talking about
113.
Yeah,
What kind of camera are you using?
iPhone 13 Pro.
What was I saying you did do in your videos, Junker?
Did
It's
I
a
break
good
it?
camera.
Something to do with my wall.
It's pretty awesome. That's just the
Good.
standard
My
camera
camera.
too.
You said I was
wall.
missing a bunch of stuff on the channel.
We were talking about that. The subscribers down below, not the subscribers, but the featured channels or something.
Oh, the thing we were talking about was your live shows on Friday instead of Thursday.
Oh,
No,
Like
you're close. No, it was something about. It was something like 13.
talking about
113 was-
doing the playlist for the lives.
Oh, you don't have playlists for lives. I know that. Oh, your channels. You don't have any recommended channels.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when somebody goes to channels, it's just blank. You have nothing.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a whole different tab.
Well, still, that's the thing is Junkers is probably. Are you setting it up on a phone?
No.
And it matters if you're publicly subscribed to everybody too.
Yeah, but Joe, you could pick who you want to show.
Yeah.
Like mine, everybody who's a member of my channel, or if you go to channels, it'll have the members of my channel on there. So it gives their when you can go click on them and go watch their stuff.
Okay, I'll have to go figure that part out.
What do you?
I mean,
use
you
to
could put
solve it?
anybody on there. I just put the people who paid to be a member. So, like you're on mine, Junkers. So
I know.
13.
Yeah.
What's in your solvent tank?
Simple Green. Oh, no, sorry. In that one, it's PFC 1000 from Tractor Supply.
Oh, love that stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh,
You moved your camera.
I did. Yeah, I move it around a lot. But here,
There you
happy.
go.
you're
There you
swastika.
Hey, Destroyer, check out that. What does that remind you of?
Swastika. Right?
He's like, am I too drunk to answer this?
No, I'm like, what's the right answer for YouTube?
Well, the right answer is Special Olympics
Well,
Nazis.
I see
That's
feet.
the best thing so far.
I just
I'll
want to
tell you what it
spin
is,
for
but I
some
don't
reason.
think that's going to help at all. So
Yeah, you could tell him he probably won't know either.
it's the Isle of Man flag.
I know the Isle of Man, like the crazy ass motorcycle race
Oh,
that
well, there you
people
go.
are
You know.
insane.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have a buddy who comes over and we watch it every year.
Oh,
There
well.
you go. See,
On
I was making fun of it earlier.
the
So.
needed you in
projection.
here earlier.
Dude, I'm saying. No, I got you. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. You got a
Again.
spammer. Hot with the something. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I had three. I was like, I've never had one in over
I
a
usually
year.
don't get them, but this was the fourth one tonight. Then again, I've been on 6 hours, so
Well, 9 hours.
604.
9 hours now.
Hey, stop it there, spaceman, Mitch Future Balls. So
Back to the Future.
Oh,
Don't go don't go to the past and make out with your mom or anything.
Don't go Spaceballs. I love Spaceballs. Don't go there. That's awesome.
May the shorts be with you.
Yes.
you know they had to get actual permission from George Lucas to make that movie.
Yeah, Daddy,
Yes.
we're wrapping it up, brother.
You know,
Yeah, he's
that
gonna.
Yeah, bro.
the rule was they were not allowed to sell merchandise for it. That's why
Yep.
they made the whole joke about the merch in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think that's
count
pretty
down
funny.
from 5, Cletus, and just hit the button.
Just hit the
Hit
inbox.
the button.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
y'all
what
have
we
a
do.
great day. Merry Christmas. See y'all later.
Merry Christmas.
Tomorrow night.
Appreciate you guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.